Bon dia, senyors i senyores. Gràcies per haver vingut avui amb nosaltres a la Batalla de les Nacions 2017. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us this morning for the final day of our Battle of the Nations 2017. We have had 2 wonderful days of historic medieval battle action. And now we're here for the 3rd day where we'll be seeing more exciting combats and battles of all of our fighters from around the world. 27 países están representados aquí por sus equipos, desde Argentina hasta el Reino Unido, pasando por China. Tenemos 27 países luchando. En estos momentos estamos viendo duelo con arma de asta, arma enastada en la liza 1 y 2 y en las lizas de mujeres, categoría femenina y también categoría de mujeres, duelo con espada y escudo en las lizas 3 y 4. Avui serà un dia molt interessant perquè tenim moltes activitats i moltes categories per poder veure aquests lluitadors dintre d'aquest campionat mundial de lluita històrica medieval. En estos momentos, en las lizas 1 y 2, las mujeres están demostrando sus habilidades con las armas enastadas o las alabardas, como también se conocen. Hay un sistema de puntuación según donde den en el contrario y los jueces, que pueden ver van vestidos de amarillo, jueces y árbitros, llevan el control de las puntuaciones. En el otro lado, en las lizas 3 y 4, tenemos el duelo con espada y escudo, 1 contra 1 de mujeres.
You can see which is
Aquí están luchando también
being
en
brought.
un sistema de puntos en base a los golpes dados y los golpes recibidos. Más tarde tendremos el duelo de triatlón de los hombres a partir de las 11:30, ya llegando a las finales de esa competición, y de 12 a 14 las mujeres en batallas grupales, 3 contra 3, y a continuación a las 13
That's great
horas,
sportsmanship from
coincidiendo
the
con
Russian,
las
of course,
batallas grupales,
as mentioned,
tendrán su duelo de triatlón.
still holds the title.
Y el plato fuerte del día empieza esta tarde a las 16. De 16 a 20 horas, los hombres con sus batallas en grupo, 5 contra 5, ya las finales. Ayer y anteayer vimos unos combates impresionantes donde algunos equipos dominaron con bastante claridad, como por ejemplo el equipo ruso, el equipo
got to
de Ucrania, y hay otros
do this, but we can see that that France are waiting and stand by.
Y finalmente, de 6 a 8 esta tarde, los hombres tienen sus batallas en masa. 21 luchadores en cada equipo y todos
Which is not bad today.
lizas grandes para luchar hasta quedar
So we're expecting a number more people. Slight cloud cover, but nothing to let us think that we might be rained off.
I mean, obviously, this is a bank holiday here in Barcelona.
It's a bank holiday, yeah.
I
So
mean that people are going to be, probably regardless of the weather, taking the opportunity to enjoy themselves.
by the Ukrainian. And Russia versus Ukraine in the sword and shield round. It's a very technical swiping at the legs because they've got such high defense. And that is a broken sword. And it's interesting to see that her support fighter, as you saw just 2 days ago in the sword and shield, did exactly the same thing. Got a breakage with the sword. You can see him just there with the backpack on.
Might be that they train so much with them. Fantastic leg work there by the Russian. Couldn't quite see whether that Ukrainian was connecting with those shots to the legs.
There seem to be some relatively slow swipes from the Ukrainian. However, some reasonably good connection. And a nice shot there to the legs from the Russian, who tries to vary it by going for a headshot. Yeah, nice. That's a great shot to the head there from the Russian.
The Russian's guard is doing well, and that's time. The Ukrainian's not really able to get much through.
Yeah, there was some opening shots, so slight aggression shown going for leg shots, but well defended with the evasive moves of the Russian. Mm-hmm. Of course, is the reigning champion in the triathlon category. It's just being the sword and shield.
You would think, as her sparring partner is the world champion, that she's probably well trained and ready to take home gold.
Well, gives a number of training sessions herself, actually. Mm-hmm. Spent quite a bit of time in Poland and Germany, if I'm not wrong. So works for a group making soft armor at Tannenberg. I don't know if you've seen the Facebook page of Tannenberg, where they sell soft armor.
No, I haven't. No.
It's great. Every time they've got new products, it comes up in 4 images. 3 images will be like the soft armor shield, swords, etc. And one image will be a cake.
That's fantastic.
It's awesome, and it goes with the color scheme. It's genius.
I'm glad they celebrate each make.
And we have UK against France on the right list, sword and shield.
Great classic rivalry there.
Just in the background, you can see the women's category polearm. So that will be fought simultaneously.
Of course, now obviously 2 UK versus France. Neither one of them really wanting to engage. A bit more light on the feet for the UK fighter. The French fighter holding her own. I have a feeling this might be the French fighter that had her neck injured last year. Hopefully.
You think so?
Yeah, hopefully she's been able to make it back this year.
What do you think about the conditions of the sand today, given that it has rained, it has been trodden on quite a lot already? What will it be like for the fighters?
Well, it's going to be hard.
Yeah.
Sand is, to be honest, one of the probably, I think, the most forgiving grounds to fight on. Even grass being, and grass and dirt being something that can actually feel a lot softer when landing on than some other surfaces, but sand being quite forgiving. But when it's packed in, imagine landing on glass, a solid block of glass.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel good. But hopefully with the movement of each fighters, it'll start to mess it up. The heat by the sun drying it out and allowing it to lift. We now see America versus Canada, the USA versus Canada. Some slow fighting here, not as speedy as some of the sword and boards we saw for the males, but maybe they'll speed it up as the day goes on. It is early for them.
You're still getting some quite clear shots from the American fighter.
Clear but unbalanced. The sword is kind of twisting in her hand, meaning that they might be a bit...
Yeah, she's keeping it quite low, which is indicative for the Canadian that she's going to strike low, but the Canadian not keeping her guard down low enough. It's still slightly high, and that is what's helping the American fighter to connect.
With both of them having a shorter stature, they really should lower themselves to make sure that there's less of an area to attack.
Yeah.
This isn't obviously a situation where you're trying to throw someone down. So
Of course.
if you're scoring points, lowering your area that's available to be attacked, keeping those legs back and a forward stance seems to be working for a lot of fighters. Interesting though, the fighting styles we see from some people who've come from other disciplines, not well trained in defending their heads, and then others not so with their legs.
Sure.
It never seems to be both or none. It's one or the other. As we saw from the Polish fighter yesterday, very quick legs. We see up in the top left corner the polearm category Ukraine versus what looks to be Czech Republic. Polearm being a very patient duel, waiting for the opportune moment to strike.
Yeah. It's often a little slower than other disciplines. That's partly due to the weight of the weapon, but also when it's quite easy to avoid.
That being said, it is can come with some intense bouts, especially the Russian who won gold yesterday. He was able to land quite a few strong blows in succession, and that was probably what got him the gold. The fitness, obviously, needing to be at peak. Now we see Finland taking the list against Spain on the bottom right of your screen.
That's right.
In the female sword and and shield category.
A sword and board sounds fun.
It is.
What would that be? Surfboard? Ironing board?
We do use this term in Australia, sword and board.
Right.
We like our rhymes. Some aggressive moves there by the Finnish, leaving herself a little open though. And the Spanish taking that opportunity.
Yep.
We see on the list to the lower left-hand corner of your screen, Argentina starting with Ukraine. We shall see if the Ukraine female fighter keeps up the level of attack as her other fighters have with a lot of speed. And she does. She comes in hacking at the legs, racking up 3 or 4 points, I would think, there.
Good early start there. She can go more on the defensive after scoring those early points.
But will she? I mean, she seems to be quite an aggressive fighter. And sometimes when you score these heavy points, you want to keep scoring them.
That's true, but it's all to play for still, so she might want to conserve some energy.
Argentina on the back foot, being a little wary. Some solid hits coming in, but unfortunately only meeting the shield. Some nice leg work there from both of them.
Good well-positioned strikes from the Ukrainian.
I think the weight of the weapon is not in the favor of the Argentinian fighter. She seems to be swinging and not being able to control it and bring it back. Solid shots, but unfortunately, again, to that shield. She needs to start striking the head.
It's not a smart strike.
Ukraine really changing up those shots, leading to those points being racked up. Argentina needs to think more dynamically.
Again, going straight for that shield. It's just wasted energy.
As you can see that the grip on the Argentinian's shield is a little high, meaning that she surprisingly should actually, there's 2 effects there, obviously meaning that the shield does actually hang lower, but it means that they have less strength at the lower end of the shield.
Yeah.
At that angle that you see her have it there, it should mean that she's using her elbow to support the bottom of the shield, but then you have the elbow loses power the second you start stretching your arm out, which creates that distance and locks the opponent's sword arm. But if she's swinging low, she's going to push right past that shield. The sword's going to go straight to the leg.
Yep.
We're seeing a little pause there with the Spanish and the Finnish fighter on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Not quite sure if it's being called yet. The marshals seem to be talking to one another, but none of the fighters have been taking off their armor yet.
It can and does happen that these rounds go to a draw. Well, looks like they got Italy and France waiting in the sides there.
And the win
Goes to Finland. Great tournament they're having. The 5 versus 5 for Finland went very well. Progressed into the playoff stage.
Indeed. Very interested. I don't think I've seen, I don't know if they've got a female polearm fighter. I would think that Rusa would be able to do that quite well. A very calm morning, obviously, as we get these first stages underway for the polearm duel and the sword and shield duel. Thank you for obviously tuning in, especially to our international viewers who might be watching late at night.
What time is it down under?
That's the hard one. Let me have a quick look. I've got an international timepiece here, otherwise known as the phone. It is now 6:14 p.m. in Melbourne, Australia. Obviously, Australia being a large country, on the opposite side of the country, Perth, it's 3 hours behind.
3 hours behind, right.
I implore every nation to try and get their fighters to come down to Australia to do a bit of a tour and fight every one of our city's teams. It would not only be beneficial for us, but it's quite a holiday for the teams as well.
Well, yeah, but you need quite a bit of time. There's so many things to see in Australia.
It was a 33-hour flight for me to get here. So.
33-hour flight. Excellent.
It was with some large breaks, but I think I equated about 26 hours of actual flight time.
26 hours.
And Gavin,
I know we have Italy versus France.
Some high guard there from Italy. France playing defensively, but not sure if that's working in their favour. Some strong hits coming in from Italy, making France lose control of that shield.
Yeah. Great headshots there from the Italian.
Changing it up as well, not just going straight for the head or legs.
It's a smart move to get the shield to the shoulder of the French fighter. Nice headshot on the end there.
Distancing shots are key here. It's where you're going to rack up sometimes 5 points. So 5 solid hits. France being a little better with their leg guard now.
However, the Italians got the aggression. It's certainly these swings are paying off. But in such an early, at such an early stage of the day, doesn't want to wear out her energy.
France now is kind of chasing Italy. I think Italy knowing that she has the advantage in points.
Yep. So nice aggression there from the French fighter. Good defense.
Unfortunately, the French fighter not keeping up her guard while backing away. Until the marshal calls it, you need to believe that this fight is going to continue on. Italy taking a 2 to get a few last shots.
And that's called there.
Marshall getting a bit close to that backhand swing from Italy.
Yeah.
I was worried there for a second. You see here the Italian support team.
Yep, they are Team Taurus from Turin, hence the name, and we can see there Vargas, who fought in the men's category yesterday.
And the win goes to?
And that goes to Italy. Great start there.
Fantastic for the Italian team. Not surprising though, she definitely was the most aggressive out of those
two
fighters.
A well-composed fight there from Italy. Another team who've had a great tournament so far.
Unbelievable. I mean, they've stepped it up.
Yep.
A few teams not being as good as they were last year, but at the same time, they were some of the top performers.
Yeah.
But then the lower categories really stepping it up. So we're seeing a more even playing field, I think. Some really close matches through every single type of competition.
That's right.
Now we see USA and Israel in the top right of your screen in the women's polearm duel.
It would be great if we could get a close-up of that. Not sure if that is Ira Rogodowska. of Israel.
Que como hemos visto, jueces y árbitros van de amarillo, van contando los golpes. Obviamente un golpe en la pierna tiene una puntuación menor que un golpe en la cabeza. Van sumando los puntos.
Now entering the list is the Finnish fighter to bring on Finland versus Poland.
El ganador, o en este caso la ganadora.
And I think we just missed the action there in the women's pole arm category. So we've got a rapid duel there in the Sword and Shield, Poland versus Finland. So using a very, very small shield there, the Finnish fighter. I don't think that's going to do it. I can't begin to imagine what the decision was for that. And that's she's lost a weapon.
It's unfortunate. There are advantages, of course, to small and large shields, being that, you know, a larger shield, you actually can lose sight of what the competitor is doing with their footwork and their sword arm.
Yeah, but I think I still think the Finnish fighter's put herself at a disadvantage with that shield there.
It might have been that there was either a rules issue or a breakage.
Could have been a breakage or loss, because in fact that is an Israeli shield she's using.
Wouldn't be surprised if they somehow mix those up though.
Indeed.
She just, I think she's missing out on those lower shots.
Yep, and the Polish fighter, that I would give it to her, as she is connecting a lot more than the Finnish fighter. Still putting up a good fight, but with such a small shield, she is leaving herself exposed.
She does, yeah, need to drop that shield arm down every time those leg shots come in. Now across to Israel. Ooh, getting some
great shots there from the aggressive Israeli fighter.
But I think not clean enough on the torso, only forearm shots. See what the marshals say there.
And looks like we've got Russia against Czech Republic in the other list of the polearm category.
And they're getting ready. No combat as of yet. We'll cross to it the second we can. Looks like we might have a decision in the Polish versus Finland. And the win goes to...
And that goes to Poland.
Very good call there. Wouldn't be surprised. The Finnish fighter can still do very well here if she just ups the speed and plays to her strengths, being vision and maneuverability, and deals with the disadvantages being the size of her shield. Spectators actually already filling the stands. This is fantastic to see. Obviously, people excited to do this.
It's surprising to see them so early, which is a good sign for later on. We do have the men's triathlon duel category coming up after the polearm duel for women and sword and shield. This will be the final for the triathlon. Then at 12 o'clock, Spanish time, of course, we do have the women's group battles, 3 versus 3 playoffs and finals, followed by the women's triathlon duel category. That will be the finals. Then at 4 o'clock, we go to the men's group battles category, 5 versus 5, followed by the men's mass battle category, 21 versus 21.
It's going to be quite a spectacle to finish off the day.
Yep.
We see the USA fighter, I think, using Avalok's weapon that he was using. Some smart ducking maneuver there from Israel. But not enough speed, I think, from USA. The Israeli fighter fast on her feet.
Great movement from the Israeli fighter.
This is what I think... oh, fantastic
shots there. Good work from the Israeli fighter.
I think there's a distinct way that the Israeli fighter is fighting, making sure that she's using her defenses as attacks. We can see in the bottom right here, there seems to be...
That'll be UK against Italy.
Very exciting here. Italy doing well in this fight. We'll see how UK stands up. UK being a bit more the aggressor here, but no strength behind her shots just yet. Keeping that guard up really high.
More
not
cautious
doing much.
approach this time from the Italian fighter, who was quite aggressive against her French opponent in the last fight.
Maybe found herself getting a bit too tired and choosing to rest this one.
Yeah, quite possibly.
You can see a definite strong right side to the UK fighter, putting her sword arm forward, but not really doing anything. So it should be interesting. This is probably a very low-scoring round, which might mean that the few shots from the Italian are what counts. We see, hopefully we'll cut to the Russian versus Czech Republic in the top left list of the polearm category. You can see at the top left of your screen there. Seeing that the marshals are conferring. Down in the bottom right, we will have a winner between UK and Italy, and it goes to Italy. Very clear, I think well won, but unfortunately for the UK fighter, it was because I feel that she didn't do enough, and which is, I think, for myself, would be one of the worst situations to go out on if I felt I didn't do as much as I could do.
That's right, yeah.
I've sometimes been incredibly exhausted, worn out, sweating profusely, and still felt I didn't do my best, and therefore was disappointed in my own performance.
But the sweat's all part of it. The changing room's down in one side of the arena.
Mm-hmm.
Have you smelt that?
I luckily have a cold, and I've had a cold for this entire event.
Oh, you lucky thing. I mean, you could slice that smell.
Mm-hmm, I can imagine. This is something you get used to, though, as a fighter. All
part of it.
I actually don't, luckily enough, sweat. I'm an anomaly, but the size and strength of a lot of these fighters and the effort they put out there, it means that, yeah, not a pleasant smell.
It means they have sweaty gambesons.
Incredibly so. Takes days to dry out.
That's right.
It's a very tentative start here from the Spanish fighter.
Yeah, the
Poland crushing it.
Slightly more aggressive there. We saw in the last round, she seems to have grown in confidence. However, some nice movement there from the Polish fighter. Coming swinging round, good block.
This is, I think, the Spanish fighter is doing well in being non-linear, but the Polish fighter taking advantage of that as well and moving around her.
Yeah, the inconsistent defense on the Spanish fighter.
You see, no real poise for attack there from the Spanish fighter. No real bending at the knees or preparing herself for much. Few fantastic shots coming in there from the Polish fighter to the legs, using that shield to guard her head at the same time. I don't think the Spanish fighter was realizing it wasn't getting past.
Yeah.
A left-hand fighter here for the Spanish, so she should have an advantage, but I don't think the Polar's letting her do that.
Yeah.
You can see the Polish fighter rotating around to the shield side of the Spanish fighter.
Yeah, all she's doing really with her shield is stopping the defense of the Spanish fighter. However, it's the Pole who is connecting more. Very energetic fight, this.
Definitely, but I think it unfortunately goes hands down to the Polish before the fight's even over.
I would say so.
I think she scored way too many points.
Acaba el tiempo, el minuto y medio de combate en la lista número 4.
Yeah, as we said before, people still arriving. The stands below the box here are filling up quite well. Got a number of supporters and slowly arriving into other parts of the arena.
Probably about time that word has spread through Barcelona about this. People passing by have heard the clash of swords.
Yep, a lot of coverage on the news. What for you have been the highlights so far of this edition of Battle of the Nations?
To be honest, as I mentioned before, the teams that last year were either burgeoning or just starting off not as strong as they probably should be. And we now see a victory here to Poland.
As predicted, yep.
Fantastic show by both of them. Obviously, Spanish fighters got a lot to learn from such an experienced fighters.
However, she did do quite well, some great shots there, and certainly started a very worthy opponent.
The highlights, as I was mentioning, being that each team last year that was either just starting out or not doing as well as they hoped have stepped it up tenfold, and I think the lower runs have been brought up to have a really much more even match throughout the entire competition, meaning that every single match has been intense and has been far more nail-biters than I think any other Battle of the Nations.
Absolutely.
As you can see those smart movements from well, a clear shot there, but Poland trying to move around to the shield arm. At least the Spanish fighter doing very well to rotate herself and not fight linear. You can see in the top list there, looks like we might have, unfortunately it's very hard to see.
Yeah.
Ukraine, it seems to be against possibly Italy.
Yeah, and you can just make out on the circuit there, that is the Italian fighter.
We cross to it now.
Yeah.
Ukraine obviously pressing the attack, but Italy knowing the distance that they need to be.
Bien, aquí las rondas en duelo con arma enastada son de 1 minuto y se sigue hasta que uno de los
Good movement there from the Ukrainian. Some nice aggression though coming from the Italian fighter.
Taking an opportunity there while the Ukrainian's guard was horizontal to get a shot to the lower torso. Marshall's obviously talking it out there, trying to make sure that every shot was clear and legal, and they can count it. We see a replay here. Ukrainian coming in hard, getting
That's
a
a
nice
nice
shot
shot
to
there.
the leg, but being met a few shots to the head by that.
Yeah, good counter there
Italian
from the
fighter.
Italian fighter.
And while the guard is a bit more horizontal again, chucking those shots in to try to catch the.
Is that Ukrainian fighter using Avalok's polearm?
It looks like it. It might be. Either that or they've got very similar heads and very similar halves.
Suspiciously similar.
Look, they obviously have great relationships between every team here, and when it comes to how far people have traveled and how much effort people have put in to be here, each fighter can feel from the other fighters. If you don't have a weapon, there's very few fighters who will stand there and just say bad luck. They understand the dedication and the effort you put in, and sometimes it's unavoidable as to why you've not had your weapon. And we see Israel and Canada taking the list of the women's polearm in the corner of the screen there, while Ukraine and Italy come back to start their bout as well. And the fight is on for both of them. Ukraine not really being aggressive to begin with, but
And holding the polearm very high.
indeed.
Looks like she wants to get close to get faster movement with the polearm. She's trying to lure in the Italian fighter.
Might be, but even the Italian, even though
It's very strange to be holding the polearm so high. Just
it'll be interesting to see what she can do. But that being said, the Italian is also holding it a bit lower, but still higher than say some other fighters. But she's keeping that distance by keeping the point outwards.
see, and you can see what the Ukrainian was doing there. Gets, I think, 2 clear shots in.
But also received one on the head from the Italian, so it's got its.
Well, it's fairly even. It's a nice movement there, however.
She now switches her stance to the other side. Looking to hook, I think, with the bottom side of it and getting a few distancing shots in there.
And you can see the support in the background from the Italian team there.
We see a break there from the Canadian fighter and the Israeli fighter.
You can see that, a nice shot from the Ukrainian.
But
who
I do think
moves
that
back, changes stance.
I do think that was actually a flat of the blade. If we do get to see that replay again, you'll see it might actually have twisted and be the flat of the blade, which may not count. Trying to hook there with the bottom of her haft. But
Nice
not
shot
getting
there
it
from
in.
the Italian, however.
But unfortunately blocked by the haft of the Ukrainian.
Yep.
those distancing shots being key to racking up those points. Fight's never really over until it's actually being called. Obviously, if you are in Barcelona and checking the live stream now, feel free to pop on down, grab a ticket. We have vendors selling food, medieval wares,
Yep.
traditional stuff, including armor and weapons for the fighters and for anybody who chooses to purchase.
Yep.
Seeing the marshal having a word to the Israeli fighter there, will be interesting to see what that was about. A Canadian fighter up against the rope, which is a change of events. Usually the Israeli is the one
Yep.
pressing.
You can see very fast movement from the Israeli fighter there. However, she left herself wide open and goes for a punch there. Not sure what she was trying to do there.
Trying to, I think, get her away from the line, but it didn't work well.
Yeah.
She lost her footing, went down.
Oh, she's got pro fight in the blood.
Yeah. I believe she's also some strong hits there from the Israeli.
Yeah.
I think mainly the halved hitting though. Not
Yeah,
the blade,
that's
not
right.
sure. Gavin, obviously, when it comes to polearms, how does that count, halved versus the? Because I've never done any polearm tournament or been involved with it.
No, I haven't either. The half is only used as a defensive mechanism more for distancing. They won't get points for that.
So unfortunately, I don't think those would have been clean enough. Some very tough fighting here. A few punches coming in. Wondering if that's just to... I'm losing a weapon. Maybe
Yeah, I shall regret that. This is the difficulty with doing the punches. Throwing punches there means that, unfortunately, one arm is free and it's very easy to lose the pole arm.
The not effective either, really, with the size of the helmets and also the strength of this Canadian fighter. Didn't seem to
Swift
phase
change
her much at all.
there. It was a nice move from the Israeli fighter. She goes in aggressively, but too early. Takes a shot on the head there, and it gets the polearm start, goes for the punches and falls over.
I will say that swing, the first swing, was unfortunately too far away, didn't collect, and then she dangerously moved forward with the point towards the
Yeah, it wasn't smart. The
face.
Canadian could have capitalized there by taking a step back and going for a headshot. I'm not sure she got a clear enough headshot when the Israeli fighter was down.
See, I wouldn't even say capitalize. I would, for safety, take a step back because that point was heading too close to the grill.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, the marshals are now conferring with each other about the points on both lists to see what happens.
And it looks like Ukraine will be again fighting another round with Ita, or perhaps it's actually been called.
Seeming to lead the list, gates being open. So
Yeah, I beg your pardon, I made a mistake then.
we're yet to actually see who was decided to be the winner.
We may get the message up on the screen, but I just wonder what flag we'll get.
We won't cross our fingers here, obviously having some technical difficulties.
So we continue with the women's polearm category. And the sword and shield has broken for a moment, although the Russian fighter is still at the list towards the bottom left-hand side of the screen.
Seems to be a lull in the action, I guess. So as we wait, Gavin, you asked me about what my highlights were.
Yeah.
Anything specifically standing out for you?
Well, a couple of things stick out in my mind. The performance of some of the teams, Finland, Italy, the new fighters. Now, the Turkish team, it appears that they've only been training for 3 weeks.
Oh, Lord.
And they, in fact, had to rent the armor because they didn't have complete sets.
That's incredible. That's the See, here you have obviously the passion and the willingness to come and fight, but
I mean, the desire to be here. Well, I think so, absolutely. They did everything they could to get here. Now, I would not ever advise somebody to take that course of action at a world championship.
Poland.
However, you can't fault them for such dedication because they just really, really wanted to be here.
It's not like they're stopping anybody else. They all get to go.
Sure.
They all can come and do the best they can.
I
But
thought they did pretty well. For a team that's been training for such a short amount of time, for a team that hasn't got complete sets of armour, I thought they did extremely well.
the interesting thing, obviously, I mentioned before
Yeah.
that the best experience you can get is obviously fighting here. So maybe that was their plan of action. Maybe this wasn't so much even winning anything, but just getting that experience.
I think so,
that
yeah.
they can then, now they know what they're ready for the next year, and
That's
they can
true,
start
yeah.
to train.
It is, of course, ill-advised for teams to get experience at the World Championships. However, when you've got a new country who wants to compete, well, you have to give them a taste of what it's like, especially considering there aren't many of these tournaments in Turkey.
Or anywhere really near. I think probably the closest would be Israel.
I would say so,
And
yeah.
maybe Russia. Not quite sure how exactly.
It's a fair distance.
How many exact kilometers there are between the groups?
I mean, Russia's bigger than Australia.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, it is.
There's an amazing tool on the web called Map Overlay. You should
Map
check it
overlay,
out.
oh, nice.
It's great to see how countries compare.
You just want to see how many times Scotland can fit into Australia, don't you?
Pretty much.
Right.
Pretty much. You have lived in some of the smallest countries in the world, apart from Australia: Scotland,
Yeah.
Italy, and Lithuania.
And Wales, don't forget Wales. We lived in England too, so.
Yeah, a whole lot of them. We
Anyway,
know
by the way, if you want to go there, Lithuania was the largest state in Europe until 1563. The Grand
Incredible.
Duchy of Lithuania with the Kingdom of Poland.
yes.
They combined
Lithuania,
forces
yes.
after defeating the Teutonic Order in 1410 at the Battle of Grunwald, which is still a massive event. That's one you don't want to miss out on, which will be in mid-July.
It's one of these things that I think there's a fight in Czech Republic as well that does some pretty heavy-hitting reenactment.
Right.
There. This solid armor like we see here. Reenactment, nonetheless, so one side does obviously have to win, but it's still intense. There's nothing like seeing the fighters come at one another,
Yep.
clashing, and if a shot's strong enough, then maybe they'll win that individual bout, even if they lose the battle.
Oh, for sure.
Incredible. This is the history of Europe that I love, and one of the joys of coming here and seeing it happen. The only unfortunate thing being there's so much going on that you can't just get it all in 6 months' time or
That's
even a
right,
year.
yep.
It's, you
And
can't.
this is what people forget about medieval times, the glory of it, which is being brought forward here. It's just a shame we can't bring forward everything else, such as the famine, plague, disease.
I think that's the beauty of the time we live in. We
That's
have
right.
such
Now
fantastic fighters
we're looking now at Russia versus Spain.
like Russia versus Spain.
You
Yes.
can see that acute lean from the Russian fighter.
Keeping those legs away, which was the only attacks I think the Spanish were able to get in her previous fight.
Yep, but her left serve quite exposed from the helmet, and the Spanish fighter did get a shot in there.
Keeping that guard up high, learning, adapting. As I said before, the Russians were very good at that.
Yeah, great evasive moves there from the Russian. Quick steps back after the strikes.
She's very fast. You can see her continuously changing up her guard, not letting the Spanish fighter get a grasp of what she's planning on doing. Nice
Great
clean
shot there.
Yeah. Great feigns coming in from the Russian, making sure that she's confusing the Spanish fighter as to which way she's attacking.
Just in the other list, we do have USA versus Italy. We are focusing on Russia, Spain at the moment.
With, I think, it going clearly to Russia. Fantastic shots to the leg there from the Russian. The Spaniard, though, pressing, fair effort to her. She's changing up her style and being the aggressor, but I don't think it was the smart opponent to do it on. Loving the hair matching the the Brigadine from the Russian fighter. And that's time. Now we might cross to the the USA versus Italy fighter.
Yeah, it seems to be quite an agile fight. Yeah, I believe that's been called as well.
Going to the replay here. Those fantastic shots coming in by the Russian, but a bit too slow on the counter by the Spanish. You can
I don't know, there's a few good shots coming from the Spaniard. It's just that she's leaving herself open.
because she's leaning too far in, which
Yeah.
is why she's connecting, but also trading a one-for-one shot. She's
Yeah.
not going to win that. Unfortunately, she's really telegraphing those shots by cocking that sword
That's
arm
right,
back, and trying to get as much power, but it's just letting the very fast Russian, who's clearly won it, get the upper hand. Now seeing some scores come up on the screen of the previous fights, so feel free to look out for your country and your team. You see up in the
It looks
top
like
left,
Italy have won the fight against USA.
incredible. Italy seem to be on the back foot for most
Yeah.
of that fight.
Great fighter there. And already Italy have gone away with the bronze medal. That is in the sword and buckler category. So let's see if they can get another medal today.
I think
Certainly the way this sword and shield fighter is going, and they'll be looking to get to the semi-finals at least.
we see Poland and Ukraine start in the left-hand corner of your screen, in their sword and board. Ukraine pressing forward, Poland being a bit cautious, but getting a few nice leg shots. It's like they're a mirror image of each other.
And we join Russia versus Ukraine in the women's polearm category.
Russia, let's see how she goes compared to her male teammate that
Yep.
struck so aggressive. No, she seems to be doing exactly the same tactic,
Yep.
hitting very fast, very hard.
Defended well by the Ukrainian, who is still holding the polearm at mid.
Mid-grasp, yeah. Hopefully we'll be able to cross now to the Ukrainian and Polish fight in your lower left-hand corner of your screen. It looks like they're mirror images, honestly, hacking at the legs at the same time, not wanting to let up, wanting to hopefully score the points. Some nice headshots coming in there.
We saw a good aggressive fight from the Polish fighter earlier against Spain, so expecting the same sort of aggression from her now.
The aggression is there, but the aggression is also met by the Ukrainian and doing
Yeah.
the same sort of thing. They've started off the,
Well matched.
as you can see, every single strike mirrored by the Ukrainian. And when they're swapping between legs of the head are almost exactly the same as well. Just missing on that shot there by the Polish fighter. Few shots, I think this might just go to the Polish fighter. She is tangling up that sword a little. Now changing up her shots. Time being called by the marshal. They can both be proud, but it took a while for the Polish fighter to really adapt
Yep,
to the
that's
fact that
right.
she was being mirrored.
Canada and France about to get underway on the right-hand side of the list.
Some great swapping of shots from Canada.
Nice aggression there from Canada.
Racking up those points.
Yep.
France being a bit, I think, confused by what's going
Well,
on.
she's heading back. She's got to move into the Canadian fighter.
She's definitely losing her pace. The
Yeah.
Canadian fighter's got
Now
this.
a block. She needs to swing down and has gone down, being forced back and back and back until she lost her footing.
A great performance from Canada, obviously realizing the advantage that she had and pushing her hard.
You saw the Russian fighter there trying to help up the French fighter.
Round not yet over. France now going to push back.
Yeah, once again being pushed back and down by the Canadian fighter. She's got to show more aggression.
The aggression started but didn't carry through, and I don't feel she's strong enough in her backstep. Maybe there's
Yeah.
an issue with her armor.
I think the Canadian fighter may take it a bit easier now. And the French fighter will not be able to move too far back now, but the Canadian is still getting more points. However, widely exposed there on the legs, the French fighter could raise her shield and go for those legs where the Canadian is unprotected.
Indeed, I think she's worrying too much about defense and not realizing that if she had just attacked back, the Canadian would have to reassess her tactics.
Yeah.
The Canadian going for a different guard here. Obviously hoping just to mitigate one or two head strikes.
I think she'll play it safe now.
French fighter
Stand back.
going for a wild leg shot that didn't really end up anywhere.
Yeah.
You mentioned obviously that the Canadian might have gone easier on the French fighter. I do not believe that is what happened, and I wouldn't either. You know, this is a competition. If you have an advantage, you play that advantage.
Well, this is it, and plus it's a fighting tournament. We're not here to to
make
give each other
friends
compliments.
and to
And
make friends, even though that is a byproduct of such a tournament.
what, the compliments or making friends?
Both.
Right.
If somebody puts in their best, that's all you can hope for. Doesn't matter whether you win or lose. This is again one of those unifying things. Armor, you know, once it comes on, doesn't matter really about any of your backgrounds or things that you have
No,
no
of course
control
not.
over. It's just what you leave out on the field.
Well, that's what you train for. Well, it's all about the fighting. And of course, people fight to win.
And the win goes to Canada. Very friendly there. I would like to think that these women all supporting each other, especially seeing that they are all obviously growing in this division, trying to help build every one of their teams and probably opposing teams, because it makes no sense if you get yourself a large team and you've got no opposition to fight.
Yeah.
So helping other teams to grow and promote, especially close countries such as maybe France, Germany, and England, France. Making sure that they can obviously work together to grow the sport. But I'm yet to actually see a German female sword and shield fighter.
Well, if you remember last year, Denise Brinkmann won the silver in the triathlon category. Very, very sad that she won't be here this year.
So do you think Germany has put forward a fighter for the triathlon?
I couldn't tell you. I really don't know.
How did we? I can't remember. Did we see a 3 versus 3 German team of the women? Unfortunately, yeah, our memories fail us. But because we do have to deal with a lot of teams.
Is he coaching there from the captain Edouard Dem? Very, very experienced and a great tournament organizer. And looks like we've come to a pause in all lists now. So there are no fighters preparing, but don't go away. We will be right back.
En la lista número 3, Italia contra Polonia en unos momentos. Un abrazo entre la luchadora italiana y la polaca antes de empezar su duelo. A minuto y medio por puntos.
You now see Italy lining up against the Polish fighter. Poland getting in a bit of a stalking position, walking cautiously, but I think getting a game face on. The Italian fighter obviously very aggressive in the shot, ended up with a clean shot there to the head. Polish being great shot to the leg there a few times. The Italian, unfortunately, I think badly timing her blocks, but there, some fantastic blocks coming in there. The aggression from Italy, but maybe not the best fighter to be doing that too. Some strong hits there coming from these female fighters. The energy matching, obviously, their teammates. Just trading shield to shield shots there. A few. I think there was one shot from the Polish fighter sneaking into the leg there. I think those low shots from the Polish fighter are what might win, but the aggression from Italy is doing good. Obviously, catching the top of the helmet from the Polish fighter. the Italian fighter really needs to start defending her legs better and dropping her stance. She's, I think, a smaller stature than the Polish fighter. And if she doesn't, well, a lot of those blows from the Polish fighter only meeting the shield, so it's going to be interesting to see how she does in that.
Cabo el minuto y medio, los jueces se reúnen para sumar los puntos.
The Polish fighter seeming quite relaxed with the energy in her bag. This is what happens when you are an aggressive fighter like Italy. You can maybe gas yourself and then lose strength in the final rounds, which of course can sometimes be the hardest. Which is why I think we saw the Hungarian male sword and buckler fighter, or sword and shield fighter yesterday, doing fantastically against his opponents in a calmed manner, using only the sword to defend and collect some good headshots. Looks like they're going to go to another round, as points have not been decided, and yet they're now choosing to obviously fix some armor with the Italian fighter, but that might have been because they either didn't know the round was going to go on or because it has taken them this long to fix it. The Italian support team and audiences standing by, very eager to see the outcome. A friendly sword tap to start the round. Suspense in the eyes of these Italian supporters. Aggression coming again from the Italian fighter, being good at defending her legs, making sure that they meet sword to sword. Nice, smart, quick shots happening there. Oh, a nice traded back from the Polish fighter as well. Italy pressing it, but now on the back foot. Poland with more energy might choose to become the aggressor if they feel they don't have the points. Trading leg shots, nearly, unfortunately that might have been it. Only a bit of a 30-second tiebreaker. And we see the Russian fighter has been ready for quite a while in the list 2, and the Canadian fighter now joining her. Obviously making sure that she's in that safe time, as they only have a small amount of time before the fight will be called in the favor of the person in the list. The Russian fighter getting a nice hide guard there, keeping their legs very far away. The Canadian fighter really pressing the Russian fighter, but maybe not wisely so. Russia being brilliant on the back foot, but getting those nice long-range shots there, fully extending that arm. I don't think you can see that extension there from the Canadian fighter. A few little taps, see if they can get some points there from the Canadian fighter, but not enough, unfortunately.
Rusia y Canadá en la lista número 4.
You see the second the swipe comes to the leg, the Russian kicks out their legs backwards. Some fantastic shots by the Russian. Canadian fighter swiping at the legs, but not really connecting. Unfortunately doing so quite slowly. Oh, solid shot to the head from the Russian. Canadian fighter really just sweeping the floor, and not in the sense of winning, actually in the action of dragging that sword basically along the ground. You can see the attempt is there from Canada, but doing very much the same moves, and those shots to the head, not really having any sort of arm whip, basically just becoming some taps when it's time called. I think that's a clear victory to Russia over Canada. Canada looking a little exhausted. It seems to be she was finding it hard to really raise her arms higher. If you ever notice the Russian fighter, if we get a replay here, you'll notice that even though she's stepping backwards, she's always on the balls of her feet, ready to launch off and get a strike. In the end, in the world of fighting, it is inches or even centimeters, millimeters might be to decide whether a shot connects or not, no matter what martial art discipline you have. And so if a launch allows you to get 1 inch closer just from the bouncing off the ball of your foot, it will mean that you'll connect that shot like Russia was doing, which is why she's been given the win.
Y gana Rusia. En
Great
este
friendliness
duelo
from
de
the Canadian fighter,
escudo,
looking quite happy, obviously, with her performance, but unfortunately not the winner. Thank you all for joining us, by the way. Obviously, this morning is going to be a bit slower as we make our way through the stages of pole arm duels and sort of shield duels. Just seeing Russia and Canada do their bout.
Hemos llegado ya a los dos últimos enfrentamientos. El enfrentamiento para el título de campeona en la liza número 4. Dentro de unos instantes se está dando un tiempo para que descansen.
We seem to have some marshals up here reviewing video footage of something that happened. We have some team members from the Ukrainian and Russian team. This might be to do with the polearm category.
It could well be, yeah. But the rule states that if there is an appeal or a complaint, it is to be made to the team captain, and only the team captain can take it to bring it to the Night Marshal's attention. And at that point, the Night Marshal, if the clear decision cannot be given at the time, takes it to video footage review.
One of the issues we had yesterday, why the stream lasted a bit longer, was because of the engagements between USA and Ukraine and USA and Israel. Those opposing teams looking to challenge the wins from USA on both occasions.
Neither appeal was successful, however, which means the marshals were doing their job.
Yes, brilliantly.
As they should.
I had a chat with the team captain of USA, and he mentioned that he was obviously annoyed at, even though it went in his favor, was annoyed that the fighting was being brought to what he called a point of lawyering, reviewing of footage. It is something that some sports, like Australian football, they don't have any video review. Whatever the referees call is what happens.
Right.
May mean that something actually is called wrong, and it won't be found out till ages later. But a rematch will never be done based on one wrong call. But with a sport like this, that is so quick, not a 2-hour game, but a 30-second to 1-minute match.
Yeah.
They need to be very sure that every call is perfect. So we do have that capability to review the footage, and it may sometimes extend it. And some fighters love that opportunity. I'm one of those, but it seemed that team captain of USA not a fan of it. Obviously, the attitude, I think, with USA is they just love the fight.
Yeah.
In the end, they love to win. But they're not here to, argue rules and have to lawyer up situations. He wasn't happy with the calls being made, even though they went in his favor, which he believed he knew.
Well, he has his faith in the marshals, and on these occasions was absolutely right to keep his faith in the marshals' decision. Of course, one category where it's extremely difficult. I don't think there's ever been an appeal in the 21 versus 21 category.
I don't think you're going to get much from even the video footage there.
Well, no.
We thankfully have a lot of fantastic shots from our crane, as you can see there in the screen. That actually is getting some great bird's eye view shots of these bouts, especially when it's 21 versus 21. But unfortunately, there's just so much chaos happening. Even though this is a larger list than I think any previous year.
That's right.
Croatia seemed to have some large lists, but was it this big?
It may have been the same size.
Prague choosing to close them in a little, obviously due to size restrictions, but at the same time, the 21 being the only one really needing a list this big.
Yeah.
I think I was expressing the other day that I find this list actually to be too big.
Right. Okay.
And if they could do something about maybe having a way to enclose half the list. Obviously, they're doing it now for the duels, and the 5 versus 5s could be done, but of course the duels do not need a solid wall. They're generally very technical based, whereas the 5 versus 5 definitely do need those solid walls.
Yes.
I think I mentioned before as well, there was a fight at the Tattoo Cup 2016 in New Zealand,
Right.
where they, because the lists were made, I believe, with pine, there was many breaks. They may have used
My
another one.
goodness.
It was a light coloured wood, and it broke
Wow.
like pine. Even if they were quite thick blocks, when you start throwing down 100-kilo fighters or 200-kilo fighters with all their armor, especially Charlie, one of the members of, I can't remember the exact name, it's either Blacktan or Blackthorn of New Zealand team. He has, he himself, I think, is about 110 or 120 kilos,
Right.
and he has about 50 kilos of armor.
Well, any team it's a good investment for any team to create their own list of good solid wood, things that are destructible, and they can take around with them. Now look at Italy versus Canada in the semi-final of the women's sword and shield category. The Italian leaving herself wide open on the leg there. The Canadian fighter getting some shots, and however the Italian too connecting, but still not able to respond.
The Italian not guarding her legs like she.
Yep, she's
wasn't doing
not. I
against
think
the
she's
Polish either.
trying to get the shield blocking the striking arm of the Canadian, which she is doing to some effect, as you can see there. But
I don't think the Canadian is really connecting any, because the Italian's got that shield placed very well against her sword arm.
yeah, but
Very-
now I think it's the Canadian who's got a better grip there.
Canadian has stepped up her game though compared to the last fight with Russia. Maybe she was very strategic and not believing that she could beat the Russian, and therefore choosing to win this bout.
It's a great fight, this.
Indeed,
Very close.
pressing hard, and I think it might be in Italy's favour just simply by those smart shield placements against the sword.
Perhaps, yeah. However, she's leaving her leg wide open, and the Canadian fighter knows it.
A few coming in there, but I don't think enough. The Italian fighter swapping up the shots.
Trying to get some headshots in there, but I'm not sure that they'll count.
No, a bit too weak on
Yeah,
the same side.
now the shield is to no effect there.
Getting caught on her leg. There's
Yeah,
one
she
of
took a
these-
few strikes there. You can see them both starting to wear down now, and I believe that will be time. Well, very good fight there.
both of them. It's very hard to call because mistakes were made on both sides.
Yeah.
Shots getting through. I do believe ever so slightly the Italian blocked enough of those leg shots.
Right.
Some of them obviously coming through when her shield was getting caught on her own leg. But
I would still give it to the Canadian, though. There's some rapid shots coming through. Knew those exposed parts of the Italian fighter,
That is-
but very close.
it's surprising that you would think it's the Canadian fighter, as you are obviously a Italian fan.
Oh, I don't hide it. I'm a big fan of Italy. I'm a great fan of the Italian team. I want them to win.
But you obviously, in this case, think Canada has it.
Well, I do. There are a number of shots that we couldn't quite see. You can see the connections from the Canadian there, but not
but
in that case.
But at the same time,
And you're right, it goes to Italy.
I would like to. It's part of the protocol, unfortunately, to not know the exact points
Yep.
that were given. Though it is enticing to know how close they may have been. Canada heading over to Italy after she removes her helmet to obviously congratulate her on the win.
The Italian women's division goes steamrolling on.
The poor Canadian fighter.
Amazing Canadian fighter waiting for a hug there with the big Italian Sergio trying to pick her up.
We now have Russia versus Poland. And a fantastic, both these fighters being very fast.
Yeah.
Russia maybe slightly better with the legs and keeping that guard up high. But we'll see whether Poland chooses to take. Poland not being aggressive, and it might be a smart move against the Russian because the Russian is a fantastic defensive fighter.
Yeah.
Making that Russian have to come towards you, I mean, she has to put a leg forward.
Yep.
But the Polish fighter needs to defend and attack at the same time. Trying to grapple, going for a throw there.
Yeah, I didn't really see the point of that. I mean, it's just unnecessary. It seemed deliberate. It didn't seem like an accidental
Well,
thing at all.
it was definitely deliberate. A bit of a dance there from the Russian fighter, but obviously having a word there from the
Well, yeah,
marshal.
and the rules are simple. It's not pro fight.
Might have been wanting to let the Russian know not to get that close, as she will
Yeah,
go down.
quite possibly.
But though obviously the marshal had a word about that.
Yeah.
The Russian now, I think, stepping it up, not being happy with
Yeah, I
that
think
toss.
the nice connection there from the Russian, but
Some
she's
smart,
being made to work for it. There's some good movement here from the Polish fighter.
as I mentioned, the Polish fighter, aggressive in some of the other fights, have now chosen to be defensive because it is
Great
the
headshot there from the Russian.
It is the strength of the Russian fighter to be defensive. So now the Polish are requiring her to press forward. Shall be interesting, but I do think just on a few points it will be the Russian fighters win.
Yeah, very, very precise.
Realizing she had, after that toss, a very small amount of time
Yeah.
to rack up the points and really stepping it forward.
Yep. And that is the reigning triathlon Battle of the Nations champion, Galina Kokvako.
Seems like the marshals are having a conversation, figuring out those points.
Yeah. She does know the Polish fighter very well and has a lot of experience in giving training seminars, dual training seminars in Poland for both men's and women's categories. And there seems to be a little bit of discontent from the marshals conferring over the Polish fighter.
I think the marshals obviously doing the best to make sure that everything is fair, but wanting to give the Polish fighter a good chance, even though she did decide to go for a toss.
Well, I think it was. I think it must have been close there because there was quite a lengthy deliberation process going on among the marshals.
But excitedly, the win goes to Russia.
Russia. So that's a big win there for Russia.
A fantastic fighter there. You've got to love the hair matching the outfit.
Russia has just taken the gold first place in this competition of sword and shield women one-on-one.
So it looks like we have Italy bronze, Poland silver, and Russia gold. Russia running off there with her broken sword. Maybe
might be a gift for someone.
Indeed. As I did actually mention to some other fighters, last I heard, it was tradition in the Australian ranks that if you break a weapon on an enemy's head, you actually give the enemy that weapon.
So you have to throw it in the rubbish. So it's giving you rubbish essentially. Is that what you're saying?
In a way, but it depends.
You broke it, you should throw it away.
How dare you use your skull to break my sword?
Exactly, yeah. Height of rudeness.
And I think in the end, I would take pride in obviously being able to either withstand a blow that breaks a weapon or delivering a blow that breaks their weapon.
Broken falchions, that's what you don't see very much of.
No, but I have.
I've seen one, yeah.
They usually break, though, at the handle, even though it is where the tang is, full tang all the way down into the handle.
Yeah.
Just above the cross guard is probably one of the greatest stress points.
Sure, sure. Well, there was one where the blade snapped clean in half at Dynamo Cup in Moscow the end of last year.
I think there's some fantastic gifs of a few pieces of sword flying off into audience members. And this is why we obviously keep that distance. We tell fighters, participants.
Well, the marshals have had quite a job keeping a number of journalists back. Of course, on the first day we did see a sword snap and the blade did hit one of the journalists, well, not very hard, but it's beside the point. And the thing is, you simply have to listen to the marshals. It doesn't matter how close you want to get for your photos. You have to listen to the marshals for your own safety.
Indeed. I think if you've experienced this and you understand the risks, it's something that these journalists might want to do. You can't, though, get in the way of the marshals.
That's right.
You know, if they need to do their job, you may have some fantastic shots you want to get there, but it is your risk. And as much as we have not had any deaths or any serious injuries from this sport, the only thing that stops that from happening is these safety measures.
Yep. And we will be taking a short break now. The men's triathlon dual category coming up.
I do believe we might see that they'll be doing an award ceremony in between those, as
Yep.
we do have about almost 20-minute break.
That's right.
So
Yep.
keep watching. And we do see what might be the finals now
Of the pole arm. I think there might have been a point replay. We did see the marshals up here in the box with the captain of the Ukrainian team and captain of the Russian team. I think there was a dispute over a point, so it looks as though the points will be replayed here. This is the final of the pole arm category for women. So, of course, any slight discrepancy that they may have, of course, they're going to take it up with the marshals straight away.
Let's see how the Ukrainian fights, whether it's the same situation of holding her pole arm very mid-grip, and whether that works for her against the Russian fighter. But the aggression from the Russian fighter, hacking away last time we saw, might be enough to get those points up. I think the marshal's having a look at that rope. Maybe worried it might be a bit low again. Ukrainian fighter just taking a time to have a break, have a chat to I think, Canadian support member.
You can see just on the other side, the far side of the list, the rope there is extremely loose. And that was indeed a problem yesterday in the polearm category for men.
But they have fixed it. I did notice yesterday.
Final,
Yesterday it was tied around one of the vertical parts of the list, whereas this rope that we can see through the center here was tied on one of the horizontal parts.
Yeah.
Now they have fixed that, so they're both matching. It is unfortunately very tiring for fighters who just want to have a bash.
Yeah.
Sometimes they wouldn't even care if there was no medal to be won. They'd still come here to fight.
Oh, yeah.
Just say, who wants to give it a go? And whoever wants to go, just raise their hand. Pretty much what the all versus all is at some of the events, which we might see.
No, we won't.
Not to the end of the day.
No, it was decided against, in fact, at the Captain's Summit last year in Milan. One of the reasons it was decided not to continue with it is because it simply became Russia versus all. And
I don't know.
For something which puts potential injuries on the table, people were not really willing to do it anymore. So the all versus all got smaller and smaller. And in fact, with the list being so small in Prague, people were immediately against the idea. So for the sake of safety, nationality, size, it was decided against.
Look, nothing says that Russia needed to be together on one side. If the Russians chose to, that's their decision.
But they're so close-knit. I mean, they fight together all the time. They travel together all the time.
But that's part of the point. All versus all is the opportunity to fight with other nations and really experience a bit of chaos, especially for those fighters. I see a lot of the Russian fighters that were fighting on the Russian team at the all versus all last year were actually not at the Berhut fights.
Well, I think it's just people don't want to fight against their own teammates.
The Australians do.
Right.
It's good training, and we all like to have a good bash. Seems like we might be kicking off with this polearm final.
Yeah, very, very slow to start here, however. This might be quite frustrating for the fighters who are rearing to go.
Maybe even more frustrating for the viewers, but hoping that you're sitting back relaxed, you have food and friends, and you're enjoying this spectacle.
And finally, the marshal calls it.
Aggressive little start from the Russian. The Ukraine being a bit smart about trying to figure out her footwork. Blocking a shot, getting a good one to the leg there. Getting caught maybe up on the rope.
Yep.
One of the disadvantages of having a rope.
Well, that's the thing also. The fact that she's holding the polearm in the mid section.
Great shots there from the Russian.
It means that the back of it can pull on that rope and get caught.
I think she's noticed that now, shortening her grasp. Great shots coming in there from the Russian.
Yeah, very nice.
But, unfortunately, was not facing the right way.
Right.
Marshall making sure that the point of that of that halberd is not going into the Ukrainian fighter. Some low shot there, but unfortunately traded one for the head.
Yeah, that was a smart move there from the Russian fighter.
Looking like they're trading 1 for 1.
Yep.
There's not enough for either one of them to win. Some great leg shots
from the Ukrainian.
Distancing shot there from the Ukrainian.
There's some frustration there, however, from that Ukrainian fighter. And I believe that's the fighter, Yulia, who got the gold medal in the sword and buckler. Yes, she's very, very frustrated with that.
There she is getting caught up a little bit, leaving her side open. Hopefully we can find some other solution for the tournament than having a rope in the middle that gets caught up on weapons. Some shot here, not going through.
Connection there from the Russian. You can see
the weapon has been turned now, and that's where the marshal stops it.
Yeah.
Because that point is heading towards him. Towards her, sorry. This is where it's that lower, that elbow clock, but probably wasn't a clean enough shot. We come back to the.
You can see Alexei Naderov there and the Russian team speaking to the teammates, and he was the champion, taking the gold medal of the first men's polearm category back a few years ago, and took just the bronze last year in Prague. However, now his teammate, he has passed the buck. He's an extremely experienced fighter. Got a lot of years under his belt. But he's passed the reins over to a new Russian fighter in the polearm category, who in fact took gold.
This female Russian fighter doing the same tactics, I feel, as the male Russian polearm fighter, striking many times and striking hard, hoping to get those points before the opposition. Whereas the Ukrainian fighter maybe trying to try something a bit different. Only one, I think, using a mid-grip like that. The only ones, I think, fighting very uniquely being Ukraine and the USA captain, Abalak, with that really, really low grip. Same weapon.
You see the Ukrainian captain there, Ilyas Vishutin. A fantastic sportsman, an excellent captain, still very, very young. He's only 24.
But an incredibly friendly person. I don't think you could ever take criticism from him and feel bad.
Yeah, very, very serious person, very high level of discipline in his training.
And again, that elbow shot coming in there from the Russian to the Ukrainian, getting tangled up. This is the disadvantage he has with that mid-grip. Shot coming in here, not connecting, leaving her shoulder open, and following shots. This is when the weapon gets turned around, and the point is now facing Ukraine. Luckily, no shots to any vulnerable areas. I can understand why she's the Ukrainian fighter is a bit annoyed with.
Yeah, she vented her frustrations there.
Whether or not they'll go to another round seems to be what the marshals are deliberating.
Well, it's going on for some time, however. You can see already the first participants of the men's triathlon category, the 1 versus 1 finals, are starting to get into the arena now. However, we still have a bit of time to go before that. We need to see the end of this polearm category, then the award ceremony. So it looks like we'll be slightly behind schedule. It is due to start in just 10 minutes. And we might have to add an extra 10 minutes to that. In this women's polearm final, taking a long time to come to an end.
Very tense, obviously, wanting to make sure that the right call is made. The appeals, obviously, from these nations before, leading to an extra bout here that means that, obviously, it needed to be drawn out. Personally, Gavin, I'm a huge fan of the video review. I'd rather a win be clean than just the decision be fast. I would hope that the...
Well, it's...
Señoras y señores, lamentamos el retraso, pero los jueces están deliberando para esta última ronda de duelo con arma enastada entre Rusia y Ucrania para ver cuál de ellas accede a la final y cuál accede al partido, al combate de consolación para tercer y cuarto puesto. Gracias por estar con nosotros aquí en la Batalla de las Naciones 2017. En unos instantes pasaremos a la entrega de medallas para la primera, segunda y tercera clasificada de la competición de espada y escudo. Aquí en el centro de la
Knight Marshall looking a little annoyed there by the center line, calling for the Ukrainian fighter to come back in. The Russian fighter, I think, ready to go.
A few moments for the first, second, and third place of our fighters from the sword and shield women's one-on-one competition.
Eddie, our announcer there, mentioning that the award ceremony for the sword and shield one-on-one category will be happening soon. Marshall making sure that that Russian is not allowing that point to hit the Ukrainian. Might have been the issue there, obviously, if she was hitting vulnerable areas and catching, it might have led to disadvantage to the Ukrainian by using a side of the weapon that wasn't allowed. Russia not being as aggressive as she was before, maybe a bit worried now. Some good defense. Oh, trading blows there. Unfortunately, 1 for 1 for both of them. But the shot going to the head from the Russian to the Ukrainian will probably dizzy her a little. Some tip down defense there from the Ukrainian, which I mentioned yesterday, has the disadvantage of being hard to counter. There are some definite other forms that may be used here that may actually work to our advantage. Some people get very good at a form and they don't want to let it go, but sometimes you need to train multiple forms just to take advantage of a situation. The Russian obviously having a wider grip, I think, but also very, very low down on the haft. The Ukrainian trading shots. Nearly everyone she's going for, the Russian, is getting a arm shot in. Oh, some aggressive shots coming there from the Russian. From the Ukrainian. Russian losing grip of her weapon. Marshals have called it. It'll be interesting to see how that's gone. Bit of a conversation there from the Knight Marshal towards the Russian. Looks like the win was given to Russia.
Que irá a la final. Ucrania participará en el combate de consolación para el tercer y cuarto puesto.
So obviously, congratulations to the Ukrainian fighter for doing her best, but it looks like it was a Russian win there. Really just, I think, taking every opportunity for the Russian to get a few of those shots in while the Ukrainian did advance. I don't think the high mid-grasp really worked for the Ukrainian in that fight.
No.
The power from the Russian was breaking through. I think actually less of the power, more the speed.
Yeah.
Was catching the Ukrainian off guard. Every attack was countered immediately by the Russian.
Sure, but it's an extremely close fight in the end. You saw some very precise shots coming from the Ukrainian. Good movement as well, some nice evasive tactics involved. That she wanted more grip and control of that very heavy-looking pole arm, which I believe, as we said, belongs to the U.S. captain, Avalok.
The defense of Ukrainian solid, but as I was mentioning before, that tip down, probably not the best for a counter-attack strength.
So in just a few moments now, we'll be heading straight into the men's triathlon dual category, 1 versus 1. So don't go away.
We would now like to invite the fighters from the category women's 1 against 1 sword and shield to receive their medals. First, the flags will come out onto the pitch. Please, flags. Ahora, señores, hacemos la entrega de las medallas a las ganadoras de la categoría de mujeres 1 contra 1, espada y escudo. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will call our third, second, and first place competitors. In third place, from Italy, please welcome Sara Novelli. Sara Novelli. Correction, the winner of the third place from Italy, Marina Rabarini. Marina Rabarini. the head of the tournament competition, Ivan Koryagin, gives the award. Now for the silver medal, second place is for Maja Olczak from Poland. Maja Olczak, congratulations. Our runner-up, silver medal, Maja Olczak from Poland. Award given by Sergei Sinval, Vice President of HMBIA. And finally, the champion, number 1 from Russia, Galina Kokhvako. Galina Kokhvako from Russia, our champion in the category of women, one-on-one, sword and shield. And Ivan Koryagin gives her the award. Congratulations to our winners, champion Galina Kokhvako from Russia, silver for Maja Olczak from Poland, and third place to Marina Rabarini from Italy. Congratulations to all three for their excellent outcomes in the one-on-one women's sword and shield. Aquí están las tres mejores clasificadas de esta competición, 1 contra 1 femenino, espada y escudo. La rusa, la polaca y la italiana en tercer posición. Bien, en unos instantes empezaremos aquí en las listas 3 y 4 la competición de hombres triatlón. Dentro de los duelos triatlón, que son 3 modalidades, una ronda de cada modalidad, y el combatiente que gane 2 de las 3 se queda con el título, bueno, avanza hacia el título en esta categoría. También nos falta en la liza 1 y 2 llegar al partido de tercer y cuarto puesto y el partido de campeona, mejor dicho, para mujeres, duelo con arma enastada. Todo eso dentro de unos instantes aquí en la Batalla de las Naciones de la HMDIA, donde vemos lucha histórica medieval full contact, donde hay realmente gran espectáculo, sobre todo esta tarde cuando veamos la fase final de 5 contra 5 hombres y 21 contra 21 hombres. No se lo pierdan, es realmente espectacular lo que se verá esta tarde. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up in just a few moments, we have the men's triathlon duel beginning at list 3 and 4, where we will have 3 rounds of 3 different categories, 3 different types of competition, and the winner of each of the battles will be the athlete that wins 2 of those 3 different categories. And also the women will be having the final and also the 3rd and 4th place game battle here at lists 1 and 2 of the pole arm duel. So we'll be with you in just a moment with this exciting action.
Hello, Galina. My congratulations. You won the gold medal. How many medals do you have during all the Battle of the Nations?
So good afternoon, Yulia. Yes, this is so that this is my 3rd gold medal on this championship, and now right now I have near 43 or 45 gold medals on all time that I friends.
Have a lot of girls fighters on the Battle of the Nations. How do you, what can you say about the level of the girls this year?
So this year I see some girls from countries I don't fight next year. For example, this is Canada. This is good results from girls from Italy. And in Poland, good girls. So, but for example, girl from Canada, Italy, and France is young girls, and Poland, girl from Poland, Maya Olchak, who is silver winner in this nomination, is my friend. We friends, for example, in Croatia, in Battle of the Nations in 2014 years. So this is a great fighter, and I'm blessed to fight with her.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your time, and our congratulations again. And see you next Battle of the Nations.
Yes, thank you very much.
Спасибо, я так тебе рада.
Спасибо, Юлечка.
Спасибо тебе большое, что ты приезжаешь через нас. С успехом.
There is nothing else like seeing history. The excitement and the anticipation of what happened and what will happen. A new sports event you could only dream of.
Hello, please introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Josef Paul. I'm Czech national team captain.
Cool. So last 2 years, a Battle of the Nation took place in Prague, and now we're in Barcelona. What do you think about it?
I think it's a step forward in our movement. I think that this arena in Barcelona is a really cool place because here is a tradition of some bloody fights on this place. So we bring gladiators to arena again. So I think it's cool.
As captain of national team, how do you support your fighters or motivate your fighters just before the fights?
Just before the fight, we have some warm-up, so we are talking that we hate everyone and so, and so on. But we are sportsmen, so every single fighter has his own warm-up. So I try to not disturb them. So it's on each fighter to warm up himself.
I saw some of your fights during yesterday, and it was really impressive. So how is it going for national team of Czech Republic right now?
So in a category 21 versus 21, we passed from group, but it was not good as last year. So we decided to go from this category out because we are not sure that the impression and then our fights won't be so good. So we decided to go out. In a 5 versus 5, we passed from group. Each team passed from group, and we lost with really good teams like Ukraine and Russia. So for me, I'm really pleased that my fighters went really well. And today we are fighting in a category triathlon, women's triathlon, and in a women's 3-on-3 board. So we beat them.
So your girls is too cool, yes?
Yeah. It's a real surprise for us because girls are, I think, for the second time in a board, and after last year they made really good and really big step in their stamina and so on. They are really better than last year.
Thank you so much for your time. We wish good luck to your team and have fun today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Battle of the Nations 2017 in Barcelona. We're on the third and final day. Looks like we're kicking off the men's triathlon dual category, the 1 versus 1 finals. Unfortunately, running a little late, about 20 minutes behind schedule, but we will make sure that we do our best to regain that time. Here we have Team USA up against what looks to be a Ukrainian fighter. Yes, a Ukrainian fighter that we've seen previously in competition with the, I think, sword and buckler. The Ukrainians standing very ready. Obviously, the marshals trying to figure out the proceedings, making sure that everyone is ready. The Ukrainian now choosing to relax a little, but still on his feet, still raring to go.
En la liza número 3, el primer combate entre Estados Unidos y Ucrania en este triatlón, categoría 1 contra 1 hombres de nuestra batalla histórica medieval.
Some communications there from, I believe, the Moldovan marshal about something.
En la Plaza de Toros Monumental de Barcelona.
Knight Marshal ready to start the longsword round of the triathlon finals men's category, 1 versus 1.
Espada larga. Recuerden que son 3 pruebas, una detrás de otra.
And we're off. Nice friendly touch from the American. The Ukrainian ready to go though, looking for an opportune moment. The fast strikes there from the American, coming from a low guard. Fantastic defense there by the American. I don't think most of those shots are coming through from the Ukrainian, and he's expending a lot of energy. Or most of those being caught on the gauntlet. Oh, a few coming through there. The trading blows are almost 1 for 1 with the American. The American using a lot less energy.
2 fighters, USA and Ukraine fighting.
Some definite power there behind that final blow from the American, shifting the weight of the Ukrainian to the side.
Yeah, that's right.
The energy is here though, definitely kicking off the triathlons, showing some of the best fighters from each team. A nice feint there from the Ukrainian as he went down to the waist.
Yeah, his helmet seems to be slightly, it needs a mild adjustment there.
Might be a little off center.
Yep.
That may have been due to the very hard hit from the US. You can see the Ukrainian now not fighting strongly as he was before and backing up. Seems like he may have exhausted himself. And the American keeping a nice high guard, stopping a lot of those shots from the Ukrainian. Very smart move from the Ukrainian to shift his body a little bit when he's attacking to get around the high guard of the American. And that seems to be called there.
Yeah, some good aggression from both fighters there. Very, very close, quite difficult to call. Possibly a few more connections there, I think, from the American fighter.
I do think so. As you could see, I believe we'll get a replay. The first few sections of the fight meant that the Ukrainian, even though striking fiercely, was not getting around that that high center guard from the American. The American didn't even need to move. It seems like it was mainly collecting the gauntlets.
Great defensively, the US fighters we saw yesterday with the sword and shield. That stunning defense there, almost impenetrable. So I think we're seeing a lot of the same in the longsword category here. And we now move into the sword and buckler category. I'm expecting more of a cautious approach to this. And you've got the Knight Marshal calling time here. We do actually have here, just by the commentary box, a number of Knight Marshals here. They are
the medic has been called. Maybe for the Ukrainian fighter.
It appears so.
You did mention that helmet looked to be a little uneven. It might be a blood, some sort of cut. It looks to be a Moldovan member there supporting the Ukrainian member.
Well, the Ukrainian captain, as I was saying, is near the commentary box here with 3 of the Knight Marshals, and they're still disputing a point from that women's polearm category. There appears to be some kind of swelling there rather than a cut. I just think they'll try to apply some water to it at the moment. It doesn't seem too bad. However, it is causing some discomfort to the Ukrainian fighter. As we have the break in the action here.
Discomfort, though, is part of the sport. So if it doesn't affect him in terms of his ability to see and continue fighting in a range of motion, he really should continue.
Well, that said, it's better to be safe than sorry, especially with your eye.
Agreed. But we can't quite see now if it was a cut. There seemed to be some sort of bandage being applied, so I think it probably was a cut.
Right. Okay, you're absolutely right there.
Which has, of course, like most sports, there will be obviously a blood rule.
Yeah.
If there is any blood showing, for health and safety reasons, it must be closed up. And on top of that, making sure that it isn't going to affect the vision of the Ukrainian fighter.
Yeah. Appears to be okay now, and can continue into the next round of this triathlon, the sword and buckler.
El luchador está preparado para continuar ahora con la siguiente ronda y la siguiente modalidad, que como hemos dicho es
Very interesting choice not to have any chain aventail to defect his collarbones and I think trapezoids of those muscles.
That's right.
Friendly tap from the both teams. Ukrainian ready to go.
I see a long stance there from Ukraine. And again, the US fighter keeping the defense quite close.
But those shots, wow, obviously.
Very nice work there. Very skillful from the American.
Incredibly so. Those shots are usually meant to go from the leg from that stance, but he swapped to a head attack.
That was a nice shot there. But I think the marshals may have called it. There seems to be some dispute.
Asking them to reset. The American not quite aware as to why this has happened. Resets with no friendly tap. Obviously just having to go ahead.
A nice leg shot there from the Ukrainian.
I think it was a headshot was collected from the Ukrainian, though.
And you can see the marshal, the lower screen, that's actually calling a third hit, but it's not agreed by the others.
American seeming very calm. Maybe a little confused as to why there was a pause before.
moves on to the next round of competition.
The Ukrainians shoulders heaving as they try to catch their breath.
Now some cautious approaches there from the US fighter, who has a very, very close defense. And again, another shot. The Ukrainian working on those legs of the American. However, he is leaving himself slightly exposed here. Good defense, however, to the headshots.
The Ukrainian doing a fantastic defense to the headshots, which is what's racking up those points in terms of a leg. I think that round may have gone to the Ukrainian, as we did see him in the sword and buckler on day one.
Yes, that's right.
And he did very well in that.
Y ahora la última modalidad en la tercera ronda es de espada y escudo.
And we're going now to the final phase of this triathlon.
It'll be interesting to see who comes out on top of this, as I don't think either of them have been involved in the sword and shield fight yet. Maybe the Ukrainian. I can't remember whether he was involved in the sword and shield.
Preparados los luchadores.
Getting ready for the third and final round of this bout between the American and the Ukrainian, being sword and shield.
Very closely fought between these two.
Going for that high guard there.
Yeah.
Maybe not as...
nice
aggressive
to the
work.
side there.
It was the guard that they were doing with the sword and buckler, but now at the shield. It may not work as he's losing his ability to defend his lower leg with that.
A nice strike there from the Ukrainian to the side.
Definitely fast. He's varying his shots enough. The American, I think, a bit too patient, a bit too
We
calm.
just see, it looks like in the other list we have got Russia against Poland.
Kicking off and getting crazy. We'll make sure we get to that shortly.
Two very, very fast fighters. I can see now, we cut.
Obviously trying to give you the best shot of each fight. It is chaos in the other round.
More than a split second wouldn't be bad, though. Thanks, technicians.
It is chaos in the other round, the other list.
Yeah, very fast fighting, very exciting. Great work from both of these fighters. Both extremely fast.
The American here, though, is pressing the Ukrainian, but doesn't seem to be really scoring that many points. Ukrainian on the defensive, I don't think comfortable, but still getting those shots in. Australian looking very calm. Sorry, the American looking very calm. Doesn't look like he's really fast. Time is called. And hopefully we'll be able to cut to the longsword fight in the first round between the Russian and the Polish fighter.
Although you can't see it, I'm not focusing on it, but there's some more shots coming from the Polish fight, and that's the end of the first. That's the end of the first round in Poland versus Russia. The longsword that will now go to sword and buckler.
El ganador, Ucrania. En la lista número 4, cambian de disciplina. Pasando a espada.
Now you can see now the Russian fighter, Sergei Ukalov.
In the second round,
An absolute master of longsword.
We apologize for some of the technical difficulties that meant that we were switching between cameras there.
As we see Poland and Russia getting ready for the second round, the sword and buckler.
Very friendly between the two of them.
Know each other very well, yep. They've taken part in tournaments together. Again, I do apologize for the camera not focusing on the actual fighting.
The audience seems to love that. That was a good engagement. Sorry we couldn't show you that. Hopefully now we'll be able to show you some of the intense fighting between these two. I think the best fighters in the 1 versus 1 for this entire tournament so far.
Marshall's still conferring over a point that there might be a disagreement over the points scored there. And they've given it so they can continue as we get underway in Poland against Russia in the other list. So both lists, Poland against Russia. You can see there the precision of Ukalov, the Russian fighter in the light. Yeah.
Polish fighter wanting to strike, but not committing to anything just yet. A lot of feigning here, wanting to make sure that the strikes count. You can't leave too much open like he just did.
Overhead there.
The Russian obviously scoring a lot of heavy points at the beginning of the round, meaning that he can now just play defensively and wait his turn. Some fancy footwork there. Not sure if it was a show or actually required.
Well, I think that's quite normal. He does like to switch his stances.
Smart feint there from the Polish, then going
Yep.
to defend.
You can see very close to grabbing on, but that was a strike only with one hand on the hilt, so on the sword.
Polish fighter looking to the marshal, looking confused. Maybe
And the other list, there do seem to be a few discrepancies. The marshals are constantly conferring.
Polish
It's,
fighter looking for the fist bump from the Russian missing it completely.
Excellent.
We now cross to the buckler with Russia
So
and
two
Poland.
very similar stances here.
Incredibly so, their legs are looking to be away. Polish fighter with far more reach than the Russian.
Yep.
But the speed, I think, might be
Yeah, two very fast fighters, you can see.
obviously deciding together that wasn't wasn't worthwhile
Very
staying
professional, these two.
there. Looking for technique and skill rather than brutality.
Great shots there from the Russian. Nice sweeps from the Polish, and I think that's been called. No?
Some fantastic shots there from the
Yeah.
Polish. I think he got a good 3, very low.
Really two incredible fighters.
But all it takes is one slight gap, and if you can capitalize on that like the Polish fighter just did against the Russian fighter, you might actually win this.
Well, it looks like they'll go to the third and final round there. Their sword and shield.
Looks like there might be a bit of an issue with the armor, the Knight Marshal, or one of the Knight Marshals
Okay.
checking the Polish outfit.
I'm not sure. They may just be changing it over. Oh, no, it is, in fact. Yeah, you're right. The Marshal was checking that.
Removing it, I think, maybe to allow for the shield to be put on.
But it was definitely checked by the Knight Marshal, as you said.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in the sword versus shield, I would have to go for Petrik in this round, the Russian.
I do believe so. He's shown his worth in not only being the world champion, but at the same time being the most recent fighter's fight. But that is an interesting point. He isn't as well rested as the Polish fighter. Now, he may be more experienced, but the Polish fighter has the rest, and he does have the reach.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see if he's able to take a few of these shots. We did meet him earlier, and you had a conversation with him.
Yeah.
We cut now to the Polish fighter against the Russian fighter in their second round with the sword and buckler. Again, both these fighters not really...
You can see the great reach there from the Russian. Nice shot to the head. The Polish fighter going for the fencing maneuvers, but just not connecting. He's lifting the sword too high.
I think there was a few shots there that were very mirrored, but I think the Polish fighter adjusted enough to collect some of those higher shots. Not unfortunately able to outdo the Russian, I think, though. Very even.
Just across the way in the other list is Russia versus Poland, the sword and shield. A lot of action happening there. Both two very fast fighters. Getting to a clinch.
Getting physical on this list as well. Some great shots by the Polish fighter there.
I think that was already called, however, before he got that last strike in. We go now to the sword and shield.
See the shield from the Polish fighter much. Oh no! Now he's raised it. It was lower than the Russian fighter.
Yeah.
And maybe rightfully so.
The Russian fighter likes to keep a high shield and keeps his legs well out of the way. As you can see, both fighters very fast with these evasive jump backs.
Seems that the cut now to the incredibly fast fighting from both team members.
And I'll give that one to the Russian as well. I think you got the last shots there.
I'm not too sure. He seems confident, but the Polish fighter is definitely throwing as much energy as he can at the Russian. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a very, very even fight. I've been stuck in some fights like this where if you think you've got the upper hand, you might lose that one final point.
Yeah.
Again, a lot of pausing between these two, but when it explodes strong.
Yep, that's a great defensive block there from the Russian.
A bit of a test at the ground for the Polish fighter. One final, that was called by the marshals.
Yeah, and in the other list, Russia versus Poland has come to a close.
Interesting to see this Russian. Looks like he has almost no arm armor, but maybe there is padding or armor underneath his forearm. In the end, it doesn't matter where the armor is placed, as long as the armor is
Well, that's
solid.
right.
Choosing to take off his elbow piece, which hopefully will not lead to any injury.
Well, he's well protected there. I can't see that coming to anything.
The only issue could be if possibly in a bow hurt somebody came from another angle.
Oh,
From-
yeah.
From here,
For sure.
unlikely for anything to happen. Oh, the Polish fighter does not seem to have a shield at the moment. I think.
Perhaps he's waiting for his teammate on the other side.
No. The shield
And
has been passed over.
announcement is called to the Russian fighter who has defeated the Pole. That's a very close and entertaining match.
Indeed. This one here, I think, very interesting in its own right. The other two fighters, brilliant, but when you have such experienced fighters, it's sometimes a matter of split seconds as to who the winner is. This is slightly slower,
Yeah.
but at the same time could still be anyone's game.
And you can see the upright stance of the Russian fighter there. Doesn't lean far back as the other Russian we saw before. Doesn't like to go in for these lunges. I think something's come loose there, but hasn't been stopped, so I think it's just a rondel, yeah.
A very low guard there from the Russian, stopping those leg shots, but the Polish fighter leaning in, really making sure that he's still defending himself well.
Yeah,
against
great
those
defense
shots.
there also from the Pole. You can see now
Russian on
leaning
the
back.
back foot.
Nice move there.
The Polish fighter being unfortunately shifted to the side.
Very entertaining fight this.
Some smart shots there by the Polish fighter underneath the shield. And the Russian looking a bit wild there with some of their shots. But the Polish fighter, the Russian leaving his shield a bit more out in the open, not wanting to put his sword arm forward.
Yeah, again, he keeps his defense very, very close.
Very smart defense there from the Polish fighter, knowing that the Russian would shift his energy to a lower strike. Ooh, looks like there might just be a few little shots getting in here against the Russian fighter, but not much getting past the Polish defense. This may actually be the strength of the Polish fighter here. As you may hear in the background, here there is a lot of commotion happening here.
Yeah,
with
it's in
the
fact this is down to that issue with the women's pole arm category, in which we can see now a lot of the night marshals involved in this discussion. The captains of both the Russian and Ukrainian team are involved in the discussions, and in fact the president of HMBIA is now involved.
The two fighters being called together was very close. I might put my... No.
And it's gone to the Russian Sergei Ukalov.
Well done. He may have won on the other rounds. I do believe that final round, though, was in Polish favor.
Right.
Though it was hard to tell, of course. We see now on the other list the start of the triathlon between, I believe, the Moldovan and the American from USA.
That's right, yeah. And going on, we have Russia 3 against Ukraine.
Here, high guard start from no, he's changed his position. The US fight obviously realizing it was not to his advantage, maybe just shifting some armor. Moldovan retreating, not exactly sure of it.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to...
Again, some smart work there from the American with a low start, moving to a headshot, confuses them every time.
Yep.
Ooh, bit of a hack here from the
So
shin.
nice work there from the Moldovan, taking advantage of the difficult position of the American. However, there's some nice shots to the side there. Also from the American, very nearly gets caught in his helmet.
American now being faster to retreat to the Moldovan, I think luring him into a sense of confidence.
Yeah.
And being able to take his weapon.
Yeah, that's a great shot there from the American fighter, taking advantage of that, and he has gone over the rope. These ropes do need to be a bit tighter because it's just too easy to trip over them.
Indeed, but unfortunately, I don't think much ropes can withstand 100 kilos or so of something pushing through it.
Right.
Some testing shots there from the American. The Moldovan coming in with some really strong shots.
Yeah.
They're getting past the forearms.
I was going for a fight there with the fist. Of course, there's not pro fights here.
No, but it is part of a long sword technique to be able
Yep.
to control the enemy's movements with your offhand.
Yeah, that's right. And just in the other list, Ukraine versus Russia 3. It's a very, very cautious fight. There's a lot more happening with Moldova and USA.
Especially from Moldova's side,
Yep.
really leaving it all out on the field. Hopefully we'll have enough for the other rounds. This American looking a bit exhausted, a bit
Yep.
pushed around. Not sure if he's happy.
Well, it's very aggressive from the Moldovan there. However, they've got sword and buckler and sword and shield to go. I'd have to say I would give it to the Moldovan at this point.
I think that might be his strength, and that's why he really garnered as many points as possible. And
That's right.
Gavin, in the triathlon, how are the points collated at the end?
In the triathlon, how will they gathered? Well, it goes by victory, so each round is independent. For example, so you have to win by a 2-to-1 advantage as a minimum.
And obviously, the key thing here, if you have an advantage, you want to smash out that victory, but you shouldn't exhaust yourself so that you can't.
This is
win
the
these
thing.
other rounds.
I think the American fighter was much more controlled in it, and the Moldovan seemed to be exerting himself. And though he may have got that round, and I would give it to him in that case. However, we saw the American earlier with the sword and buckler and the sword and shield, and keeps a very, very high defense. And I think he'll be waiting to take advantage of the exertion of the Moldovan.
Maybe the Moldovan has more in his tank. It might not be over yet for him.
Well, that's it. The fitness of these for 1 versus 1 duelists is extremely high, so I've got no doubt in my mind they'll be able to continue on at the same level of energy.
And especially the triathlon, there's a different difference in the style of fighting, obviously, in every single form, and requiring different levels of fitness, different guards, different muscle groups. And so, full respect to these fighters and their fitness regime.
And looks like the Russia versus Ukraine fight is still waiting to get underway in the second round. No, actually, I beg your pardon, they'll still be going in the long sword. Oh no, sword and buckler, I beg your pardon. And that's some nice work there.
This Ukrainian known for
Russian.
his lunging and,
Yep.
and
Takes one to the head there, however.
but the Russian very good at his low shots.
Yeah, he's got a very calm game there.
These almost
And
squatting.
that's called.
Shot nearly come through there. For your own safety, you do not want to be dropping your guard until you can make sure that the other opponent has stopped attacking.
That's right. You can see how high the Russian keeps his guard. He knows that the Ukrainian will go for those shots, and that one's called.
We have in the other list the Moldovan now. Again, aggressively approaching the American. But I think the American getting some fantastic shots in it. You can hear that ring through the stadium.
Yeah.
A nice aggressive work there from the Ukrainian, pressing into the Russian on your screen. But the Russian...
That's a good shot there from the Russian. Nice
waiting.
attack there. I'm seeing a lot of... I think the Russians waiting too long. There's some good lunges coming through and not wasting time.
I think this might be something that will shock the teams. This Ukrainian taking on this Russian, but
How so?
well, the Russian did very well in the sword and buckler tournament 2 days ago.
Right.
But and I believe actually beat this Ukrainian fighter in that competition. But now the Ukrainian seems to be taking his aggressive advantage.
Some sharp work to the head by the Russian fighter.
Time has been called in the other list as well with the Moldovan and the American.
So both of these fights, I think, perhaps there's one more round of sword and buckler with the American and Moldovan, which we'll see now.
Marshall's obviously discussing. Seems like we have One final session here. Moldovan pressing up towards the American fighter.
That's a nice shot to the leg there.
Head and leg by the Moldovan. That's 2 clean points. I think fantastic work by the Moldovan.
Good defensive work by the American, however.
Indeed, but at the same time, there might be a word to the Moldovan about those punches, about the shield coming in a bit
Right.
too fast. Seems to be like they're working on a bit of armor here, obviously to swap over to the sword and shield.
Yep. Looks like all fighters are now in the list. All 4. As I'm just announcing now that the discussions among the marshals and the captains about the women's polearm category have meant that there will be a final point replayed in the upper list.
This is the second replay, actually.
This is the second replay. Now, I don't think I've ever seen deliberations go on for so long among marshals after a decision was made. However, they've been closely looking at the footage. We have all the monitors here that they can go back to make appeals at any point. And it involved 1.5 night marshals and 3 ordinary marshals.
I think the interesting situation here is they may not have been willing to do so if there wasn't these many lists and the ability to have that rematch almost whenever they so choose. We now see the Russian and Ukrainian fighter doing their sword and shield run, the third and final round.
A nice shot there to the leg from the Russian.
Sword and shield.
Very
Great
aggressive
shot to
there.
the head there.
Very aggressive from the Ukrainian, but I think he may not be used to this large shield. And maybe for his
Doesn't
smaller
seem
buckler.
desperately comfortable with it.
Whereas the Ukrainian is, the Russian is getting some great low shots. One of the worrying things, obviously, as I mentioned before, is losing that vision, and the Ukrainian is definitely covering his face a bit too early. I think he's going to lose vision of the shots coming in from the Russian. The Moldovan against the American in the other list. Moldovan again being very aggressive, and the American dealing with some pushes and punches from the Moldovan.
Well, and the American fighter has gone down there. And that's the second time he's tripped over that rope.
It wasn't actually a trip, it was a shove from the Moldovan.
It was a shove, was it?
That placed him on the ground. Being a very aggressive, but not even scoring points, just wanting to put him on the ground. The audience obviously loving it, but I don't think the...
Well, it does make for a spectacle, I suppose.
Fantastic shot from the Russian there to the Ukrainian's head, and time is called. Hopefully we'll cross straight to the Moldovan. Again, charging into the American.
Oh, that's a big blow, grounding the American fighter with pure force.
It is unfortunate that he keeps getting pushed against that rope edge. American.
You can see the Moldovan in control of this fight now, showing the aggression.
The US fighter seeming very calm about this.
Yeah, far too calm. He can't move his shield off. He seems to be very worn out now.
I don't think he's worn out. He hasn't seemed to, through this entire competition, bring out the energy that the Moldovan has. I think he's maybe choosing not to engage as strongly as he would like.
Well, I think he's going to have to if he wants to keep up with this. Time has been called there.
Sometimes...
And he's asked the fighters to shake hands there because it was such a violent fight at times.
I don't believe the USA team member is happy with that at all. Maybe not his performance, but at the same time, it is one of those things that is a bit touchy when there's a certain etiquette in some of these competitions.
Yeah, when you've got to show that sort of respect.
But I mean,
other fighters.
I was meaning the etiquette of when you're fighting.
Right.
Maybe not in these more technical fights. The aggression shown should be in using the weapon rather than pushing and shoving like the Moldovan has been doing. And it's really a question of if there's rules against it, and if not, is the Moldovan capitalizing on a talent and ability?
Yep.
And is it really just a matter of sportsmanship and morals that certain team members choose to stand by.
And the top list, we still have the final of the women's polearm category, Russia versus Ukraine. That fight is due to finish in July 2048.
I think this is...
the winner between Moldova and the United States on list number 4 was Moldova.
Okay,
3
Moldova
rounds to 0.
gets a clean sheet there against the US fighter. And here we have it, the Russian versus Ukrainian final in women's polearm.
Obviously, pausing again to chat about these things.
But it must have some psychological impact on the fighters themselves, being told that they have to go back, being told to wait around. I mean, these discussions were going on for a long time.
Indeed, it seems that it has been given to the Russian this time. And
Right.
So one of the Ukrainians, visually annoyed. But it'll be interesting to see whether this now ends up with another footage review. We didn't see any of the fights, so we don't know if there was anything that was contended.
Yep. That fight, of course, due to finish an hour ago, but I believe it's come to a conclusion now without too much discussion among the marshals.
And this, of course, was the point, I think, of Avalok, the Team USA captain, and he mentioned to me yesterday, is it's not fun for the viewers and not fun sometimes for the fighters to have this continuous back and forth.
But at the same time, it's a will to win. It has something been decided correctly. Marshals do put up with a lot of flack from people about decisions. Yes, it's true, mistakes can be made. And this is why some are so hotly contended.
It really becomes a matter of what you come here for. And I think, there's so much on the line for so many of the fighters. When I must mention, when I was speaking to Avalok, this was after the decisions had already been in his favor after the video review, and he still mentioned that he wasn't happy with having to go to video reviews simply because of the time taken and the, I think, change in the approach towards his competition in that aspect. But I personally, of course, would like calls to be backed up by that video review and to make sure that there's no human error. As fantastic as everybody is in here, the fighters, the marshals, the organization, there is human error, and to have the technology that we have nowadays to make sure that there is no fault.
That's it. Yeah, these things can and do happen, but fortunately we do have all of the technology available. We've got 16 different screens going on which can be used by the marshals.
Cameras coming in strong. We're going to take a bit of a break here as we wrap things up and eventually...
Yep, we'll be...
There is nothing else like seeing history. The excitement and the anticipation of what happened and what will happen. A new sports event you could only dream of. Feel the spirit of competition in a European city. More than 750 participants will fight to define the strongest nation. Support your team from the beginning until victory. Real armor, authentic weapons, and full contact combat. Step into the Middle Ages. Explore the authenticity and passion. The greatest fight of the year. World Championship in historical medieval battle. Sport you've never seen before. 29th of April to the 1st of May, Barcelona. Battle of the Nations 2017.
Empezando esa semifinal que quedaba pendiente de la modalidad de triatlón que pueden ver en la lista 4.
Really seen from the Moldovan this time around, but he's you can see both these fighters matched in terms of the physical aspect, both releasing their grip from the long swords. You see there the Russian really taking it to the Moldovan.
Bien, les vamos explicando cómo funcionan estas competiciones o estas categorías de uno contra uno.
Moldovan that has got the aggressiveness, but I'm not sure we've got the same stamina as this Russian fighter. Big strike down there. Some nice movement there from the Russian. I'm not sure that's just a piece of the cloth. Okay, the marshal having word now about gripping on to the other fighter, just a verbal warning there.
Not sure the Russian is too happy about that. Gripping.
Yeah, nice evasive move, but I still think the Moldovan caught there. Great push there from the Russian, which is not so characteristic of him. I think he's trying to match the aggressive physical approach of this Moldovan.
Indeed, and lock his arms up there to stop the swings from coming through. Marshall's making sure there's a break, and I think that's the end of the first round.
Yeah, that was very nice. Great physical work there from both of the fighters. I think the Russian is somebody who prefers to fence, whereas the Moldovan was going for a more physical approach to his fight. And just in the top list, you can see the start of the women's dual categories there. You can see Russian lunging, got some great shots to the head there. And the Moldovan trying to grip on, the Russian having none of it. However, then started to play him at his own game. You can see there, yeah, uncharacteristic of the Russian there. But it was purely because the Moldovan fighter was gripping onto him and actually trying to restrict the movement of his sword. That's where the warning would have come from.
Yeah, oh, you can see that grip coming in there. It's unfortunate that the hand was placed in the wrong position. Now we start the sword and buckler section of this this fight. Some nice flourishing from the Moldovan, but very precise hits from the Russian, getting through the Moldovan's guard.
A great shot there to the side from the Russian, and once again the Moldovan trying to take the fight to this Russian, looking to restrict some movement, but he's not going to get any points that way.
I'm not sure why he's focusing on this.
It might be just a habit of his fighting style.
Indeed.
That might be more Moldovan. So just in the top list now, we have Finland versus Ukraine.
Or,
beg your pardon, no, that's Israel.
Yes, Israel versus Ukraine. And that is time between Moldova and, or maybe just a reset. Very outward guard from the Moldovan, keeping that buckler very far away from him.
The fighters advance thanks to the points that they are able to accumulate. Each hit, each clear hit
Here.
is 1 point.
You see again, very tense movement there. The Russian not letting himself getting too relaxed. Once again, the Moldovan trying to stretch out the right arm, the sword arm of the Russian, so that he can't get any strikes in. However,
Fantastic shots
yeah,
by there.
very nice.
The Russian meeting the aggression, being, as I mentioned before, Russians known for their adaptability, meeting the Moldovan's energy and trapping up that that sword arm while hacking at the leg. The Moldovan did catch a few of those shots on the shield though,
That's right.
so it'll be interesting to see who it goes to. Very different styles of fighting, but at the same time, very skilled fighters, both of them.
Inflicts upon the other. Here we can see the skill, the individual skill.
Yeah, now we
with the sword,
can't see what is happening in the women's polearm category, but all eyes on this semi-final of the men's category as they get ready for now sword and shield. And you have Moldova against Russia. I believe this is Russia 1, and in fact he was the champion of the men's triathlon last year, so he is the man to beat. And you can see his support there is the winner and still champion of the women's category.
until either none of them stand or where the difference is greater than
There's a conversation happening up in the top left of your screen there with the marshals in regards to the Ukrainian and the Israeli for the, I
extremely spectacular,
believe it might be the silver and
action and
bronze fight.
Yep.
skill important with the weapons, but also
So it looks like we
and strategy.
will be having the women's group battles a little bit later on. We are delayed due to that polearm category.
The fight now starts with the sword and shield. The Moldovan less aggressive now, maybe either because of a word or because this is not his speciality. He was pushing the American around before, but as the Russian is moving towards him, maybe he realizes his energy is not going to do any favors here. Getting some good leg shots in there from the Russian.
Yep. Still a high and varied defense from the Moldovan there. Wide stance from the Russian fighter.
Another rondelle has dropped off.
That is not going to matter so much.
Actually, I think it's the little bit that comes off the side of a knee cup.
Ah, okay.
That may mean that he actually is not able to continue fighting. No, the marshal seems okay with it.
Rondo. You see now a careful approach. Again, this solid stance from the Russian, keeping a very, very high shield, using his defense as the evasive jump back that we've seen so many times, so he can afford to keep his shield so high.
I think he's taking the initiative away from the Moldovan fighter.
And he's lost his weapon.
Broken his weapon, it looks like.
Yeah, in fact.
This is the second weapon broken by this Russian fighter, third for the Russian fighters in total.
Well, yeah, in fact, the support there, as you can see her running back with another sword. They are in the same team together, and they've both had broken swords.
It might be, unfortunately, a little shorter, this sword. We can see in this replay the aggression being shown by the Moldovan to try to meet as though to take it away from the Russian, but not as friendly as it could have been. The Russian now here, obviously looking to press.
That will be quite a distraction, though, when a weapon breaks. It completely ruins the rhythm of the fight.
It does, but I do believe that the very almost identical weapon. In Moldovan, losing pieces of his outfit on the ground, but the Russian seeming quite calm and collected. We'll see who this ends up going to. One of the key things I think the Russian did intelligently there was take the fight to the Moldovan to make sure that the initiative was taken away from the Moldovan to charge. Now we can see it looks to be Team Russia taking...
Is that the Canada?
Team Canada and Team Russia at the top list, ready, I think, for their first 3 versus 3. I was down earlier and noticed all the teams, all the female fighters.
No, I think that's still a polearm category.
You might be
right. Have you got a closer look there?
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Yeah, you can see the ropes there, plus the Ukrainian and Israeli fighter was still fighting with the
win
polearm
goes
category.
to the Russian against the Moldovan.
Very well-deserved victory there.
Definitely. The Moldovan doing an amazing job, if not unconventional, and to some people maybe not, I wouldn't say ethical, maybe not the same
I think it's just one of those things that you get used to a certain style of fighting and fighting in different countries against different nationalities. You know, it's hard to adapt to that. You often wonder, well, why should I adapt to it?
Agreed. When I first started, Australia didn't really mind about not using non-traditional shoes, and so having to move from shoes with quite a good grip to no grip, which is the traditional form, is quite a change. We see in the top left-hand corner of your screen the still, I believe bronze, either bronze and 4th position, or silver and bronze fight for the between the Israeli and the Ukrainian.
Ukrainian. Yeah, saw a lot of energy, physicality from that Israeli fighter earlier. Great movement. And you can see trying to get the surprise shot, but I think the Ukrainian's very well covered and is egging her on.
She's wanting to take it to her, but realizing probably not the best. She's got a lower grip and I think actually a slightly heavier weapon.
Yeah, you saw quite a sluggish strike there. And we saw the speed of the Ukrainian will easily get away from that. And that's a nice shot there. I think it might have actually been defended.
The shots that are heading towards the Ukrainians' left shoulder seem to always be collecting. I don't think that's her her strongest point.
A nice movement around that section from the Ukrainian fighter. However, not showing any aggression. She really needs to counter-attack.
The Israeli known for their backwards movement.
Yeah.
So might not be wise for the Ukrainian to approach her unless it's
well, they should come up with a fast. There's still that moment when the polearm goes all the way to the ground, and that is it will require some fast movement, but it's an ideal point at which to counter-attack. So you can see there.
Fantastic shots from the Israeli down on the head. Michael
nice
Margulis getting annoyed at the how it's not being called, even though those shots were being very clear.
Well, he gets very emotionally involved in all these fights.
He does, puts a lot on the line, regardless of whether he's involved or it's his teammates. Seeing the marshal, Stephen from Australia, having a word there with his fellow marshals.
So just a few moments before we get to the second semi-final of the men's triathlon dual category, which will be Russia 2 versus Russia 3, I believe. But there's been no call on that so far, and the marshals are not yet gathering in that ring. Although
the Russians
you
have
see both of the Russian fighters there.
Now, as you mentioned before, Gavin, the shots coming down, obviously, by the Israeli to try and cleave through. When she was missing, it led to the polearm being dropped to the ground. But as we saw from the men's category of the polearm duel, it was definitely totally fine to, after you struck, just drop your second hand and drag the weapon as you move on backwards to make sure that you are clear. The females have been far better at making sure that their guard stays up the entire time, not striking and then moving backwards. We see the Night Marshal holding the rope here to make sure that the two competitors have it at a more waist height. But again, like it'll be interesting to see. Michael Morgulis had an issue with it in I think his fight, in his polearm fight, but he doesn't seem to be saying anything right now to the Night Marshal. Maybe it was sorted.
Yes, I believe so. And the Russian team has left their part of the list, which tells us that the Canada versus Russia fight has been settled. But Israel and Ukraine still going on.
So we have a champion of the pole arm women.
And the announcer just calling the winner of the gold medal.
Russia has taken that title.
And it's Russia against silver medal for Canada there. That's a big result for them. Last year the winner in the women's polearm category was from Moldova.
So great display for this entire tournament by Russia, but good to see the silver medalists ranging all across the board.
Yeah.
I think we're seeing the head of that, the polearm from the Israeli fighter getting a bit loose there. It might lead to a breakage. Again, the Israeli fighter doing all the work here, the Ukrainian not really choosing to get involved at all.
Yeah.
Some aggressive work, some punches coming through.
They're both going for the punches there.
Unfortunately, some shots missed, I feel, by the Israeli. She had composed herself earlier, but didn't have a go at the Ukrainian when maybe she could have scored a few good points.
And just in the lower list now, you can see that there.
And I was right, that head has come off for the Israeli fighter.
And you see Mikhail Morgulis rushes to get some. They have had a few breakages there, the Israelis.
And here you have a half that is doesn't seem as straight as the previous one. I wonder how that will affect her. Sometimes a curved half can actually lead to stronger strikes.
Yeah.
The helmet was removed for the Ukrainian fighter to get some air, but sorry, the helmet wasn't removed, but they were just trying to get some air to her.
Yeah.
I don't think they realized that they were ready. Again, that rope needs to be made tighter. Marshall obviously doing his best to keep it, keeping it at waist height.
At the same time, it should be tight at all times. I can see the other rope has already been removed on the other side of the list.
Getting ready for the women's 3 versus 3. As I mentioned before, in my eyes, these half lists here are the perfect size for 3 versus 3 and 5 versus 5. Otherwise, the list is way too big. one of those fights.
I don't know. I would disagree with you on that one, because I think it's nice to see the athleticism which is required to get from one side to the other. The charges, people build up enough momentum.
And for a lot of people who haven't done this, it may seem ridiculous to think that running from one side to the other is requiring athleticism. But in all this armor, in this heat,
Yeah, it really is.
it's stressful. Now, not on the screen at the moment, we have, I believe, the finals of triathlon, the semi-finals. No, the finals, sorry, with, I believe, the bronze and fourth place between the
I'm not sure, because we've got...
Moldova versus Russia.
yeah.
Very aggressive from the Moldovan again, hooking, and the marshal getting involved, trying to break it up.
Yep.
This tense polearm fight here happening, but unfortunately not much. Not much going on.
No, very little going on, unfortunately.
I think the Israelis getting a little annoyed with this Ukrainian, almost refusing to do anything.
Yeah, there's absolutely no aggression whatsoever coming from the Ukrainian. She is just standing there.
Which is, as much as it may actually be a tactic, it, to me, is a little unsportsman.
Yeah, I mean, this, if you don't mind me saying, is the whole problem with the category. Is that, you know, you do get these moments where people will just wait for the more aggressive attack and they want to counter attack.
Maybe a development could be a countdown timer between attacks.
Yeah, I mean, this needs to be timed rather than going for hits.
Maybe on top of that, there must be a maximum of 10 seconds between strikes. 10 seconds could be a long time in a fight. Well, so 10 seconds between strike would be very generous, but at least would not have them standing around with no commitment.
Yeah, there's just a lull in the action. There's really nothing happening. The more aggressive fighter, of course, is the Israeli, who at least is making these attempts. Is not waiting for counterattacks. Nice aggression there from the Israeli. Blocked, unfortunately, by the Ukrainian.
I think it was unfortunately more the distance. The Ukrainian was pressing before, but not doing so incredibly aggressively. Ooh. Looks like she finally saw an opportunity, but unfortunately only collected the forearm or the elbow of the Israeli fighter. Israeli swapping hands, hoping to.
Well, she can mix styles very well. Yep, she's good at striking from both angles with pole arms.
I do believe that if Israel does keep up her attacks and makes them faster, then she might actually win this.
You can see here, once again, the Israeli going for not even much defense put up by the Ukrainian fighter at all. And hopefully we'll get back to the triathlon. And looks like we will finally move our attention from the polearm fight to the sword and buckler.
As we see the two Russian fighters actually getting ready in the other list as well for their triathlon final.
Yep.
It is interesting to see three Russians in these triathlons. Would it be the first time that they have taken gold, silver and bronze?
I think it's the... How many editions have there been of Battle of the Nations? Yeah, exactly.
5, 6.
No, they've taken gold, silver and bronze every time. However, there have been some very close contests. In fact, just in the longsword category on the other monitor, I'm seeing that Sergei Ukalov has actually been grounded by his opponent.
I think an issue with the armor, though, not an injury. The Moldovan pressing against the Russian, time being called there, or maybe just a reset.
An adjustment on the armor of the Russian fighter in the other list. However, some early strikes coming from Russia against the Moldovan. And it looks like, there may be an injury for the Russian fighter in the final. This is really bad news. He does seem to be limping quite badly.
To me, it actually looks like the armor is not allowing him to move. There is no help. No one is supporting him.
It's a medic behind him, but...
yeah, so it might actually be an injury or be confused, but it might be armor. The fight's still going on between Israel and Ukraine up in the top.
Yeah, well, you know, when September comes.
There's some strong shots there from the Russian against the Moldovan, but the Moldovan pressing hard.
Yeah. Well, that's smart work there from great evasive action there from the Russian fighter.
May not have been enough, as a few did connect from the Moldovan.
Yep. The Moldovan seems very impressive in this sword and buckler round, has to be said.
Indeed, but he usually has been playing defensively with that sword and shield, at least against the other Russian.
Yep.
He used every opportunity he could to push over the USA fighter.
Yeah. It's certainly a much cleaner fight from the Moldovan. I know they change over to the shield, and I think they're fairly evenly matched, to be fair. And it looks like, yeah, the Russian fighter, Russia 2, is limping very, very badly, and unfortunately it means he has to withdraw from the final. Well, that's a terrible loss for him.
Obviously good friends there.
Yeah.
Looks like there's no jam.
No, there's no jam. That's definitely an injury.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for him. But look, a silver medal is definitely nothing to cough at.
Well, he took the silver last year, so this year he's still really on top of his game. And he was looking to get a gold medal, of course, and had a great chance of doing so.
In life, sometimes you have a choice between being frustrated and disappointed, or taking what you have. And he's obviously, and most of these fighters choose to take the opportunity to be grateful for the opportunity to be here.
And that's the thing. Well, I think he was unlucky to take a strike. I'm not sure if he was because he lunged badly, which is the more likely thing, rather than taking a strike as it came down. But it wasn't, of course, it wasn't intentionally on the ankle or the foot. Goes without saying.
Now we see the fight starting between the Moldovan and the Russian in the lower half. There was seemingly a result for the Israeli versus Ukraine fight. Whether or not we know what the result is, we'll find out eventually. Some fast work by the Russian, but again, the Moldovan pressing hard. Those shots coming in from the Russian, though, being very clean, catching the Moldovan off guard.
Yep, a nice strike there. Great headshot from the Russian. Big aggression now coming from the Moldovan as they grip, and it's going to almost go to the ground there, but they kept their footing very well.
Russian doing an amazing job to make sure that he had no advantage even while the Moldovan was pushing. Being very conservative with the shots on the back foot. Getting some nice good leg shots.
There. And the Russian can't quite get into that leg. He's got his sword arm trapped in by that shield, but at the same time, the Moldovan wasn't able to get any strikes in either.
The Russian, I believe, made that move on purpose to trap the sword arm, but unfortunately had the counter by the Moldovan, bringing the shield up and wrapping his sword arm as well. Some fantastic shots by the Russian.
Very, very good.
Very accurate in getting these open spots by the Moldovan.
I think now the Russian's in control of this round.
I think he's not giving the Moldovan a chance to gather himself and charge, which means that the Moldovan is maybe a bit confused, a bit flourished by this.
And that is called time.
I do believe that will actually go to the Russian. That was a fantastic last round. It was just to be seen, obviously, which round they won. Sword and shield is not enough. The long sword, obviously, being Moldova's strongest fight, I think.
Victory given that to the Russian. A great fight that was.
Which gives gold, silver and bronze in the triathlon to the Russians.
Well, very impressive fighting, and really it's incredible the way the standard just gets higher and higher and higher every year with these Russians.
We can see the injured Russian there with his...
It doesn't seem so interested in medical attention right now. It might just be a strain.
It may be an aggravated previous injury.
Quite possibly.
I know what that's like. If you recognize it and you know that you do not want to have that get worse.
That's right.
Can put you out of the game for some time. Even if it is Battle of the Nations, there's no point damaging yourself where you're going to miss out on months and months of tournaments.
Absolutely. We'll be right back after a couple of minutes, moving straight on into the 3 versus 3 playoff. Stay with us.
Para la siguiente competición, muy espectacular. Batalla de 3 contra 3 mujeres, que como hemos mencionado antes, es el tipo de categoría donde hay que tirar al suelo a los contrarios. Bien. En la liza 1 y 2 empezaremos pues dentro de poco con 3 contra 3 mujeres. Recordemos que se
You join us once again for the women's 3 versus 3 group battles. And you can see Russia there waiting for their opponents. We have a number of teams ready for these playoffs. Opponents still yet to enter the list. There are a number of mercenary teams in order to participate in the 3 versus 3. Last year, Poland fought with one of the Australians, Sky Burney, and Ira Rogorowski. Poland, unfortunately, not participating in the 3 versus 3. Kamila Henkelman is not taking part in this edition of Battle of the Nations due to an injury to her leg. However, Sky Burney and Ira Rogorowski are both mercenaries for the Australian team this year. Does make you think if perhaps they'll all get together to be a mercenary team for Israel and return the favour. But Australia had some great fights in the 3 versus 3 category. They're very, very strong. Last year, the gold medal was taken by Ukraine, who won the final against Russia, who did not take kindly to that defeat, and they will come guns blazing into this fight. And again, still no opponent ready for the 3 versus 3 fight. We are a little bit behind schedule. Yep.
Is everybody ready for some action? Let's go.
We now get underway. France versus Russia in the 3 versus 3 group battles. You can see the early start of aggression coming from the French, hacking into the Russian fighter who's going to get caught in there and is very nearly a fighter down. And that is 1 French fighter down. Russians now with the advantage. That's 2 French fighters down. And it is 3 against 1, and that is called. Well, the French started off very well there. However, the Russians overcame it.
Seems to be the same situation that I mentioned before, being that if you don't get one of the Russians down pretty quickly, you have that win.
Yeah. But it was the French came at it with the right strategy. They started off very strong. So I think in terms of strategy, they shouldn't change it.
Just needs to be that as an individual fight, be able to take down the enemy. Some interesting helmet there from one of the Russians, Barbute.
Yep.
I don't see many of them in the fight. It does not give you much room to breathe.
That's right.
But to some fighters, there's the aesthetics matter more sometimes.
I believe that's the fighter who was just in the polearm category who took gold.
It does look to be the same helmet.
Yep.
But as we do know, the Russians have many fighters.
That's the truth.
Now the round starts.
There's a strange approach there from the French, who others seem to be going forward, trying to think. And a nice action there. This could be very, very useful. Very good evasive moves there from the Russian fighter. And now...
Nearly a hip toss there, or a trip.
Yeah, I think the Russians should have been quicker into the fight there. Team Katrin will have words about that, because they were very, very nearly taken down to a disadvantage. But it is 1 versus 1 at 3 different points in the list now. The French grinding away at the Russian fighters.
Fantastic shots coming in there. If this is the polearm fighter, she's probably very tired from Team Russia.
Yeah, and it appears the French fighters lost a weapon there.
Nearly going down at the top of the list, getting crushed down. And she is. That now leads to a 3 versus 2 fight. Oh, no.
Well, you can see,
yes, 3 versus 2.
Yeah, that's right. You're absolutely right.
And the French fighter there getting, unfortunately, pinned against the side of the list.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't see the French getting through this.
That French fighter as well.
Oh, that's a good takedown there from the Russian.
Unfortunately, leading to a 3-1 victory for Russia. Always a bit of a confusion with the Russian fighters. Sorry, with any fighters.
I think so, yeah. That was a very uncoordinated round from the Russian fighters. And they'll have to rediscuss their tactics there.
So congratulations to the Russians for winning that.
Yep.
We now will be able to cross to the competition between the Canadian fighter.
Yep, it is the women's triathlon. We have Italy versus Canada. There's some tense work there for the Italian fighter. This Canadian will come up very aggressive.
The Italian doing very well here.
Yeah, it was a nice block there, but very little aggression shown from this Italian so far. I'm not sure that the longsword is her category. It's more sword and shield.
Just about to say that she may be obviously trying to play it safe here and getting whatever shots she can get in, but not allowing an easy victory to the Canadian.
Yep.
Definitely not her strength.
Quite aggression there now from the Canadian. Hacking down on the Italian, who's backing away carefully.
Many shots to that head, though. Her guard, the Italian's guard, not high enough.
Yeah.
That looks like the round is over.
Yeah. Well, I would give that one to the Canadian there, showing a lot more aggression and connecting with the shots.
And we see the Finnish team taking the side of the list, the top list.
Their first time in the women's 3 versus 3.
Doing amazingly well, though. Actually, the whole Finnish team, the entire event is.
Yeah, they're having a great tournament. Now, however, they're facing the reigning champions, gold medal last year in the women's 3 versus 3, Ukraine.
And they are impressive fighters, though we have seen some shocking defeats for Ukraine, especially with USA taking them down in the 5 versus 5 men's category.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was that was a big US team, not to be underestimated.
Definitely not. Very good to see that Finnish flag flying, doing a bit of a circle of the arena.
We go now to the women's 3 versus 3, Finland versus Ukraine. And the marshal is about to call the start. Finland are going to keep this to the triangle formation. But it's an early march for Ukraine. Broken the lines. I think that big rush there from the Finnish fighter. However, it only went into the list. Great aggression there thrown from the Finnish fighter. And one Ukrainian is already down. Oh, that's a big move there for Finland.
Bit of a wasted charge, though. Should have attacked.
A wasted charge, yeah. She's going to regret that. And unfortunately, she finds herself in big trouble. The marshal now confirmed to make sure that there's no pull on the back of the helmet.
This large Ukrainian female fighter doing
I think the loose Finnish fighter needs to concentrate her efforts, try to sweep away that leg. If they can just get that leg away, then that will be an extremely good position.
Those shots need to come a lot harder.
Yep.
Oh, nearly hitting her own teammate.
Yep. Yeah, that was a fast movement there.
Shot. She needs to reposition herself and swing through the core, swing with the core of her body to really get that.
So I think that she needs to be very careful not to get the back of the knee there.
But the marshals were watching very closely.
Yep.
To make sure they could take it down. Rusa over to the left struggling to get her down, but at least holding her.
Oh, this is good teamwork here from Finland. However, Ukraine not letting up there, and there's going to be a bit of pressure now on these two Ukrainian fighters. Look at that, all the way coming to. However, she is attempting to take a Finn down with her. Not able to get, I think she's balancing on her. Look at the physicality there from Finland. And it's a great move, and takes down the Ukrainian.
That was a
big win there for Finland.
Incredible win. That was the smartest decision they could have had, having Rusa taking down the smaller member while they tied up the larger Finnish fighter. Because that larger Ukrainian fighter had gotten down one of the Finnish, it could have ended up going either way.
That's a great result there for Finland, and great fighting. The early takedown did make the difference there.
We can see some Australian female fighters getting ready for their round in the background, doing a few laps.
Yeah, you've got also the USA team, who are very strong. And I think I'm not sure, there may be, yeah, that's right. The marshal is warning the Finnish fighter against striking against the back of the knee. Absolutely right. I think that's a verbal warning, not a yellow card.
It was very smart, though, for the verbal warning, but I don't believe that any of them did connect, but they were very, very close.
I think they did. I think they did. I saw them connect.
Interesting if they choose to go to video replay. I would love to see that video replay. Ukraine.
They're going for a charge now. However, who is she charging into? Okay, again, a smart idea going for the smaller fighter. And Finland now. Oh, they've both gone down. So it is two versus two. The 1 versus 1 skirmishes. They're far away from each other on opposite sides of the list.
It'll be interesting to see if either of them disengage and choose to help out their opponent. But they may be interested.
Oh, big trouble now for Finland as the Ukrainian is holding onto this and goes for a trip.
The Finnish now choosing to move towards the list to try and hold on.
Yep, but can't quite get a grip of that, and she's in big trouble here.
The Finnish fighter actually trying to drop her stance, I think, to pull the Ukrainian off the wall.
Yeah.
I think we're finding the biggest Finnish fighter and the biggest Ukrainian fighter taking each other on the opposite side of the list. So we have the two smallest fighters and the two largest fighters battling it out. This, I think Ukrainian being a bit smarter here, trying to get those legs around.
Going for those knees there, you can see how much pressure is being put onto them.
The Finnish fighter doing fantastically in not actually holding the list, but still staying up. Might want to now get a grip on the list there, as she is being freed.
Breaks free slightly there, move away, however.
Now,
the
now
Ukrainian
Dizga,
fighter has
she needs to watch her back. Make
yeah,
sure
she
she's
needs to
not
be
tripping
very
over.
careful. I can see this not working out for her at all. She's got to take on that opponent. She's being
Choosing
instructed.
Didn't do much
Oh,
about
she
it,
needs to
though.
be careful there. I'm not exactly sure why she stopped in the middle and why the Ukrainian didn't do anything about it. Could have gone for a shove there, did not.
Definitely, she decided she should
Oh, nice teamwork there from Finland, who are...
pinning them against the list. Oh,
Yep.
looks like Ruza's arm is getting twisted nastily by that Ukrainian. Good help.
And
there.
they've now split up, so
This
they have
was not
changed the
wise.
dimensions of
This
it.
was not wise. I do not believe
No.
that Finland's done the right decision here.
No.
Ruza obviously not being able to do anything against the big Finn, but this smaller Finn might actually find herself at a disadvantage. She's hooked the list now, so she does have the at least that on her side. The big Ukrainian fighter.
Yeah, okay.
putting
I
their pressure
think
down.
she might even get pushed through there. Yeah, this was a big tactical mistake by the Finns, and I think...
She's hooking the list,
Oh,
holding
she's
on.
holding on, but she's going to push her out of the list there.
At least she's trying. I think
Yeah.
the Finnish fighter needs to move in bursts to make sure that when the Ukrainian fighter puts their weight down,
Yeah.
she shifts it.
The
Still
larger
not
Finnish
successful
fighter, however, needs to start taking advantage
of her
of
size.
the size. And she's split up there.
She's Ruza trying to figure out the current situation.
And it's putting that, I can see still a lot of pressure being put onto this Ukrainian fighter, and now it could be very, very close to a takedown. She is gripping on very well, however, to the large Finn.
This is down to a nail-biting finish, and the
Yep.
Finnish fighter has gone down off screen.
Oh, there's big problems for Finland now. But you can see that a lot of fatigue has set in.
If the Ukrainians are able to pull this out, it will go to a third round.
Yep.
Very smart placement of those shots, even though
Yeah.
she's incredibly tired.
You
that
can see how
Ukrainian fighter.
exhausted they are.
If she decides to keep striking, she may actually weaken
Yep.
the Finnish fighter enough to take her down.
It might be the smart. You can see even Morgulis there giving instructions.
Yeah, the marshals need to be more firm on that to make sure
Yeah.
that they don't give the instructions. It is hard when they aren't any officials of the team. Holding on for dear life.
Yeah, she might be as well to take this one on the chin.
But she's also a massive fighter.
Yeah.
Maybe I'd actually shift the weight now. If
Yeah.
she can try and trip, or she does burst back from this.
Yep.
Letting the arm go from the list, maybe not the smartest idea. A few punches coming through. Ruza, if she can take down both fighters, it may be best for her. She is keeping close to the
She's
list.
going to look for a close, quick takedown there, but can't do it. And the tiredness really setting into these fighters.
Some of those spectators on the side need to be maybe step back, make the marshals.
Yeah, they're getting a little bit too close there. You can see them getting very involved.
The guide needs to come from Ukrainian teams and only Ukrainian teams.
Yeah.
Those spectators can yell, just it gets complicated when they're that close.
Yeah, that's right.
Amazing work by the Finnish fighter holding on
Yeah.
as long as she has. It's really now a question of whether she can do something
Yeah,
different.
and she might be able to try and push the Ukrainian fighter over the grounded Finn. And you can see pressure now. Lots of force being put into this charge.
She's definitely doing her best. The Finnish fighter is supporting herself as well to make sure that she's actually able to stay still, which
Yeah.
is legal, but be a pivot point
Yep.
for the push from the Finnish fighter. That energy
Yep.
from the Finnish fighter continuously going here. Just a little worried about those shots to
Yeah.
the leg and having to give up on her tactic, but not going down.
Yep.
Needs to collect herself a bit, I think, and now give a nice hard push. She needs
Yep.
she needs to really put all her energy. Oh, she missed out on an opportunity there.
She
to
did,
take
yeah,
down
but
that
she must be
Ukrainian fighter.
extremely tired. And you can see that the Ukrainian, rather than going for a charge there, holds onto the list.
The large Ukrainians are both incredibly tired.
Yeah.
Sorry, the large Finnish and Ukrainian fighter. That's a nice charge. Unfortunately, badly placed. Could have done that before and closer to her friendly Finnish fighter.
Yeah.
They're both working to take her down.
Yeah, I
the
think
Finnish fighter holding
this
on for
might be
dear
it, but
life.
she is holding on. So
The leg trying to be taken out. If she bends her knees to make sure that she's holding on a little stronger, she might be
now
all right.
putting weight on the Finn.
She needs to use her right arm to free her head.
Yeah.
Against the I think the yeah, here she goes. She's about to slip out.
Yeah.
unfortunately probably caught on some armor.
Yeah, I think she might be actually,
looks
because
like
I
she's
don't see her.
dropping.
That's right, yeah.
Unfortunately, I believe that fatigue had done that. Hopefully we can get some medic or finish help to her.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, no one checking on her. Finnish fighter running over Finnish support to make sure that she's okay.
Well, she won't be in this third round, understandably not.
if she does, I will be surprised.
Yeah.
Such a missed opportunity there with the Ukrainian fighters back against the down Finnish fighter. If she had charged at that moment where she was trying to regain herself, she would have tipped her over.
Yeah. So a big round of applause there for Rosa, the big Finnish fighter. But she will not be fighting in this crucial third round. And you know what? I think they're going to feel her absence.
Definitely will. It will totally depend on whether the Ukrainian can feel one of their. I think the large Ukrainian is not leaving the
Yeah, you
arena.
could see how fatigued she was.
She was, but she's still standing there, so that may mean that they're, even though this is the thing, larger fighter, but at the same time fatigued, which will work in her favor.
Okay, martial checks on both teams.
And
then starting
underway.
with that triangle formation. Now you can see moving into the side there, and that's very aggressive fighting from the taller Ukrainian.
Definitely wanting to do something fast.
A nice tripling work there, and they've both gone down, so it comes to the wire here with two fighters against two. Who's trying to break away. That's not a good move there from the Finnish fighter, and she's gone down. That's a victory for Ukraine.
Some very small mistakes from the Finnish fighters, but it cost them in the end.
Yeah, big error of judgment there. They'll be very disappointed with that.
Definitely, as she is, you can see her visually anointed herself. She could have gone down with the other Ukrainian, but unfortunately decided to try and re-engage, but didn't clear out. I believe she was in the previous round, so also very tired. Good work to the Finnish team. And nail-biting finish there.
You can hear them still cheering now.
We now see the Australian fighters taking the edge of this. I must apologise. It was on day one that I miscalled Jessica, one of the team members of Australia, as another fighter. But nonetheless, the video still proves every single fighter doing an amazing job.
Yep.
And, we do apologise for almost every single fight for if we ever get anybody wrong.
So, big support there for the USA. Now this is going to be an amazing fight. This is the one that I've been looking for. Australia versus the USA. Very aggressive fighters in the USA. Such athleticism from the Australians. I think you're going to see Ira used as a runner, very, very fast.
We do have these two mercenaries as part of the Australian team, doing the best we can, obviously, with the numbers that we have. We see the Americans now finally taking the field with the Australians already ready on the other side. A team full of mercenaries. Can't quite tell yet.
And we move into the 3 versus 3 fight now. And
smart movement. Their feet, not quite engaging just yet.
Quite cautious that the Americans wanting to move the Australians back. However, you can see the two runners in the middle there. The fast American and that fast Israeli fighting for Australia. And they have broken up. Needs to be very careful and loose in the middle there. I think the US fighters are trying to trap them in there. Tries to go for a run. I think that will make such a difference at this point. However, a reasonable attack coming from the side here, but and it's so close this, they're not able to make use of the space they have.
The Australian captain trying to give them some advice. And the
American's gone down! She was tripped over!
That leads to a 3 versus 2.
Very, very unfortunate there.
And it's such a disappointing situation for them.
However,
repositioning from an American, it could still be anyone's game.
Absolutely, yeah. If anyone can get out of this situation, it's the United States. I think now the runner has gone to change. Big shots there coming from Ira.
It's very much that is Israeli tactic. Now
Yep.
coming, has knocked their own teammate's sword out of their
Oh,
hand.
that's a very dangerous situation. So she needs to intervene as quickly as possible. That fighter needs to get out of there and
Trying to
replace.
tell her she needs to move out. Mags is her. She's taking the weapon of the Israeli
Oh,
fighter.
now that's smart fighting. That is very, very smart there from the Israeli.
And the Israeli
But
now
now
coming back in with
starts
another
hacking
weapon.
it with her preferred weapon, the falchion. Now they've got the two Americans cornered there. Lots of aggression shown from Australia here, and you can see how they're trying to pull loose that US fighter, which they do.
Off the list. They both don't seem to be on the list, but they're not able to shift their weight on the
Yeah,
ground.
they need to
She is
move,
now-
and you can see she's just holding on to the list there.
Not
which
yet. Some great two-handed shots.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, losing the grip there.
big kicks there coming from the Israeli fighter. However, I think they left it too long.
They're all getting a bit exhausted. Hopefully, one
They
of
are,
them
yeah.
can be down pretty quickly. Otherwise, they're not going to do as well. The Americans, I believe, have more substitutions. Some smart shots there. Need to be careful for the back of the leg, but definitely weakening the knees there. We see the Israeli mercenary taking the American fighter one-on-one.
Yep.
The one of the American captains there speaking, trying to shout some advice to his teammate.
Of course, it's very, very difficult to hear, not only
Yes.
because of the padding and the armour, but also because of the noise of the crowd. As you can see, have picked up quite a bit. We've got quite a nice turnout.
The Australians have the advantage here, but they're not able to really change this.
Yeah, they haven't used it in this.
This might be it. Oh, very close leg hooks there, but nothing happening.
Yep.
This Israeli, I think, needs to do the Australian tactic of koala
Yep,
by simply
I think
grabbing the American
Yeah,
and
so
going
they
down
can
with
go.
it.
The American there seems to be in control of that skirmish going on.
I would think.
However,
was
she is
trying
split
to
up, and there's.
disengage. Oh, the
I think
Israeli-
the Israelis going to try and catch her out, charging towards another opponent. Very, very fast. So
we saw a slight question from the American as she turned her head, and
Yep.
the Israeli mercenary nearly capitalized on that.
yeah,
Both these Australians need to be aware that there is a loose American.
they've got to change the game plan here.
Whether or not they can do it. There seems to be a Danish fighter giving advice to the Australians. This will happen. Teammates love to get involved.
Okay, there's not quite enough teamwork here. This strong American team are holding off all the aggression from the Australians despite the advantage they have. You can see they're trying to grab onto that US fighter who's invariably going to go into the list and hold on to it at some point.
Hopefully the Australian can hold that American in the corner. It's getting tough, but they're now at opposite sides of the list, which does complicate things.
Yeah.
The Israeli fighter has now got a polearm back and is now
Yeah.
using that two-handed weapon to take down the American stuck in the corner on the Australian side. And we can see here, though,
Oh, they can see some big moves.
trying to get around that helmet, not working. I don't think this Australian fighter is got the energy at the moment, repositioning herself to do some damage.
Well, now
Hopefully no one trips
running
here. That would be
to
very
the-
bad. Not letting that American fighter support their friend, but of course not at the same time not engaging. The Israeli fighter repositioning herself, kind of floating between the two. I think discussing with the team captains there.
Yeah, I can see that despite the advances they have, tiredness is setting in.
Maybe a bit of a lack in the experience of the Australians in being able to do something. But that being said, the mercenaries are incredibly experienced themselves.
So careful move there, not letting the American fighter get to her teammate, because of course the Israeli mercenary is striking down with that polearm, and of course she's got her back to the action. So as she's kept her distance, she could be vulnerable for a charge.
She's now throwing in those shield punches, but not enough really to make a bit of a difference.
No. You can see the Israeli fighter there.
A bit confused as to which side to be helping.
Yeah.
Maybe the Australian fighter needs to try to reposition the Israeli fighter.
Yeah.
Oh, some solid
nice
shots in
shot there.
Trying to catch each other off guard.
Great aggression there from the US fighter.
The attention still being firmly placed in the corner.
Yeah.
As they know that is the tipping scale. We must remember that the Australians drew as a when the American,
Yep.
with the Australian Eric Cortez not going down against the Swiss.
That's right.
The fight going on for 10 minutes.
Yep, and then being called as a draw, which is a big disappointment to both teams. Very unhappy about it.
But they need to make sure that they finish this round as fast as possible so
Yep.
this doesn't happen again.
Well, the thing is, they do have a numerical advantage at this point, so that might swing in their favour. They might get the round for that.
A nice push, trying to take that American down while she was spinning. The sword arm now.
Oh, I think they might be able to capitalise on this if she can avoid
very smart
being
move
pulled
by the American.
to the... Yeah, that's smart work from the American.
Keeping the Australian in between.
She's got to get behind that American fighter.
There you go.
Try to
She
make her
needs
lose her footing there.
And she's not really bursting. She needs to get a burst shot in there, otherwise she's
Yep.
going to find herself taken out.
You
Hey,
can
why
see
is
the
that?
Israelis getting far too close to the list there.
The marshals need to be faster on that,
Yep.
communicating with the American. Not okay. This Israeli fighter, somehow the other fighters have transferred
Yeah,
to this side
all
of
the
the
way
list.
to the other side of the list.
Now it's all ending up on the American side. May not be good, as then the American team members can communicate. This Australian fighter in red with the red sleeves needs to start doing something a bit different.
Yeah.
She seems to be occupying but not really changing the game.
Yeah, there's a lot of exhaustion setting in that.
Definitely. With the shorter American fighter really trying to get that pole arm up and over the head
Yep.
to be able to grip him. Punches coming in strong against an American, but she's been taking a beating this entire
Yeah,
round.
she's not going anywhere. That is one very strong American.
You can see the very lethargic kicks coming from both of them.
Yeah.
The Israeli now putting a lot of weight.
Yep.
Should really try grabbing at that, obviously, faceplate.
Yep.
Obviously not wanting to link around any part of it, but just keeping the pressure there. The Israeli now moving to hold the corner with that American. And,
Yep.
the
Kicks coming through there, but still not going to get anywhere unless they remove the American from the side of the list there. I think that's going to come to time if they are not careful.
They need to be very. The back of the legs are
Yep.
available. That fighter really should be going there.
Yep.
And not choosing to try to wrestle. The fantastic shots. Come on, do not.
Yeah.
We can't relax at any point.
Well, what they can hope for is that American fighter will lose her weapon altogether.
Trying her best.
And you can say, oh, a very good move there from the US fighter. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get round.
There needs to be a burst of energy. The
Yep.
Israeli fighter losing a bit of control
Yeah.
from the US fighter, but still very sure on her feet. Trying to take the Australian fighter trying to kick out the American fighter's legs.
Yep.
But it's not going either way.
I think they're both going to go down at this point. Okay, it is now down to 2 fighters against 1.
Has changed, but unfortunately that's not good enough. It needs to be either a 3-1 fight.
Yeah. Well, and that is called there. I'm not sure what.
The American fighter is calling something out with the Israeli fighter. Not sure what's happening there. May need to reposition. That seems like there's a win to the to the Australians. Maybe the Americans simply conceded the point.
Well, the marshals must have judged that something was loose on the armor.
But it actually was the Americans that called out before any of the marshals responded.
Right.
So it might be, and I can't see them talking about any piece of armor or looking at any of the equipment.
Sure.
So it might be that they actually conceded that fight. Oh no, they're checking the shoulder piece now. Hopefully we'll get some information as to what caused the end of that round.
Yeah. So we go into round 2. It'll be interesting to see which fighters are substitutes. And I thought the US were very, very unlucky at the beginning there to get the trip. The young, energetic fighter. So there will be at least one replacement from the Australian team, I'd imagine, but I can understand why they might want to keep the Israeli mercenary in the team, because she is very, very fast. And they know that sort of speed. However, you could see even in that fighter, the tiredness setting in towards the end there. So they'll be looking for a fresh one, and they won't have that advantage which they started with in the last round. And the marshals now discussing in some detail a point there. We do have the American captain, Avalok, heading towards the Australian team.
We also see Michael Mogurus talking to the Night Marshal
Yep.
in the center of the field. The Night Marshal now, I think, going to talk to some of the other marshals or the officials, the organizing committee. Lots of drama here at Battle of the Nations 2017.
That's right.
And hopefully the Australians will be able to get some rest here after struggling so much, and the Americans as well.
Yep.
Some impressive work there, but I don't think enough to really change the flow of the fight there. The Australians needed to do something quicker.
That's right, yeah.
Does weigh on, as it does lay on, it gets very tiring for every one of the fighters involved.
That's right. There were some great bursts of energy by the US fighters, but that just signals how aggressively they fight. And if the Australians don't take advantage of certain situations, then they're going to be in the wrong end of that aggression.
Now, obviously, watching the Israeli Australian fighter, the mercenary, not engaging if not needed. She was always staying back. That could be done by a lot more fighters throughout this entire competition. And seems something that the Israelis do have down pat.
Sure. So we are slightly behind schedule, and as that first women's 3 versus 3 battle took such a long time, we'll be heading further back. It's likely we'll have the men's 5 versus 5 group battles at 4 o'clock. The lunch break was scheduled for 2 o'clock, but I think we all know that that's not going to happen at this point. That would leave only 25 minutes for the women's categories. However, this is one of the reasons we have such a long lunch break. In fact, on the first day of the tournament, we only had 15 minutes after the proceedings went on. A fairly late start.
We obviously do our best to keep everything on schedule, but the complication is in these rules, in these calls. There was obviously a stop there between the Australian and the American teams. I believed the Americans were calling it.
Yep.
But it may have been maybe marshals standing around the Americans or opposing team members standing around the Americans, as this round has definitely seen some very vocal team members from either side.
Yeah.
Being, Michael Mogulus, obviously, of the Israeli team, but obviously supporting.
He actually intervened when there was an issue with the 3 versus 3 Polish team last year when Ira was a mercenary.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, you can see him there with the tabard on the Sorkot.
Jupon.
Jupon, I beg your pardon. We are getting underway now, however, so they've those discussions there among the marshals would have given them a good chance to get back. You can see one Australian fighter hanging right back there.
Yeah, relaxing on the edge of the list. I wonder if it's a matter
Exactly
of conserving
sure why
energy.
she's doing that. She wasn't in the first fight, so she's a fresh fighter.
Maybe just letting the attention drop a little. And choosing to eke the way up the edge of the field. Maybe we'll take the opportunity to cross fast.
A big attack there already from the Americans, and I'm very surprised that the Australians just allowed them to go charging in. It really surprises me.
But Sky
Great
Burney there.
strikes there from Sky Burney. Took the first blows, but she needs to conserve her energy there. I think someone's been pulled. I'm not exactly sure why.
Very confusing as to what's going on here.
No, I'm not quite sure why that has been called. Maybe it's for a restart.
Hugs between team members. very friendly fighters.
So I don't know what decided that.
Very confusing what's going on here.
Yeah.
Maybe it was conceding.
I'm not sure. I mean, you've still got 2 American fighters waiting to fight. You've got the American captain discussing issues with the Night Marshal, who seems very, very categorical about the decisions made. But the Australian team have already left the list, which tells me that the victory has gone to them. And I'm not sure if that's something about time.
Hopefully it's nothing about time. Hopefully it's there was some sort of issue with the fighters. I would not advise any of the Australian fighters to de-kit.
No.
Because this may end up with another round.
Yep, that's right.
We in the bottom list, we actually have the triathlon tournament. I think the women's finals triathlon with Italy versus Italy.
Oh yeah, indeed, that's true.
We'll make sure that we cross back to this upper list.
Yeah, I believe that would be.
Australia has won this battle after the 10-minute time limit was reached.
And that's it, the 10-minute time limit was reached. So due to that 10-minute time limit, it's been decided the victory goes to Australia because they did win the first round, but I can see that the American captain is still not happy about that.
I wouldn't be either, and even as an Australian, I feel that is not what the Australian team. A win is a win,
yeah,
but not what the Australian team would be after, being that they there's some trading of blows there between the Italians. You can tell they've been training under the same people.
Well, you know, both these fighters, Martina Ravarini and Silvia Di Pasquale, have both won bronze medals, an absolutely incredible feat. Italy have never won a medal in Battle of the Nations. In the women's categories, they've walked away with 2.
That's fantastic.
And it's not finished yet.
No. Hopefully they can snap some more.
Yeah.
I will say, obviously, just cutting back to the Australian-USA fight, I don't believe the Australians will be too happy with a win by time. But we do see the Americans leaving the list now, which means that that may have already been sorted out. I'm glad you know which fighter is which, Gavin, because I'd have no idea. They're both wearing the same zone code.
Oh, the worst situation is when they take their helmet off after you've mentioned their name so many times. And it's not the person that you thought it was.
Like I've unfortunately done to my own teammates.
Oh, yes.
Team Australia. We do our best up here in the commentators box, but what happens?
I don't.
Very, very relaxed, Gavin, aren't you?
Terrible. Not professional at all.
We now see Czech Republic getting ready for their fight against
Switzerland, fielding their 3 versus 3 team in the women's category for the first time. Which are straight down the middle there. They're all bunched up together. A nice push back by the Swiss team now. There's some great charges there coming through. Can't quite connect, however, from the Czech Republic.
You need to be careful.
They're all bunched up right in the middle there. Now, finally, they go back to the list.
This runner's job, obviously, to deal with the two-handed axe wielder, and has done so.
I think there's some big pressure going down on that Czech fighter in the middle there. However, does get the opportunity to grab onto the list, and my goodness, she needs it.
So is the Swiss fighter there, unfortunately, dealing with the very, very large Czech fighter on top. Finding her head and upper body being twisted. She needs to free that out immediately.
Oh, and it looks like one of the Swiss fighters has already gone down. Czech Republic now with an advantage. Big blow to the head there.
Unfortunately, this was anyone's game, and now it looks like it might be Czechs. Well, this can be, if we see a very smart shift with one of these Swiss fighters. The Swiss fighter has now freed herself. Should not be engaging there, honestly. Would be better to try to get out, and the Swiss fighter getting pushed to the ground.
Yeah, oh, it's a great takedown there.
Unfortunately, I think her effort of pushing herself back up was countered by the Czech fighter using that energy to flip her over.
I guess that's what left her in checkmate.
Oh no, we're back here again.
We're back here again, yeah, it started.
I think this happens whenever we have to wait too long for some action. Gavin gets a little antsy and starts pulling out the puns.
Oh, don't know what you're talking about. Joking aside, however, that was a good display by the Czech team. Very decisive. The early push came from the Swiss. They seemed very evenly matched.
There were some opportunities I felt really lost by the Swiss as the Czech were getting their backs pushed against each other in the center. If the Swiss had kept their head on a swivel, they could have actually tripped over another fighter. The engagement starts again. Czech kind of bunching up in the center, but that's only because the Swiss is doing so themselves.
Very nice charge there, and you can see great aggression coming from both teams there. And it's nice that they try to keep the fighting in the center of the list. They don't go straight to the edges.
Some smart kicks by the Czech, but not enough. I think that's a very large Swiss fighter.
Yeah.
Needs to do something quickly because the competition inside the center of the list is fierce, and both of them have gone down.
All right, yeah, there it is.
2 versus 2 fight.
So it goes still in the center of the list. It's a great physical work.
And unfortunately, this is now a 2 versus 1 fight with Switzerland having the disadvantage.
That's taken down a big victory there for the Czech Republic.
Winning that very fairly, doing a fantastic job.
Great work.
It seems like the large Swiss fighter, the large Czech fighter being the deciding factor.
It was a good spectacle, that one, however. Keeping the fighting in the centre of the list. Very, very energetic.
It is where there are some teams that will, especially Australia 1, and I think even now Australia 2, they will do their best to run through the centre of the list, keeping the momentum up, but very few choose to stay in the centre of the list.
Yeah.
A lot of teams, I noticed Great Britain and especially Germany, moving to the edge of the list and holding on, probably playing the endurance game.
Okay, yep.
Playing the patient game, hoping for some support. But if if they only have one runner in their team and that runner is either down or out, holding onto the edge of the list is not good enough. There needs to be a secondary runner, somebody willing to break away and could use all their energy simply to cross the field to attack the back of a fighter. As you mentioned earlier before, I think yesterday and the day before as well, that a lot of these charges are misplaced because they'll be running into a group that is already stationary.
Yep.
They expect it to be shocking, but it doesn't lead to anything.
That's right, yeah.
And you need to be able to engage, use that shock as a disorientation tool for your opponent to down them. I once had the pleasure of fighting, I think, an all versus all or a freelance fight with the Australians in Sydney, and Sky Burney came running at me. I managed to shift her weight to the side. She went head first into the edge of the list, and instinctually I then decided to grab around her faceplate and throw her to the ground. She congratulated on me, as that was my first actual competition in
Right, here we start now with Russia versus Australia. This is going to be a very tense fight. You saw early the Russians dominating their round against the French, and you can see really taking the fight back to these Australians here, applying the pressure. A careful, cautious run from the Israeli mercenary.
I think she needed to be a bit more explosive with her action.
Yeah.
She can't wait there. The Australians only holding on for dear life. I don't think they can do much.
No, I'm not sure that attack's going to go so well. However, great aggression there from Sky Burney.
Nearly down.
Yeah.
But she kept her feet with her.
Yeah, and then he goes out there.
The Russian runner making a smart decision, getting free and then trying to help out.
Yep.
Needs to be that
well, it's all the pressure coming from the Russians now.
You see the marshal calling over some further marshals to get closer to make sure that they've got eyes on these fighters.
Yep.
To make sure that there's something, saying that there might be an issue with armor. It'd be good to double check this.
Yeah, I think so.
I can't see any issue there.
Well, they've got closer eyes than we have, however, but the Night Marshal seems happy that there's nothing wrong. Some discussion going between the two Israelis there, Michael Eppelman and
Sky trying to reposition herself over to the right of your screen.
Yep. Big headbutts coming from Sky there.
A favourite of some of the Australians, but unfortunately not all that powerful, can just sometimes be shocking and be the only weapon that you have available.
That's right.
Repositioning from the Russian, a strike coming in here to Jess, I believe. Sky doing a fantastic job.
Oh, great. She needs to go for those legs, however.
Yeah, misplacing them on the head. Jess holding on for dear life.
Oh, there's not much more she'll be able to take of that. However, holding her ground. Sky needs to start moving against that Russian who is striking down that good movement.
Might be able to pull her down if she holds her now.
Oh, and that's very smart work there from the Australian, trying to support her own teammate. However, it takes them both down. Very unfortunate.
Very unfortunate indeed for all involved. The Jess's shield did hit the ground.
Right.
You can tell which one Jess is now with the Team Kraken sigil, which is the Victorian team in Australia. You're mentioning the names of the teams in Australia being quite vicious. Team Kraken being a little bit different from the other ones, but still a Kraken, a very legendary mythological creature.
Yeah.
That is ferocious. You see the replay now. The Israeli fighter not engaging, and I feel that was wasted time.
Yeah.
Trying to make sure she's got the right place to support. She is, I think, the most experienced fighter there.
Yeah.
Just taking some strong shots to the face, but very smart by hooking her arm around the list and getting a kick out there to try and stop that Russian. Taking a beating from both sides. But
good strike there to the side from the Israeli. It's a very difficult match against the Russians.
See, we don't see on the screen here, but there could be off the side the Israeli fighter, having a look and seeing whether or not that Australian Sky was doing well. We see now in the bottom left-hand category, Italy versus Italy in the women's triathlon finals.
It goes up to the second round of Russia versus Australia. Once again, the Russians going deep into Australian territory. The Russian looking to see the runner there. And already a takedown, but they're both down there. So it is 2 versus 2. And they need to be very careful not to fall over their own teammates there.
The Israeli fighter repositioning herself.
And there's just a loose Russian leg on the ground there, which is very close to the Australian fighter who is up. The red.
The marshals need to make sure that they don't move. These fighters don't move on the ground. All eyes are on the teams in the corner.
Yeah, the Ira, the Israeli mercenary for Australia, was really feeling some exhaustion now of that long polearm category, but she still shows the aggression.
And I think I believe this other Australian fighter's name was Mags. I may have that wrong. Something beginning with M. She is mercenary herself. You'll be able to notice the tag on the belt or the tag on her jupon there.
Yep.
Fantastically still pulling out these punches, but maybe not enough. Ira now getting caught off guard by that Russian.
Seeing a lot of this aggression, you can see it could be very dangerous for the Russian moving out the way or trying to.
Well, that Australian needs to really push that Russian over. Unfortunately, might end up with a 1 versus 1. The Russian now has forced her into the corner. She had the advantage really with that down body, but couldn't capitalize on it. The Russians are incredible fighters.
It's very, very tense.
Sky holding on for dear life, but might be out here. Sky needs to free her head. Oh, sorry, no, it's not. It's not Sky. It's Ira. There seems to be a break there, some sort of issue. A kick coming after the marshals flags her in.
Sure, it might have been for the safety of the Israeli mercenary. Although maybe something came off. It could have been the gauntlet there.
I'm not sure. She may have already dropped that gauntlet after the fight. We couldn't quite see it. Marshals conferring with one another as to what happened.
I really need vision from all angles there.
We apologize for some of the framing of these cameras. Some of them are static cameras. We see here both those fighters going down. Obviously, good job holding on to koalaing her as she goes down, but does lead to only a 2 versus 2. Ira doing her best to engage, but realizes there's no place being here. She needs to move around the side.
Yeah, it was getting close there.
The Israelis do have a very a strange tactic by allowing some of their teammates to get bashed further, just to take that time to reassess the situation. But with some of the Australians, it can wear on. We see now the fight continuing with the 2 Australian fighters and the 2 Russian fighters.
This is close. Some fatigue setting in, and it may go to another 10-minute call. In which case, as the Russians have the advantage of 1 round, the victory will go to them.
Which is why Ira, I think, is stepping up the game and hitting hard. The Australian fighter holding on, but she's caught from behind, not really able to do much. Ira needs to start hitting, I think, a little bit harder. She doesn't have maybe the support of some of the other Israeli fighters that she's used to.
I think she doesn't have the bulk of these Russian fighters either, so she's probably careful not to get in too many grappling situations. You can see the size difference between those 2 fighters.
Indeed. It's very hard for her to do her job as a runner, especially only in a 3 versus 3 match. She needs to be careful that she doesn't get pushed back over the fighters, as this Russian, I think, is aiming to do. And she's getting very close. Both teams move out of the way. Ira keeping her feet fantastically done and getting to the edge of the list. Trying to disengage now. I think her sword arm is caught. If she can disengage and head back before that Russian can catch her, then she might be able to change the tide. Kicking to the back of the leg, I would advise, if she does get to reposition, she might be able to take that Russian down. Ooh, a lot of pressure happening there.
Look at that, all coming down.
She's unable to get her hands
up. The Israeli mercenary, that's going to be very difficult for her to get out of this position. The Russian needs to get it down as quickly as possible. However, she is held up. That's incredible work from this Israeli.
Get to that list and get her arm round. She has done amazing, but she's not holding on. maybe a bit too much training for IMCF that isn't allowed there.
And well, that's incredible work staying up. The Russians still starting to get fatigued.
And some fantastic shots there, but very smooth, slippery work from the Israeli. We're missing the action in the other corner, but it's not really going anywhere. Just holding position, some legs.
It is actually in the
being
corner.
kicked.
So both corners of that side of the list. Which on one hand does make the job of the marshals a bit easier. This one may go to time, as I said, and it's only going to, if the Russians do go through, it's only going to be a problem for them.
Again, nearly the Israeli going down. If she goes down, she should take the...
Oh, it's very close. They're both down, so it's now 1 versus 1.
This
Israeli very, very unlucky
fight.
there.
Very tense fight. The Israeli caught her weapon underneath the... against the Russian. This now becomes a one-on-one with, I would think, probably the least active fighters here from Russia and Australia.
You see some frustration from the Israeli fighter there.
I do know Ira, a very emotional character, puts her all into every fight. Might be a little distraught about going down. We'll be covering the corner action as soon as we can get an angle on that for you.
I can see
This is obviously the situation where Ira was trying to free the hand, unfortunately collecting the head of a teammate at least once, but did get the hand loosened a little.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, hitting her own teammate's arm, the Ira, maybe not being...
And a medic has been called to the list. I'm not sure who that's for. It may, in fact, be one of the Russians. No, we can see now.
Oh, some strong work on the shoulder there.
Good movement
has to really hold on to the edge of the list. I don't believe this Australian fighter has much left in her, but
that's some big work there, but she's holding on. This Russian is going to use all of her energy. She's got her twisted right round.
She's even going to try to push her out. She's regained it, getting her composure, getting another weapon. She seems to have dropped her weapon.
Right.
Needs to get that arm over the list again.
Yep.
To get that weapon in her hand. A weapon facing the wrong way, but nonetheless.
Yeah, that's. I'm not sure if that's the right weapon to choose. I think should have been better off getting a foul shot on there.
Michael Margulis giving her some advice, telling her how to do it, how to beat. It's one thing giving advice, and it's another thing being able to apply it in the center of the fight. The exhaustion, would be hell for these two. Becoming a bit of a wrestling match here. You can see the Russian really trying to hook the body and twist, but there's not much. There's not much to be won here by holding on.
No, that's right.
She needs to be able to burst out. Russian, to be honest, could disengage and actually still win this round if it was just time.
It's impressive work from this Russian. Very tactical fight.
The marshal pushing Michael Margulis back.
Yeah, he's got to move back. He can't be so close.
Not wanting to listen at all, but
that's it. I mean, you can be as emotional as you want, but you cannot interfere with the job of the marshals. Yes, he does have to be in a position to hand weapons to fighters. However,
that might be
it's not required at the moment. In fact, the axe was dropped, so I stand corrected.
I think she dropped it to switch that falchion, as the axe does get caught on a lot of things. An advantage when using it wisely, but not otherwise. It's one of these a fight that I would think if the Australian could just go down with the Russian at the same time, it would be a draw. Oh, she now needs to let go. She needs to let go, grab onto that Russian fighter, and take her down with her. Holding onto this is not doing them any favors.
And they may go to draw at this point. Where the Russian is getting the energy from, I do not know.
To be honest, I think she's using her weight. The Australian has dropped. Not sure if that's a win or whether a draw was called, and that might be a win for the Russians again. A lot of celebration from the Australians. They'll be supporting their Australian mercenaries either way.
Some real exhaustion there for that Polish fighter, the Polish mercenary, who we saw take silver earlier.
I'm amazed to see that her the muscles in her arm are still together, that she's able to raise them and point. Not that shield arm. Marshall's obviously communicating now about what might be happening. We have a triathlon final down in the left-hand corner of your screen between Ukraine and Canada. Some fantastic shots happening there. Very fast, very fast.
So,
Fantastic shots by the Canadian, but I don't think enough to counter some of the fast shots from the Ukrainian.
so it looks like he has still some, a lot of the medical attention in the list for the women's 3 versus 3 has cleared.
So now it's just up to the marshals. Brilliant, brilliant defense there by the Ukrainian, but unfortunately getting locked up there with the Canadian, who gets the distancing shot. Both of them. It's when you have such highly skilled people who've had the same sort of training, it does end up with them mimicking the same action.
Some good strikes, some nice aggression shown from the Canadian fighter. However, it's relatively well defended, and that is the Ukrainian fighter who we saw in the polearm category. And if I'm not mistaken, it's the same one who won the gold in the sword and buckler.
She's doing amazingly well. Their endurance is probably second to none.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether or not she gets gold in this competition, she's won gold in the endurance or competing in nearly every single possible action she can. And it seems the time is called, and they'll be swapping to their sword and buckler. We see at the top list Czech Republic getting their team ready.
Looks like they will be facing Ukraine.
And it means that that might actually be a win for Russia against Australia.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate for them, but I do believe that Russia did have the advantage there.
Yeah, they started with the first round advantage, but a great tournament there for Australia.
Indeed, indeed. Lessons learnt all through. I believe the Australians will know. That Ukrainian flag, I knew it was getting a bit close to the Ukrainian fighters and did collect her. Luckily, she's wearing armor.
He's very enthusiastic.
He is doing his job well, except for collecting a teammate. We now see the fighters take their position. Very close to a closer shot. Marshall make sure they're ready, and the fight begins. Czech moving hard, meeting the Ukrainian charge.
Yep.
Nearly taken down from behind for that Czech fighter.
Oh,
Again,
it's a great jump there
returned.
into the Ukrainian. Now it breaks off into 1 versus 1 in 3 different points in the list.
An incredible job there by the one Czech fighter already down. This is not looking good for them.
So great advantage now for Ukraine, who are looking to chop down, not so much go for the leg sweeps, but actually put weight on the Czech fighter to get her down.
This larger Czech fighter needs to do something about the Ukrainian if the fight's gonna go either way.
And you can see that's the Ukrainian we saw before, putting so much pressure on Rosa the Big Finn.
Honestly, needs to reposition. It looks like the fight is now over. The Czech was down off screen.
That's a good result there for Ukraine, who'll be looking to get this over quickly, unlike the long battle that they fought against Finland. And there is no problem there. Slightly slow at getting back up. That's in the other list. Just to let you know, we've got Ukraine and Canada. Some frustration being shown by the Ukrainian fighter. We can see how a nice bit of movement here from the Ukrainians leads to very, very nearly got to take that out. Not using her vision as well as she should. So it was quite vulnerable there and lucky not to be grounded.
The drag there from the Czech fighter would have only worked and got her down if she had twisted. She needed to really take that energy downwards enough to the sides. That, unfortunately, we don't capture what happened to that Czech fighter. You see the runner now engaging a Czech fighter off the side of the screen, and then the Czech taking that opportunity to run again. The engagement starts. Czech keeping it close up the middle.
Yeah, that's right. Big kick there.
Land.
Nice movement now. Very aggressive fighting from both teams. You can see there strikes coming down from the Czech fighter on the Ukrainian, who's looking a little disoriented.
The incredible power from that Czech fighter, and it looks
it's a great takedown there for Ukraine, who now have an advantage. And this could be a quick takedown. I think that yes, she will go and take it. That's a brilliant win there for Ukraine. Very solid work.
Very solid indeed. probably a big mistake. That fighter in the middle doing a fantastic job, the Czech fighter,
Yep.
battling against the Ukrainian, but I feel maybe her advantage was if she went to the side of the list.
Yeah, agreed. But that was fairly swift work
You can
from
see
Ukraine.
those
That
solid
didn't make.
shots.
Yeah.
Incredible the power that she's got behind those hits.
You can see still the Czech fighter there using all her limbs, some great strikes coming down to disorientate the Ukrainian fighter.
But it's about this moment that the Ukrainian gets that leg in, trips up the Czech fighter,
Yeah,
and is free.
and that was good work, and it was a good tactic to put all the weight on the one remaining Czech fighter, so the second remaining Czech fighter there, and go down with her, but that didn't even happen. So
Después de esta pausa, de las luchadoras que ambos equipos han luchado hace
We
mucho
seem to have on the bottom right list.
yeah,
We'll
Russia
be
versus Italy,
We'll be cutting to that shortly.
and that is in the women's triathlon.
Obviously, Italy making it through against Italy.
Yes, who would have thought? That was quite something.
You know, which to win. Now I'm going to pass this to Gavin. Which Italian fighter do you think has made it through? We don't have the best shot here.
de triatlón y en la lista
I can't see it close enough, but it does appear to be Martina Ravarini.
Italia contra
Doing well on the back foot though. Not able to.
contra Rusia. Italia, Rusia empiezan
Yeah, not able to really get some shots in there. The Russian doing fantastic.
Yeah,
We see in the list next to them, Ukraine versus Canada.
yep, that's right. I can see some close-ups here of, you can see the speed of that Russian fighter against this very skilled Italian who already took bronze in another category.
de espada y escudo.
And some nice lunges there. Not afraid to attack the Russian, but it's well placed and time's called on that.
En las competiciones uno contra uno, lo importante es la técnica, ya que la puntuación va por golpes dados.
So,
Los jueces y
just another
árbitros
scrimmage you can't quite see now. You do have, there we go, you can see Ukraine and Canada in the sword and shield, the last fight of the triathlon.
llegar al resultado final.
Some nice aggressive work there.
Canada throwing some shots that are a bit wild. Maybe some, looking for some backhand shots. They're not connecting well.
Lucha donde casi todo vale. Hay ciertos tipos de golpe.
That's a nice strike there from the Ukrainian. However, it is with the shield, therefore it will not count.
Y ahí lo que
Can be used as a dizzying shot.
Yeah.
Ukrainian coach, they're giving her some advice with the Canadian fighter really
Yep.
pressing against the Ukrainian fighter. Some very fast sword and buckle action over there on the other list. Time being even, or a reset being called by the marshals. And now we see a Russian and Italian fighter ready.
Which is, as you can see in the top list, there's no action at the moment, but I think we'll be looking forward to the final, which once again is Russia versus Ukraine. Ukraine winning the women's 3 vs 3 last year.
Seems like there's a few consistent pauses between Russia and Italy. We see the two fighters between Ukraine and Canada being called to the center
Yep.
of the list. We're not quite sure as to which one has been the winner yet. I'll let you know.
And some nice connections there from the Russian fighter. With a very high defense. However, this Italian is finding some gaps there.
And really pressing hard.
Yeah.
Not letting herself be phased by the Russians' experience.
Yep.
We now see the third and final round of the triathlon finals with Russia and Italy. Some great work there. Russia obviously being the favorite, the most likely one to win here, but Italy doing an amazing job being the underdog. This may mean Italy is up for a silver nonetheless and striving to get that gold. I don't think that was a clean shot to the head. It seemed like it caught the sword more than anything. The Italian being very smart about waiting for the turn and keeping her guard close, but at the same time backing away, trying to make that Russian chase her. She's got enough strikes. She may be trying to play the advantage there. She needs to be smart and not letting the Russian figure out where the weaknesses are. Her aggression is probably the only thing working for her. Nice shots there to the leg. I think may have only caught the shield. A glancing blow to the head there as a distancing shot from the Russian. Oh, fantastic shot from the Russian, collecting the side of the Italian's head. Still moving towards the Italians, now changing their guard, opening up comparative to her her closer position. Now we actually have what looks to be the team Czech Republic and Australia getting ready in the top list.
And that will be for the third place of women's 3 versus 3. So we will see that as it begins in just a moment. The Australians making the final preparations.
All fighters are now on the field, even if they are slightly off screen to you, but doesn't look like the Marshall's quite ready to kick it off. I'm seeing a different tactic from the Australians here. They are all together communicating, whether they choose to stay together. They're moving together in a small bunch.
Moving out now, but you can see that the Australians have spread out.
Sky in the center, usually a runner. It'll be interesting to see if she stays put.
I think two of the Czechs have gone for her.
This fighter, who might be, yeah, that is Jess.
She couldn't quite get a grip on the Czech fighter. However, it's gone to the list now.
Czech fighter really laying in some solid shield punches there to the face of Sky. But these helmets, very strong helmets, able to deal with most of the energy.
You can see that's now Ira, the energetic Israeli mercenary, who will be looking to get a quick takedown and start her bursts and charges.
Jess behind Sky there, rotating the Czech into the corner.
That's very close at the moment.
The advantage, I would think, to Sky.
Yep.
There we go, Sky obviously hacking at the back of that Czech fighter.
Yeah.
She needs to focus more on the shoulder to make sure she's weakest there.
You can see there now the Australian fighter in a difficult position. All the weight being put down on her.
It looks like one of the Czech fighters has been downed. I can't see exactly, but there seems to be a spare Australian.
Looks like
yes.
Now that, yeah, the Israeli mercenary will be able to, I think she's going to change her weapon for a pole arm.
Jess still hacking at the legs, looking to weaken, especially as the Czech turned around.
However, the shots have been blocked there. Great work from the Czech fighter.
Sky is now free. Jess being pushed down.
But they're trying to get all that big Czech fighter. It's not going to be easy. So intervening there, getting...
I think Sky needs...
I think she's looking to take both of them down. However, she may have gone down herself. I can't quite see it.
No, Sky seems
looks like she's sat on her feet. Amazing work there from the Australian.
Jess was holding on. Oh, no, the Marshals may have stopped her.
The Marshals may have grounded her. So it is down to 1 versus 1. He'd now gone back to that Fallschirm, which is quite lucky. But both holding on to the list here. Certainly the size and weight is the advantage for Czech Republic. If Ira can just get away from that list, she'll be able to use her run-up and charge. Getting instruction there.
Oh, nearly a trip. There is no arm on that list from the Czech fighter, so Ira really needs to take that advantage.
The thing is, the right arm is wrapped around Ira, so I think it'll be very difficult for her to... You can see that she's got the weapon right behind her back.
And, Marshals need to keep an eye and make sure that the Czech fighter does not grab her own Fallschirm.
This is going to be very difficult now for Australia.
will be very, very worried every time Ira takes her hand off the, her arm off the list.
Yeah.
Czech fighter doing their darndest. They're getting some nice punches into the...
and they've gone down together. Well, it was great work there from the Israeli. It might have drained a bit of the energy of the Czech fighter. So that will go to them repeating the round.
It's essentially starting the fight all over again.
Yeah.
You see Jake in the background there, member of Team Australia. He's broken his toe.
Broken his toe? Was that in the 5 versus 5?
Yeah, it was. Doing amazingly so. I think stealing one of the rounds back from what looked to be an almost a loss. But, and of course, as I mentioned before, one of the kindest members of Team Australia, doing his best to, as you see, support the women's team, even though he has that broken toe and probably should not be walking around.
Well, no. You walk it off, she'll be right.
She'll be right, indeed. That's very Australian.
So we see, there was going to be, there we have it. There we had it.
And there we have it again.
You see the 3
Russian
fighters. And of course, the final was stopped due to the injury of Sergei Ukalov.
But obviously friendly amongst teammates.
Yep.
They're making sure that obviously...
Well, I don't believe those 3 train together. They're from different parts of Russia. Although they have faced each other in a number of competitions, they are not training partners.
And they wouldn't have been put into Russia's teams? And we now cut to, sorry to interrupt my own self, but the interaction here between...
So we get an early charge there from the Australians who, well, had an advantage in the last round, but were not able to keep it. So.
One Czech fighter already down.
That's great work there from Australia, and a huge charge there right now to the Czech fighter to help out the Israeli mercenary. Great work there from the Australians. However,
she's down already, but unfortunately the Australian went down with her, so it's now a 2-1 fight.
Oh, it's a big kick there. Wonderful work there from the Australian team. And all they need to do now is get her away from that. I think the Australian fighter is going to go for the koala, as you said. How apt is that?
Czech has not been able to grab onto the list.
I'm putting all the pressure on that, and that is
fantastic.
Good victory there. Excellent work. I think the hand may have been down of the Australian fighter. However, that is a round victory. So we go now to the 3rd round, but it will not be the deciding round.
Well, it might be, depending on who wins.
It could indeed be, yeah.
Australia does get the
but it will not decide the winner. Because the first round was a draw.
Indeed, 2nd round being to Australia. If Australia does get that 3rd round.
So if the Czech Republic win the next round, they have another round. So it will not decide anything.
Indeed. That's why I said in case it depends on who wins. We now cut to Ukraine.
Versus Russia.
Intense fight there.
Yep. Well, that may be Russia 2. There.
This is Ukrainian fighter, as you mentioned before, being involved in every single possible competition she can. The Russian communicating with the Ukrainian, there might be a bit of a complication there. Maybe the round hadn't officially started yet. The Ukrainian obviously really ready to go. Stretcher was brought to the top list, but it didn't seem that anybody was taken off it. I'm thinking that might have been a Ukrainian that was maybe a little injured. Sorry, not Ukrainian, Czech. That was a little injured. Obviously
that
walked
seems
out.
to be okay there, which is good news. They're now ready to get started. Hopefully we'll be able to pan back to that one. And yes, the 3 versus 3 has started as we look over there now.
Meeting in the center with no real outcome. Some
nice
fast
aggression
movements
there
from
the runner there.
Sky getting a bit caught in the corner there again, like last fight. Looking for a trip, and doesn't eventuate to anything.
Yeah.
Looks...
It appears that there are skirmishes through, and that's a dangerous move there.
Sky not choosing to chase, but instead choosing to try and weaken the Czech fighter,
Yeah.
re-engaging with another fighter to see if she can support.
Well, that's a smart move there.
Trying to get this Czech fighter off Ira.
Yeah. That's just running out, and there could be a big takedown here.
Looks like Sky was able to down.
Oh, that is massive.
So now we have
big work now for the Australians, who get closer and closer to the end of this fight.
Marshall's jumping on the list to make sure that they got great vision.
God, that could be.
It could be anybody's fight still, but
This is it. You can see how they're holding on, but it appears that the two fighters have been broken, and that's the end of it. And it's a victory for Australia.
Congratulations to them, well earned. They're going to be celebrating hard tonight.
Absolutely amazing fight there. Great result for the Australians.
I think no real question about that. They fought every one of those rounds as strongly as they could have.
Oh, that is amazing teamwork there with two mercenary fighters, one from Israel and one from Poland. Stunning work there, and that would be Eric Cortés there. That was, to remind you, the fighter in the black armour yesterday who simply would not go down.
You can see Jess there with the red hair doing amazingly well in the fight, congratulating her teammate. I don't think a single one of them will be disappointed with their performance.
Oh, this is a great result for Australia.
Chris Fogwell, the giant, lifting Jess in all her armour, albeit titanium, into the air.
So yeah, it's as you said, I dare say there will be some celebrations tonight for those Australians, but they might not want to take it to go too crazy.
As they may have a flight on the way home. I do believe majority, maybe not a majority, but a good portion of the Australian fighters are planning to travel to, I think it's about 2 or 3 hours north of Barcelona to a training camp that the Austrian team is setting up.
Yeah, that might be at Castillo de Belmonte.
It might be.
I'm not sure, but I did hear something about that.
As you see these scores up on the screen now, catching up with the live action. Well done to the Aussies. Give a symbolic Aussie, oi, oi, oi to my team.
So we go now to what will be the final of the women's 3 versus 3, Russia versus Ukraine. Already that bronze medal goes to the Australians. They got their first medal of Battle of the Nations.
And well earned, I think.
Yeah.
You know, these women have obviously stepped up their game, had to travel so far. I believe Jess was mentioning to me that she was enjoying herself fighting in Team Kraken and being involved in HMB, and then she had to really make that decision. Am I going to Battle of Nations?
Well, I think she did a cracking job of making that decision there.
She did, and once that decision was made, she put all into her training. And it looks like it's paid off for every member of the Australian teams.
The Australians have travelled a lot, though. They went to a tournament in Mexico not so long ago. And I think the experience is really starting to pay off. And they walk away with a bronze medal. Well, we go now to Russia versus Ukraine, an early advance from Russia there. The fighter, I'm not sure if we've seen that one before.
Ukraine not too sure what to do in the centre.
Yeah.
The runners meeting each other. Could be a quick throwdown here for both of them.
Yeah.
Looks like they're neither one of them
very
will ever
aggressive
get the
there
toss.
from the Ukrainians. Big hits coming from that Ukrainian fighter. And skirmish in the middle there, going to this a big push now. Doesn't quite end up. Big push down there, and I think both are gone. In fact,
yeah, both are gone. Her arse
the marshal is calling that fighter down.
Her buttocks did actually touch the torso,
Right.
including her arm dropping, so that does mean she is out. 2 versus 2 here. Could be anybody's game. Ukraine, some of the top performers, Russia as well. You know, this is...
I think they're going to go for a pull down here. You can see the Ukrainian wedged against the list.
The Russia in the barbute helm, tangling up that sword arm, but I'm not quite sure what she's aiming.
That's a good move there from the Ukrainian. Is powering over that Russian who now grabs onto the list.
He has, but unfortunately, I think she's at a tricky situation.
Yeah.
The Russian downed, looking very, very intensely at the legs, hoping. Oh, and it's been done. It's been done.
And there it is. It is now 2 against 1. However, there is a pile of bodies there. The Ukrainian has to get away from them.
That Ukrainian very closely, nearly going out. If her body or anything touches.
She's got to be careful of that. That is very dangerous for her.
Luckily, her supporting Ukrainian, the big beefy Ukrainian, has managed to take the the Russian off her.
Yeah.
And now
I think
she's
they're going to go
laying
for that
down.
arm.
And Marshall's getting called into something, wondering what's
Yeah.
going on.
It may be that they're just splitting up the action now, which will be good news. And of course, all the women on the ground there would have been in some discomfort.
It might have been, but it's not. Nothing to say that they should have actually split that up. Down bodies are down bodies.
Or they might have been in discomfort. They could have been injured or something.
If
so
it is a medical issue, that is understandable. You see here a good effort to try and take some of the Ukrainians down.
and vice versa.
And
with
vice versa,
the
yes.
Russian,
And it was very unfortunate for that Russian fighter
yeah.
to go down like that. With
I
her,
wonder if that'll be contested.
there has been a lot contested, especially between the Russians and the Ukrainians.
Yep.
But I do believe that her knee would have scraped the dirt.
Yeah.
And on top of that, the hand did drag along the ground. Could have been using the sword as some form of support.
And we can just see in the bottom of the screen now, I believe the Russian fighter has gone away with a victory in the triathlon over Ukraine.
Siguiente asalto, Rusia contra Ucrania.
We're going into round 2 of Russia versus Ukraine. Ukraine with the early advantage of one round, and the Russians are coming flying back at them.
They've separated into a few separate skirmishes here, but
some nice aggression shown by the Russian here in a very good position against this Ukrainian. He's holding on, but
rotating well, but unfortunately not in the advantage right now.
yeah.
Hucking her opponent to make sure that she doesn't go anywhere, but yeah, we're not looking at the legwork here, but I bet you they're trying to trip each other over.
Yes.
But the Russian is now the one with the link around the list.
Yeah, I think what both of them do, but there's slight advantage there for the Russian, who goes for a big leg sweep there.
Very close. Ukrainian felt that and was able to just hold on to it. Now,
Oh, this is a
Intense.
bitter contest here, so close.
rolling along the edge of the list, hooking as much as they can. You can see the Australians in the background getting a little bit worried, especially the Australian female fighter.
Well, that's, you can see the Ukrainian's leg was wrapped around the Russian. However, the weight was not on it. Therefore,
Off screen, we have a Russian nearly going down by the Ukrainian.
oh, this could be a takedown here, very close there.
The,
Lots of pressure being put on the Ukrainian now. I just wonder how much more she'll be able to keep it up.
Siguen todas de pie, 3 contra 3, cuerpo a cuerpo, agarrando.
Oh, and that is a very close move. I think the Russian might have the advantage over this Ukrainian. The votes coming down on the Ukrainian. We can't see what else is happening in the list. We only have a focus on these two here. And all of that is a very, very intense. You can see a breakaway now, and it will be a charge for the Ukrainian. However, I think they've got a size advantage here, these Russians.
Oh,
and that's one Ukrainian down.
Unfortunately tripped. This might...
Well, I think this could be the beginning of the end. I don't see the Ukrainians coming back from this against the power of these Russians.
But that Ukrainian is a very large Ukrainian.
Yeah.
The Russian readjusting to try and take down this other large Ukrainian.
Yeah.
If they go down
Oh,
together...
that's all the weight going on there. But she's holding onto the list, so it's going to be very difficult for the Ukrainian. She doesn't want to overexert all her energy just yet.
She's readjusting.
Breaks
Will she
away,
be
goes
caught
for a
off?
charge.
Needs to make sure that she's not caught off guard.
And that was a nice protective move there from the Russian to her teammate. You can
Indeed.
see fatigue setting in with these fighters.
The Ukrainian fighter not quite sure where she wants to be placing her blows. The Russian obviously meeting her with a shield punch. Got to be sure that they don't tackle. Oh, nearly can take her
Goes for
down.
a swat. Oh, that's the Russian who's taken down on the Ukrainian, barely holding up and has capitalized. And the Russians now 2 against 1.
Very smart
Great
move by the
teamwork
Russian.
there.
The Ukrainian could have got out, but unfortunately had an issue with the weapon, weapon arm getting caught. The poor
No, this is
Ukrainian
going to
taking
be-
the beating. But
Yeah.
still, a very large fighter, could possibly turn this around.
We saw her experience some tiredness earlier on, so I'm not sure how long she'll be able to hang on for. And I think this will go to a third and final round at this rate if the Russians keep this up. They do have the 2-1 advantage in terms of fighters in the list at the moment.
The Ukrainian who was running did a fantastic job throwing that Russian, but unfortunately the other Russian capitalized on the opportunity, pushing her down to the ground.
Yeah, that was smart.
Was caught.
That was very smart. You can see one more big lunge. She's really putting all her weight into it.
They need to be careful that the Russian is not grabbing their own falchion.
Yep.
And making sure that it's not going up underneath the neck of the Ukrainian fighter. It is very natural to grab your own weapon as a choking tool if you've done any sort of wrestling. She seems to be grabbing the faceplate there, trying to drag her down, pushing her knees in. But this Ukrainian is one hell of a fighter. Those shots to the chest, not doing anything. The Ukrainian seeming almost unfazed about it, but very tired.
Well, she'll want to hold on as long as she can, because if this does go to the 10-minute limit, it means that Ukraine will win because they won the first round.
It will be a very big... there's been a break in the knee armor, which means that she's out. Which means that she is out.
Yeah, that's it. Well, result there for Russia. They'll be happy with that. The Ukraine very disappointed.
Disappointing indeed for the Ukraine, but does not mean it's over. We will now have a third and final round.
Oh, looks like one of the Russians is in some pain there.
Well, managed to get up and walk it off, so no problem. One of the Ukrainians obviously getting her armor fixed immediately. The problem with floating knees, you see here a fantastic back shot from that Ukrainian, but not enough. Unfortunately, grabbed, cutting into this corner. This group here, they wrestled for a while, twisting and twisting, but nobody was really able to get the advantage until they disengaged. Pulling the head down into the list. Unfortunately, not enough. Trying to hack at that arm to weaken it. Obviously, shots to the back of the legs, need to be careful there. Something to really watch. I think those marshals were checking out. They were being safe, but very, very fine, very fine.
I believe they're ready to call the start of the third and what should be the deciding round of Ukraine versus Russia.
I think a match that we saw coming, to be honest, even though Australia doing a fantastic effort to shake things up.
Yep.
But as we know, it's the top tier teams being Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah, the Ukrainians and the Russians, a lot of experience, great training methods. A lot of development in the women's divisions of the sport. So it's no surprise that we would find a final between Russia and Ukraine. Great rivals. And Marshall just speaking to the Ukrainians now. Taking some time about it. I'm not sure if there's still an issue with the armor. We saw that there was some armor that came loose earlier on. It might be something about that. It might be ulterior checks. After this final, we will go to the medal ceremony, and then we will have a break, and we will rejoin for the men's group battles category 5 versus 5. The grand finals, what everybody is wanting to see. We're saving the biggest till last, unlike last year, which will be the 21 versus 21. We're looking to finish up around about 8 o'clock this evening. Well, it might finish before. As you can see now, still some discussion going on with the Russians and the marshals. The Ukrainians waiting for the start of it. It looks like, I'm not sure if that Russian has been warned.
Ronda. Siguiente asalto.
The environment very tense, especially since this is such a fantastic outcome.
So I've just been brought some supplies here by my good friend Henrikas from White Company. That is UK1. And we look now to this energetic start of Russia versus Ukraine, the deciding round of the final women's 3 versus 3 category. Winner takes gold.
Sending the 2 Russian fighters up the top. Not sure about those tactics there, but leaving a few fighters at the bottom of the list. Sorry about the technical difficulties there. We'll cut back to that camera as soon as possible. Looks like one fighter has gone down.
Unfortunately, we're not in any position to see there. Can't even see it. It appears to be a Ukrainian fighter, so now a big advantage for Russia here. Russia looking to capitalize, taking down one of the Ukrainians who is not able to hold on to this. Big movement there coming down. However, there is a leg sweep looking for the Russian, if she can get hold of that. However, the Ukrainian very, very close to the ground now. One Ukrainian staying on the side of the list, taking severe punishment from those 2 loose Russians.
I think it is the larger Ukrainian. If the Ukrainian wrestling with the individual is able to
some
make
good
the first
teamwork
movement,
there.
Russian repositioning herself. Marshall's getting involved, thinking there might be some sort of issue there. Or taking a battering for that spare Ukrainian.
There's been a call there from the marshal. I'm not sure if it's just to move one of the weapons. There may have been an illegal hold there. You can see these Russians now putting everything they've got into this Ukrainian, getting her down on the ground. There's almost flying over.
Ukrainian doing an amazing job to stay standing.
It looks like one of the Russians has actually been grounded. It's now 2 versus 2. I don't think the Ukrainian knows, and they both go down. It goes to 1 versus 1 now. Ukraine versus Russia.
This is an incredible nail biter. The larger Ukrainian fighter might have the advantage here, but does seem very tired from the previous round.
I'm not sure why why the Russian fighter was grounded by the marshal. It might have been for illegal strikes there. I'm not quite sure. We didn't see it. However, we do have a 1 versus 1 situation now.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was Arma. There was a few calls obviously there, but they needed to reset them. The tense fight here, they're just breaking, it seems.
It seems they've actually split up the fight and they're bringing the fighters together again. You can see in the middle some action going on in the list that you can just see that the Ukrainian trying to take advantage of that Russian. They're getting down, big leans going over. However, the Russian is going nowhere.
Ukrainian taking their time, I think, to collect herself. But the
big support now in the arena for both Ukraine and Russia.
Then we have a match on the field and a match of the voices as well.
That's why they'll be looking to get a little bit of breath back now. However, they do engage and go in, and this the big Russian. However, that ends up in a headlock, and this could end up in a leg sweep.
Nearly took
some
down
great
that Russian.
Physical work there from the Ukrainian. Now the Russian is not going anywhere. Very, very difficult to take back. And they're going to stay in the center. It looks like the Russian is taking it to the list there. She looks very, very worn out. I think she can see that the Ukrainian has an advantage.
In size, definitely. It's one of those things that the Ukrainian is waiting for the Russian to come to him because she knows that she has that size advantage.
However, if this does come to a 10-minute stalemate, they still have to go on because it is 1 round apiece and 1 fighter left in the remaining round.
There's no way to draw a draw.
And they're getting their energy back, but you can see the Ukrainian egging on the Russian. Tanya Degaman, who is just staying on the list there.
Wanting to fight, but unfortunately that Russian is saying, come to me. I'm definitely not going out there to fight you.
Well, I can only imagine they're getting their breath back, and the Marshall's having none of it.
Marshall saying the fight is on. The Ukrainian, the Russian team member actually telling their Russian teammate to get out there. Maybe.
I think she's quite short of breath now. You can see them. The Marshall's trying to get the Russians back. Because Alexei Nadarov are not very happy about, I'm not sure why he is even there. Then it appears to have been called. That means they will have another round.
That is incredible. I would think that the Ukrainians should have maybe taken it to the Russian to end what they started, but at the same time allowing her to catch her breath. But it could have been a deciding fight. Maybe not enough confidence in that Ukrainian fighter.
Yeah, I think that might have been tactics from the Russian there, thinking that this Ukrainian is big and is very confident with the leg sweeps. If I let it play out, we'll have to go to another round, and she would have felt more confident with the other fighters there.
Hopefully this is not the way the fights will end up going, because I'm not a huge fan of playing the game, playing times, playing
Sure.
technicalities.
Well, these technicalities sometimes are all part of it, unfortunately.
The Russians are obviously resting. One of the Ukrainian flag bearer telling the Ukrainians to go rest against the edge of the list. Doing his job quite well. Nearly again collecting the I think the marshal behind him in red. That marshal wanting to walk directly through the flag waver. We might be able to cross to some of the triathlon fights, the finals happening on the lower corner of your screen. But we want to be back immediately to see that fight between Russia and Ukraine.
It's going to be very tense. We already saw a lot of tension in the previous rounds, and especially in that last one. But yeah, I do think there was a bit of Russian strategy going on there, despite the fact that the fighters' teammates were encouraging her to engage in combat with the Ukrainian.
She seemed to be thinking maybe that she should just stand back.
Yep.
Maybe the Russians themselves as well did not want to wait for it to go to another round.
I think the Russians themselves didn't, because they had a lot of confidence in their fighter. But maybe she just lacked that confidence. You saw her stroll back to the list there.
And the large Russian fighter nearly got that hip toss.
Yeah.
Sorry, the large Ukrainian fighter nearly got the hip toss on the Russian. And so I think that scared her a little. You can see the Australians helping out the Ukrainians there.
Yeah. There's a lot of friendship between them.
We say that a lot, but it seems to be that there's friendship between every single team in every single direction. So
there is. I'm trying to think of famous rivalries that we have. There's certainly nothing bitter, of course.
Even if it did, even if it ever was, it's no longer. It's a great tournament for friends to come together.
We look now. I think that's Russia 1 versus Russia 3 in the women's triathlon.
Looks like an armor piece has come up, but it's
Yep.
not a necessary piece.
The shoulder. I think it should be turned over because it needs an adjustment.
And no one's noticed.
No.
So looks like she's just got a wing on her back. We see Ukraine and Russia actually leaving the list.
Oh, I've got no idea what's going on here.
Maybe taking a break till they can fight it out again. Or maybe we are going to be seeing some...
I think there may be a discrepancy. I've got a gut feeling that there will be an appeal made to the marshals about why the spare Russian fighter was grounded. And I've got the impression that we are going to have company up here in the commentary box very soon by marshals and team captains.
Definitely. At least we have plenty of action to keep you guys entertained here. Russians actually enjoying the view over to the side. Her shoulder still not fixed. Oh, there we go. Fantastic by the Israeli marshal.
It was, yeah. And as predicted, we are being greeted by the Russian and Ukrainian team captains and the Knight Marshals for an appeal. I believe the appeal will be made by the Russians. However, you can see some very, very rapid work here from Russia 1. That's appears to be a minor bit of discomfort from the Russian there. Well, I'm not sure if that will mean she can't continue, but she doesn't seem so happy with it. So I don't think that's an armor thing. Maybe she caught a sword to the toe. She might have subbed it, but she appears to be limping now. This is really bad news for the Russian champion, the defending champion. Over the others, however, we do have Ukraine versus Italy, who have gone to the third and final round of the triathlon of sword and shield. And
as you can hear, it's getting very vocal up here next to the commentator's box with the footage being reviewed.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're not in a position to be telling them to quiet down.
No, I'd rather not.
And the heat, the adrenaline that's pumping through these men in armor and captains of teams.
Well, it gives us a great opportunity to practice our Russian.
Incredibly so. I think I know da, and that's about it.
Okay, to start. I know some words, but I wouldn't want to read them over the
airwaves, yeah.
Airwaves, it wouldn't be the smartest thing to do.
A bit of a lull in
yeah, well, there seemed to be a minor injury in the Russia 1 fighter. She seemed to injure her toe, so be in some discomfort in any case, and had to pause for a moment. However, she is back.
Doesn't look like her footing is any issue. We're seeing the replay now. Maybe we'll see the strike that heads down there.
I think, yeah, there was a...
May not be the actual strike that
No, I
did it,
think
but
that
it was
wasn't
a
the
low
one. Yeah,
strike.
that wasn't the one.
Some intense action there on the bottom right of your screen.
Yeah.
As we see
These two fighters going at it again. Two very experienced Russian fighters.
very good duck there from the Russian with the black, who seems to have a limp as well.
I believe that is Marina. And again, lots of a very exciting fighter. There's lots of sports, very athletic. She's of a more slight build than Russia 1, than Galina. However, extremely fast, very, very effective with the sword and buckler. In fact, as you saw there. However, she's going to have a big challenge on her hands now with the sword and shield, which is the speciality of Galina Kokhvako, the reigning champion.
I mean, if I'm to speculate, looking at the Russian in red, the Russian in red, I like
The Russian
that.
in red, isn't that good?
I think that's a nice saying. She will be doing her her best to keep that distant guard like she usually does, which unfortunately it's very hard. I don't think any leg shots are going to work for the Russian in black, leading her to probably try to tangle up a sword arm and get some shots underneath the shield. Unfortunately, she does not have the height advantage either.
That's right. You can see the support there for Galina Kokhvako from the Russian winner, gold medal in the triathlon for the second year running. And still some discussions going on between the Knight Marshals and the captains of Russia and Ukraine. They are now viewing footage. They're discussing the viewpoint. However, we can now see the sword versus shield. And this all-Russian bout. It's a nice leg work there, evasive leg work from Russia 1. Good swing there, but you can see how quick her opponent is. They're getting away from those headshots. She does favor the head strikes rather than leg strikes. A great stance there from them both. This is going to be very, very tense.
She is choosing to not engage and make the Russian chase her, which I think every smart opponent has done. Whenever they've tried to press against the Russian in red, she has lost every bout. As you can hear, a lot of commotion happening up here with the Knight Marshals, Russians and Ukrainians.
In fact, it's the closest we really come to
the action.
The action
fantastic leg shots there by the Russian in black. Not sure how many of them connected. Some backhand shots to the leg as well. They're going to be counted up.
There's still good movement. You can see the silver and bronze medalists there, just in the background, giving support to the second Russian fighter. And you can see some more tense shots. Actually, the Russian one going lower than she usually does. She prefers those head strikes, and I think that the second Russian fighter caught slightly off guard. There's some good defensive work from the Russian, but that has come to the end of the round, so it's quite close to call. I would favor Russia 1 to win that, however.
I think it's only because she has had such a good reputation so far, but
she's confident.
We didn't see the other rounds as clearly as we saw this one.
No, we didn't even see the longsword at all, which is more of a specialty of Russia 2.
So it might be that this actually is the deciding round, especially because this sword and board is maybe the speciality of Russia 1, but Russia 2 was definitely catching her off guard.
And the marshals have made their decision. We do apologise about any background noise there. However, some discussion going on with the marshals there.
Been pulled to the centre, and it seems that the win goes to
And it goes to Russia 1. Stunning fight there. So she retains the gold medal. Galina Kovačuk.
Picked up by her, her training partner.
Yeah. Excellent win there for Russia, retaining the gold medal in the triathlon. And it seems that the discussions have come to an end between the Knight Marshals and the Russian and Ukraine captains about what was decided for the 3 versus 3 bout. So it looks like we'll be able to get back into that quite soon. But you can see what happens when there's a discrepancy. But it appears that the marshals stood their ground. They looked at video evidence. Discussions did go on for a while. And we'll be right back to the 3 versus.
Introduce yourself, please.
My name is Allan Schiller. I'm the Danish national team captain, and yeah, I'm from Denmark.
You showed us yesterday a great fights in 5 versus 5. Could you comment your fights?
Well, yes, I could command my fight. At home, we use a lot of time to. Well, it is like when you see the draw, you go in and then you study the teams that you think you will fight. And we had very good results. We had some mistakes, but good results, especially against Russia too. And UK won, which was very surprising, but it was our tactic worked, and we lost an experience, but in momentum and in surprise, I think we won.
And what was the most remarkable moment during Battle of the Nations, like till this moment?
I think our most remarkable moment was when we were fighting UK 1, because UK 1 are a very strong team, a very sturdy team, and like we gave them a really, really good fight. And the most remarkable moment for me was that I could see that he actually was afraid of maybe losing this fight. And that was not something I could calculate on. They won because they are a very good team, very experienced. But I think next year we will be able to take them.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for your time. Good luck next time.
Yeah, goodbye. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Su reconocimiento como tercera bronce en la competición de mujeres de duelo con arma en astada. We're waiting just a few moments for Irina, who has just completed a 3-on-3 battle and is coming from the rest area to receive her third place medal for women's pole arms one-on-one duel. Okay, as we wait for Irina, we will move to the second place in women's pole arms. Segunda clasificada en duelo con arma en astada. From Canada, Chloe Germain. Chloe Germain from Canada, congratulations for your silver performance in the category of women's pole arms. De Canadá, Chloe Germain, la segunda clasificada. Y ahora sí que llega Irina, and now Irina Ilnitskaya from Ukraine takes her position, so we'll begin with the bronze medal. Bronze medal for Irina Ilnitskaya from Ukraine. Silver medal has already been given, and for the champion of women's pole arms, campeona de duelo con arma en astada from Russia, Alina Abdulayeva. Alina Abdulayeva from Russia, the champion and gold medalist of the women's pole arms competition, individual one-on-one. The award being given by Mr. Sergei Simval, Vice President of HMBI. And now the national anthem of Russia. Congratulations to Alina Abdulayeva, Chloe Germain, and Irina Ilnitskaya for their positions 1, 2, and 3 in the women's pole arms in one-on-one duels. In just 2 minutes, we will proceed with the ceremony for the winners of the women's triathlon. So don't go away. Congratulations. And now we will begin with the award ceremony for the category of women's triathlon, 1 against 1. We invite the flags now to enter the arena. And now for the women's triathlon, la competición de triatlón femenino, third place and bronze medalist, Irina Ilnitskaya. Irina Ilnitskaya from Ukraine. Irina Ilnitskaya, third place in both the women's pole arms as well as in the women's triathlon. And now our silver medalist, second place from Russia, Maria Davidova. Maria Davidova comes limping to the stage to receive her silver medal, presented by Ivan Koryagin, head of the tournament competition. And finally, our champion, also from Russia, Galina Kokhvako. Galina Kokhvako from Russia, the champion of the women's triathlon one-on-one competition. The award given by Sergei Sinval, responsible for the organization of this Battle of the Nations. Congratulations to Galina Kovačko, Maria Davidova, and Irina Ilnitskaya for their first, second, and third place showing in the women's triathlon. And in just a few moments, we will give the awards for the men's triathlon dual one-on-one. In just a few moments.
Шучу. Пытаюсь шутить.
Can you start?
Стоп. Okay. Ready? Okay.
Irina, my congratulations. You already have 3 medals here. What emotions do you have right now?
Now I want to put off this armor and sleep. Hate sun, hate everything, only sleep. I'm too tired. 6 hours in armor. I can't anymore staying here, please.
But you, but you did a great job. One more minute. What could you say about the level of your opponents right now?
Очень сильно вырос уровень европейцев, это видно, это приятно, особенно удивили канадцы в волейборде. Даже канадцы в триатлоне тоже удивили, то есть средний уровень из феха женского в среднем растет, европейцев растет, ну а Россия, как всегда, молодцы.
So there are lots of great opponents this year, and especially European fighters are higher level from year to year. Yes, especially Canada. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, and have a rest, and see you next Battle of the Nations.
Thank you.
Спасибо тебе.
From Russia, the third place and bronze winner, Ilya Ivanov. Ilya Ivanov from Russia, our third place in the men's triathlon category. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Russia. Congratulations to Alexei Petrik, Sergei Yukulov, and Ilya Ivanov for their excellent results in the men's triathlon. Congratulations, and thank you to Sergei Sindal and Ivan Koryagin for giving out the award. Ladies and gentlemen, an appeal was made by one of the teams in the 3 versus 3 women.
Hello, Alexei. Congratulations with one more win here at Battle of the Nation. How do you feel about it? How do you feel about Russia took all 3 places this category right now?
Какие у вас эмоции после того, как вы получили награду на битве наций?
Ну, естественно, я очень счастлив, я доволен, что вот моя мечта осуществилась. То есть я очень хотел в том году выиграть, я выиграл. Вот в этом году получилось еще раз. Подтвердил свой титул.
I'm very happy to get this award, and my dream comes true last year and this year as well.
Thank you so much. We wish you good luck this year as well, and we hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Ну, я понял, да. Поздравляем. Желаем удачи. Это я понял.
Así que volvamos con una última lucha, una última batalla antes de tener una pausa.
Главное стараться, тренироваться.
Mediodía y la comida.
You rejoin us there after the medal ceremonies to once again the final of Ukraine and Russia in the women's 3 versus 3 category. There was a decision to be made there. There were some night marshals who took an appeal from, I believe it was the Russians. Therefore, the Russian and Ukrainian captains were called up. And I think it was about the Russian who was grounded by the marshals. In any case, it goes to what should be a final and deciding round.
It is unfortunate that they weren't able to collect on that victory, but we didn't see it. It may have not been a full clear call.
Yep.
One of the tricky things of these marshals doing, making calls in really tough situations.
So we get this to the start there of Ukraine versus Russia in the 3 versus 3. We go down to the cameras and we can see they've been well rested for all of that.
The Ukrainian runner getting behind enemy lines, but not able to do anything yet. Maybe not wise getting engaged there. Ukraine, nearly
some
both
smart
of them
fighting
down.
there from the Russian fighter, and they both go down. So that it's now 2 versus 2. Oh, I think the
his knees, her knees definitely touched the ground.
And she has been grounded there, by the marshal. Not sure if we'll see an appeal for that. And we now have the 2 skirmishes, and they split off, but still very close to each other. And you can see the Russian moving the Ukrainian towards the grounded opponent, trying to use that as an obstacle, which will force the trip. Some great pressure now from the Russian on the Ukrainian on the list.
You can see the Russian advisor trying to get in there and give them some tips to the marshal, keeping them back. Some great punches to the upper legs.
That's a big move. And there's a takedown almost there from the Russian, who is holding on to it. It is now 2 against 1.
This does not bode well for the Russians.
Bodes very well for the Russians, not the Ukrainian. And now, pressure coming down. They've got to be very careful with the strikes so that a fighter is not taken out by the marshals. However, they've got their work cut out now, and you can see that those 2 big Russians, and they're going to have to hack away at that Ukraine, trying to prise her away from the list.
She is. She's got quite a stature about her, being able to do this, take this beating from the Russians.
Yep.
Throwing some shots in there to the shoulder, obviously making her bring that shield arm up to try and defend herself, but she will hold on to that list for as long as possible.
It looks like they're trying both to trip her over, going for a leg sweep. However, as long as that arm is on the edge of the list, it will not be of any effect. So really trying to get right on top of her now. And I'm not sure what that Ukraine will be able to do in response to this. You can see her pulling down on the helmet. Needs to be careful that the gauntlet doesn't go below the rim of it. Some sharp, as you can see, fatigue setting in of the Russians. However, if this does go to the 10-minute count, they have the advantage, as there are 2 of them and versus 1 Ukrainian. The Russian need to be careful, but she very wisely steps on the grounded opponent. And this could be a takedown here. However, it's not happened. Very impressive work from the Ukrainian there.
Sword dragging along the ground, not used for any sort of support, though.
That was clever work from the Ukrainian, but the idea from the Russians was good. It now goes to the corner of the list. You can see them desperately trying to pull down the Ukrainian opponent.
Really, some of the Russians need to be hacking at her legs.
Yeah, I'd say so. They've got to go for a sweep. The problem is in the corner. There's a lot of back support there. And while the Ukrainian is firmly locked onto the list, leg sweeps, as I said, are going to be fairly ineffectual.
No, but you see these punches don't have to be done at the waist.
Yep.
One of the Russians can simply let go, go down and start punching the side of the knee.
Absolutely, yep. Breaks away some of the balance there. You see a lot of energy going into it. I'm not sure how much striking power they'll have left.
This is the problem. I don't think they're doing any striking. I have done any striking. They're rested. There's one small shield punch there. Another one follows. The third one, she's trying. I don't think it's really doing anything to the chest.
They're just trying to wear down the Ukrainian opponent there. However,
they need to explode. When the second that that Ukrainian fighter has brought her shield, her sword arm over the top, they need to grab her and drag quickly.
That's right. More strikes coming to the Ukrainian, who has tired. We saw her get very tired in one of the earlier fights, so she must be absolutely exhausted
that
now.
Russian has now done the smart thing and has caught her elbow, dragging her arm off the edge of the list.
That's good play.
I'm hoping the underdog, wins, but it doesn't look good.
It doesn't. I think the Russians are firmly in control of this fight. So we go now, and there's a big pull there from the Russian, putting all of her weight on the neck of the Ukrainian, who has come free from the list and is now moments away from being a Russian gold medal.
She is simply just holding on. She's not even doing anything with her arms.
Now the Russians need to go for the leg sweep. Now they can do it if they can pull away those legs.
The only hope the Ukrainian has.
That's a good move there. Smart thinking, but they need to work as a team to sweep away both the legs.
The only thing the Ukrainian do is possibly shifting her energy, trying to get them off. But she seems to have none of her own.
You can see nothing coming from the Ukrainian there. No response whatsoever. She is hemmed into the corner.
She isn't stuck. She could take a knee at any moment, so she's choosing to stay standing.
She could, but it must be putting incredible strain on her back. Of course, these two Russians are really putting everything they've got into getting her down, and we're not long now. However, she is well supported, and you can see Russian's got to be careful she doesn't slip herself.
She's doing an amazing job with her head, almost touching her knees. But she really does need to try to shake up this position.
Yeah.
I think she's relying too much on her buttocks getting wedged on that, wedged in the corner of the list. The Russians really doing their best to take her down. I'm sorry about the technical.
So smart. They've got some knees to the head, again trying to wear down the Ukrainian.
The problem is if she tries to shift too far to the right, they'll push her through the gap in the list. She's now moving.
Oh, there's movement now, and she has come completely free from the list. She might be able to take down the two Russians there. That's great physicality from Ukraine there. She is holding on, but still the Russians have the advantage. This may go down to the 10-minute expiry.
This is an incredible women's final here you're watching. I would advise her, if she can't get free, grab them both, make this a draw and give us another round. There's always more reason for fighting.
She's got to think about that. She's got to try to get a hold of those two Russians. I think she did have a good opportunity. However, she was hunched over, making it very difficult to get any grip on the Russians there.
I feel that she only had one of them. If she had gone down then, it would have been a win for the Russians.
Yeah.
It's a patient win. One of the team members obviously pointing to the leg.
She's got to be careful that she doesn't wrap the weapon around the bottom of the helmet.
I believe this... need to be careful there. Marshall's getting...
Yeah, I think the marshals are getting involved there. They're checking. They're being very careful it doesn't get to the bottom of the helmet. Otherwise, she may be grounded for an illegal move. You can see how much weight she is putting on the Ukrainian.
But at the same time, the Ukrainian not moving whatsoever. Got actually good feet. They need to be doing something about this.
Yeah.
It's very interesting that the Russian is not hacking the back of the legs or the buttocks to try and weaken up the legs and make her drop because of pain.
I can see trying to go into the back of the leg with a knee there from the Russian. Trying to pull with all her strength. And while she's holding onto this still, nothing is going to happen. I can't see any signs of the Ukrainian dropping at any point. The Russians must be exhausted from trying to pull her down.
I see some spare weapons there for hoping that the Ukrainian can move and grab a weapon. Don't know what advantage that would be. It looks like they've got two axes ready for her. The Russians, knowing that they don't want to let her get close to that resupply location.
Well, this is very tough now for the Ukrainian. You can see there's a loose leg there. And if the Russians can sweep those legs away, well, she's still got the arm to rely on.
It's interesting that...
and there's a gauntlet that's come off, and that has been stopped, so...
That would be a loss.
And that would be a loss, so that is a gold medal for Russia.
Well fought by the Ukrainian, and a very big disappointment that it was only the gauntlet in the end that made her lose it, but she can be proud of her efforts. She's done an amazing job.
Absolutely, yeah. She'll be totally exhausted, as will those Russian fighters there. But this is a great victory for Russia, having taken the silver medal last year. Now they return home with the gold in the 3 versus 3 women's group battle categories.
It's going to be interesting now to see the celebrations of the Russians. Clearly happy with their victory. It's going to be interesting now to see. We'll be moving on shortly to the men's group battles, the grand finals 5 versus 5, and then eventually the finals from the mass battles, 21 versus 21.
That will be in around about 20 minutes, so don't go away. We will be back. So stay tuned.
Y tras esa victoria, queda primero en este torneo el equipo ruso y segundos Ucrania. Buenas tardes y esperemos que vuelvan para la siguiente sesión donde habrá 5 contra 5 los mejores de hombres y 21 contra 21. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you'll come back to the next session where we'll see 5-on-5 men, the very best teams competing for the finals, and 21 versus 21. Just when you thought it was all over, ladies and gentlemen, we still have an awards ceremony for 3-on-3 women's category.
There is nothing else like seeing history. The excitement and the anticipation of what happened and what will happen. A new sports event you could only dream of. Feel the spirit of competition in a European city. More than 750 participants will fight to define the strongest nation. Support your team from the beginning until victory. Real armor, authentic weapons, and full contact combat. Step into the Middle Ages. Explore the authenticity and passion. The greatest fight of the year.
Hello, could you introduce yourself, please?
Hello, I'm Edouard M., the captain of the French national team.
You showed us a great, high-quality fights yesterday. What was the most remarkable and the most challenging fight?
I think it was very remarkable for us that we fought against Russia 1. France 1 fought Russia 1 for the quarterfinals. And of course, we were ready for very difficult fights, as always, against them, because it's almost impossible to win right now. But we managed to put 2 of them on the ground at the first round, and it was really a shock for everyone, I think. So it was very challenging, because we didn't think we would manage to do something like that.
Comparing to last year, what results do you have this year?
Well, comparing to last year, this year also all of our 5 versus 5 teams managed to go out of the groups, so that was a good thing. And France 1 went to the quarterfinals, so it's also a better result than last year. Our France 3 team also did very well, got out of the group, beat Mexico 1, then ended up against Russia and failed again. But it was a good result. Also in 21 versus 21, we were pretty happy because we lost only to Ukraine in the group stage. So tonight we will be up against Italy, and we are hoping for a bronze medal this year. So it's our best hope so far for a medal this year in this championship. Our girls did not as well as last year. Last year they got the bronze medal, but this year they lost in the group stage, and then we're up against Russia and lost again. So it's a little bit of a disappointment, but you know, we have different fighters this year, so also not maybe the same level or not the same style. And in 1 versus 1, our guy in sword and buckler did pretty well. He managed to beat many opponents, but then lost in the quarterfinals. In longsword, it was maybe not that good. Like, it was a very difficult group for our fighter, so it's possible to understand. And in sword and shield, the same problem. Very strong fighters in front of him. It was his first world championship, so maybe not that much experience. So he will require more training. And our girls in 1 versus 1, I think, had the same problem, that they were maybe not prepared, as it was their first time in Battle of the Nations. They didn't expect such a high level and such experience from the other fighters. So one got an injury on the hand because she didn't have good enough gauntlets to resist to so hard fights. And the second one just realized that maybe her equipment is not really appropriate to the type of fights that we have here, and that you really need to use a different technique with raising your arms a little bit higher than in what she was used to do. So yeah, for the 1 versus 1 fights, we just need more practice, more trainings, because our fighters were more beginners than the other fighters from other nations. So.
A couple years ago, Battle of the Nations was held in France. Does it influence somehow on the fights for your team, for your national team?
On the fights, not really, but it helps the movement in France, of course, because it helped our sports to be more famous in France, and it brought us more sportsmen to join our cause. But about to help in the sports performance, not really.
How do you like this arena?
The arena is really cool. Like, we like the style of it. We like the list is pretty cool. So this is pretty nice. But of course, it brings some logistic complications. It gets more difficult to organize. So it would need also to gain more practice, you know, to be perfect.
Okay, thank you, Gerard, for your time, and I wish you good luck in 21 versus 21 today in the evening.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Denmark, Israel, and Poland also participating on the team. The Warriors received their bronze medals from the Australia team with support from Denmark, Poland, and Israel. And now for the second place team in the women's 3-on-3 group battle competition, Ukraine. Congratulations, Ukraine, for their silver medal. Giving the awards to all of our second and third place athletes. Mr. Sergei Sinval, responsible for the organization of the Battle of the Americas, and Mr. Ivan Koryagin, head of the tournament committee. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the championship team of the 3-on-3 women's competition group battle, Russia.
Давайте там Бурмитина рядом. Бурум.
Sergei Sinval and Ivan Koryagin giving out the awards. And now the national anthem of Russia. Congratulations to our champions, Russia, our silver medalist, Ukraine, and third place, Australia. Congratulations to all of our lady fighters.
Девушки, Украина, идите сюда. К нам сюда вниз можно. Или флаг уберите. Или что-нибудь.
Hello, could you introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Flavio and I'm from Brazil.
Great. My congratulations with your first Battle of the Nations. Could you tell me please about your expectations about this tournament?
Yeah, thank you for your congratulations. I'm truly happy. I heard a lot of congratulations last night, all the night from all people from all over the world. That's so satisfying. We are very happy. Last year I was in Prague as a frontier, as the first man officially registered as a fighter for the whole Brazil, and I made a promise to everyone that we will be here to fight this year, and we made that promise true. We didn't much win the fight, but we win. We won in the objective that we propose to ourselves, and I hope that everything is going better from now on. Our expectations, they are above everything else. The organization went quite good. A lot of buses going with the fighters. The tournament was very organized. We are very happy. We are very happy with this.
How many fighters do you have in your national team?
We have 25 fighters, and I guess that 5 are women. 20 guys and 5 women.
What nominations did you take part?
Only the 5 versus 5 men, but there was a woman from Brazil fighting for Argentina. 3 versus 3 women's, and she got injured in her left shoulder, and then she had to be to the hospital, but now she's okay.
Great. What nominations would you take part next year?
What? Sorry.
What nominations would you like to take part next year?
Well, personally, I would like to do longsword. If we had a lot of fighters to have the full 5 versus 5 team, 8 guys, +1, I will be that +1 to fight in longsword. I would like to fight in longsword.
In Brazil we have a really sunny weather, and yesterday it was a little bit raining. So does it influence on your fights?
Well, in fact, Brazil, our team is made of people from so different areas that it's not effective at all. We have the weather. My hometown, it's hotter, but some guy is used to fight in rain, and then we can go there to fight as well as a tournament. So it's not a big deal for us. We have both weather, hot or rainy. We are get used to that. We just don't have snow, but that's not the case.
Okay, thank you much for your time, and thank you that you're coming from sunny Brazil here to Barcelona, and I wish you good luck, and thank you very much again.
Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Please introduce yourself.
Hey, I'm Sky Burney. I'm the female captain of Australia.
I'm Bryce Lightbody, the captain of Australia.
We just saw the amazing fight from your ladies team. We congratulate you with such a great winner, and it's first medal for Australia, right?
Yes, it's the first medal that we've gained since the 5 years that we've been working.
It's amazing. I guess you're proud of your team so much.
I'm very proud that the ladies have all been working really, really hard. Sky put together a really good team this year, so it's good that we got such a good positive result.
Okay, Bryce, and now that today is your birthday, we congratulate you from all our team with your birthday. We wish you good luck and more winner, more fantastic achievement, okay? Did you work hard to achieve such a good result, and how long did you prepare to this tournament?
So last year's after Battle of the Nations, since I fought with half of these ladies before, I put together a good team. Tried to find out if they had their own, and yeah, if they didn't have a national team, I'm like, hey, can you come join us? It'd be very good to fight together since we've already had an opportunity. It's a very strong team, and I'm happy to have them all with me. It was good. Okay.
How long you in HMBA sport for now?
About 5 years now. 2013 in France was the first time we competed. I was one of the first guys to start in Australia, and Sky started at the same time with me. We helped to establish the first team, Team Havoc, in Australia.
What has changed since then?
Well, our numbers have about doubled every single year, so now we're holding good, hard tournaments every single season up the East Coast. So yeah, moving on from here, we're just going to keep developing the sport in Australia, get more and more fighters, and hopefully start to get international fighters to come down.
More females.
And keep growing more and more female fighters. Yeah. We're starting to get more. Hopefully, next year we'll have a full Australian team.
Do you have some promotional in your country to include more people in this movement?
We do a lot of work on Facebook and social media, so we have the Australian Medieval Combat, AMC. That's where we get a lot of our word out. And also try to hold tournaments with other festivals and medieval fairs to try to spread the word, because right now it's still quite an unknown sport, but it is growing fairly well.
Are you enjoying staying in Barcelona?
Very much so. It's a different city. It's good to see.
It is nice, and it's nice that the sun's out today.
Yes, it's not raining.
The weather's turned it on for us.
Thank you so much for your time. One more congratulations with your win today. Yes, it's really important for you. So enjoy staying here, and talk to you soon.
Thank you very much for it.
Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
See you later.
Bye.
See you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, congratulations. Yes, perfect.
There is nothing else like seeing history. The excitement and the anticipation of what happened and what will happen. A new sports event you could only dream of. Feel the spirit of competition in a European city. More than 750 participants will fight to define the strongest nation. Support your team from the beginning until
Introduce
victory.
yourself, please.
Hi, I am Marco Cardinale from Italy 1.
You have a really great fights during these 3 days in all nominations, and yesterday you have a fight with Team Russia 1. What's your emotions about this fight?
This is the first time for Italy 1 that we faced the Russian team, and it is our first experience, and it is hard because the Russian team it is very powerful, and we know that they are the best athlete at the moment in the world. So our target it is train harder and harder to reach the top, to reach Russia 1, and we hope with the work of the next year to improve ourselves and our team also.
So now, after this Battle of the Nations, it's like more a passion or more like a kind of sport for you?
I think that this is a change of mentality in the Italy, so before it was like a passion for us, like reenactment, but actually it is a sport, so our people is training like athletes to compete, became better and better and perform better on the list.
What nomination do you like most of all for you?
For me, it is difficult because all the competition are intriguing, and I like the 5 versus 5, but also one-on-one with Sword and Shield. It is very interesting for me.
Why it's more interesting for you?
Because I always liked Sword and Shield, so I'm passionate for it.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your time, and I wish you good luck today with the 21 versus 21 and next Battle of the Nations.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you very much for your
you.
time. Thank you.
Bye bye.
There is nothing else like seeing history. The excitement and the anticipation of what happened and what will happen. A new sports event you could only dream of. Feel the spirit of competition in a European city. More than 750 participants will fight to define the strongest nation. Support your team from the beginning until victory. Real Armor, authentic weapons, and full contact combat. Step into the Middle Ages, explore the authenticity and passion. The greatest fight of the year. World Championship in historical medieval battle. Sport you've never seen before. 29th of April to the 1st of May, Barcelona. Battle of the Nations 2017.
Of Team Taurus.
Are you first time here at the Battle of the Nations?
Yeah, it's the first time here in Battle of the Nation, and it's just a great competition. Yeah.
Yesterday we had a costume contest. Have you participated in it?
Yeah, I participated in the historical costume competition, and I think I win, but they didn't tell me at the time, so I don't say nothing of certain. Yeah.
Your dress is really beautiful. Could you tell me, please, some details about your dress? Why did you choose it?
Well, this is a typical 15th century Italian dress that is called Giornea. I all handmade this costume and also the headdress, and it's all made of silk and has leaves gold that I embroidered by hand. And also the headdress is all made of peacock feathers and has pearls and gold inside.
Have you made this dress by yourself? It's your own handmade or somebody helped you?
No, it's all handmade from a little embroidery about this, all these and headdress. I'm a tailor and I really love historical dress, so I decided to make one for this competition in Battle of the Nation.
Thank you very much, and I wish you good luck in costume contests and see you later. Thank you much for your time.
Thank you.
yourself.
Ana Hernandez from the martial team.
What country are you from?
I'm from Mexico.
You're a new marshal here. Why did you decide to become a marshal?
Well, it started out because in my country I had many friends who were fighters, but no one wanted to be a marshal. Everyone just wanted to fight. So I said, well, someone has to do it.
Is it your first official experience? What emotions do you have about to judge the fights?
Well, I love it. It thrills me. It fills me with a lot of energy. But at the same time, I have to remain very calm, very centered to be able to see what's going on in the battle and do the best judging I can do.
To become a marshal, you need to have accreditation. Was it difficult to get it?
It was a lot of work, but all I can say is it was worth it. Totally worth it.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your time and have a great judging.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome back to going through
Señoras y señores, buenas tardes y bienvenidos a la Batalla de las Naciones de HNBIA. Estamos a punto de ver
Yuri
unas
join
competiciones
us for the first of the finals.
histórica.
In the 5 versus 5, this will be Ukraine versus Russia.
Todos nuestros
And
luchadores con sus armaduras y indumentarias
you see
auténticas
now the
de la época medieval estarán
Ukrainians discussing last-minute tactics. Before, you can see the number of marshals. Most of the marshals who are available are involved in this, of course. They need to be at 4 points on the sides of the lists, 2 to 3 points at the ends, and of course the corners. And because of the size of the lists, they need to be well distributed. It should be starting fairly soon. You notice that the Russians are taking to the sides of the list for the moment. but it will be called now. The Russians taking a very relaxed poison. They've gone straight into it, and that's a fast burst there from the Ukrainians. However, the Russian attacks, you can see the speed slamming the Ukrainians into the side of the list there. Just about holds on that Ukrainian. Big strikes now coming down from the halberdier. There's one Ukrainian down already who is trying to pull down that Russian. Big Strider now with an advantage. You can't quite get the Russians to the ground there. However,
a shot to, I think, his teammate, that big two-handed axe Russian, but now moving forward from each group, trying to do his best to take the members down.
Some big shots now. You can see that the Ukrainian there has got his weapon stuck between the arm of the Russian and the list. So that spare Russian wisely using the poleaxe, the polearm, to hit down on the Ukrainians. However, it's not making much difference at the moment, especially because they're so close. If, of course, they do a turn round, they'll hit his own opponent. They want to save his energy, trying to get some legs out.
I think the Ukrainians need to make some fast actions here. They can't just keep taking this beating. They need to try to move to, especially get, as you said, their opponent in front of that axe and not themselves.
Both teams extremely strong.
Might end up with the team member down here.
Looks like a big smash to the face there with the ball of the Russian. As Ukrainians and Russians stuck there on the list.
If I was that Ukrainian, I'd be doing my best to grab both of those Russians and taking them down together.
Oh, you can see one Ukrainian very nearly on the ground now, trying to pull down the Russian with him, but he will not let go. And that's it, another Ukrainian is down. So a 5-3 advantage now for Russia.
This Russian crossing.
Oh, that's a big takedown there from the Ukrainian. Slammed down.
Unfortunately, went down with him.
I think his knee touched the ground. That's very unfortunate for him, but that was quite a takedown.
We now have a 4-2 match.
Trying to slam down at the same time. That's victory for Russia in the first round. Right, they got the early takedown, the Russians. They weren't able to capitalize on it so quickly because this Ukraine team is so strong. Now, sort of holding on to this. They couldn't really take advantage of the extra man, however. But then they did break free. He saw really the Ukrainian centimeters off the ground, still holding on to the arm of the Russian who was linked to the list.
I mean, you never want to give up, do you?
Of course not, absolutely. And Ukraine, I mean, they're never going to, they're simply never going to do it.
Never going to give you up.
No.
Never going to let you down. Sorry, I had to do it.
You did, yes.
Ukraine sorting themselves out, making a nice line. It looks like the Russians are splitting again. Tactic going for a wrap maybe. And the round starts.
You can see the uniformity of this Ukrainian team with the black grand
fast
helms.
Ukrainians getting through the
He's gone for a rush that quite connected with him. A big smash to the face there.
Some very smart Ukrainians moving incredibly hard, but then getting stuck in the corner. Not strong enough.
Oh, big smash, like.
But not enough to take down the leg of the fighter.
Yep, that's right. Okay, everything's now at the side of the list. Two loose fighters, skirmishes going on. Not many fighters holding on to us, which is good. But that Ukrainian's going to have to be careful, and is slammed into the list.
We see another runner now trying to take on this Russian. I think if you try to pull him down, he needs to watch his back, make sure that no Russian who gets free. Doing good, trying to distract the Russian. And we have one Russian free, as we have two Ukrainians and a Russian down.
That's a big smash into the opponent there, and they both go down. I think the Russian will try to keep it. He did seem to be on the ground, but there's no intervention from the marshal. He's looking around to understand what is happening. Yes, he has been grounded by the marshal. He did have one knee on the ground.
We do have a slight advantage to the Russians here, 3-2. They were moving quite fast, and now they've gotten backed up in a corner.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, though. It seems to be that if that Ukrainian is able to muscle his opponents against some of the down enemies, he might have an advantage here.
He has got his work cut out, though.
It's not easy to push someone, especially Russians, some of the most light-footed fighters here.
Yeah.
Being smart.
Oh, great evasive move there. Has disarmed him. He's going to have to dash back to get that.
Or at least should take advantage of the situation and keep his head on a swivel. He could be attacked from behind at any moment. Yeah. The Russian off-screen has now got a two-handed axe and is coming back to lay on some pain.
Oh, big shots there to the shot of the Ukraine. However, is met with
this
a
big
short
Ukrainian
arm.
maybe actually be able to do something here. Ooh, holding onto the list. Maybe he shouldn't have held on. He could have committed more energy to the trip if he
Quite
didn't.
possible, but he was fairly well held by the Russian, who is now going to stand back and choose big shots to the head there. And he's actually using the hammer side of the axe, which it was reported. There's some questions about these pole axes, whether or not it is possible. Oh, that's a massive shame!
Such a massive shame. That takedown.
Big
could have
takedown,
changed
it goes there, but the Russian was just too strong for him.
Using that pole arm to channel the energy to the side. Such a shame, obviously, for the Ukrainians.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed with that.
But they put in their best.
There's certain loose points in the fighting. You can see those short weapons not making such a big difference. The only way to get the Russians down is by wrestling them. And as we said, that the grappling and clinch is something of the strong point of the Ukrainians. However, I believe that was Russia 3, very much in control there against Ukraine.
It'll be interesting to see if any other team apart from the Russians take gold here.
Yeah, the Ukrainians, I think they're missing their captain, Ilyas Vishutin, who is recovering from surgery on his knee. But they really need that strength that he's got and leadership inside the list. And the last minute checks on chin straps. There's going on. All the armor is checked, of course, before the tournament. However, there have to be these last second checks in case of any changes, if anything seems to have come loose.
That and as part of registration, you obviously submit your armor, but you can buy new armor any time in between then.
That's true. And of course, the armorers at Battle of the Nations are all approved. So any armor that they make or that you buy at the tournament will be approved, provided this. Now, there are some second-hand dealers there, but you've got to be very careful that just in case, if it's an older armor, it might not be fit for use at Battle of the Nations. However, we do go for Russia 2 against Ukraine here. Sharp movement.
One Ukrainian getting stuck in the middle there. Very smart to reposition
there's
himself.
One Ukrainian wasting far too much time in the middle and not going for the runs, and then it's the Russian who's gone down. And he is down there. Advantage for the Ukrainians.
If they're
Dashing out, slams into the list there, but is countered very well by that strong Russian. Massive blows down there from the Ukrainians. There's a big punishment being dealt out to these Russians here, trying to deflect those shots.
Oh,
that's a massive takedown.
We now have 5 versus 3.
Oh, stunning work there from Ukrainians, who now have a big advantage. However,
Going for
I've
that hip
seen
toss off screen.
last year, if you remember, that the Russians did come back and win it when they had a 5-3 advantage.
Another Russian has gone down off screen. We now have 2.
So it is 5 against 2. It's only a matter of time now for this strong Ukrainian team.
Correction, 4 against 2.
4 against 2.
Might still come round. One Ukrainian nearly taken out by a Russian from behind, but he survived the shove.
They've got to be careful in the corner there because there are some grounded fighters.
Oh, the intensity.
Big blows there, takes down the Russian, and Anderson. Ukraine win that round.
Fantastic work by that two-handed polearm user from Ukraine.
Yeah, it's really raining shots down on the Russian there. Not much they could do with that, and you saw how hard the Russian went down. He might have sustained a minor injury there. His teammates are checking if he's okay. See, good move there from the Russian, trying to go for the leg sweep. However, the speed of this Ukrainian team, very, very impressive. Big shots coming down there.
Definitely thinking
also
on
to
the
the
fly.
side. On that side, good defense from the Russian. However, it wasn't enough.
It seems that these, and here we come with that
slamming
takedown.
into the list there. Look at that. That is big.
That Ukrainian very smartly grabbing onto the edge of the list to make sure he didn't go down with
Yeah. Nice work there. Big shots from that poleaxe. So, Ukraine with the early advantage over Russia 2. You can hear in the background the Russians yelling support Well, also a lot of Ukrainian support too, however. And we see round 2. Now the Russians have got it all to do. So we see an early run there from the Russians, and they go smacking into the Ukrainian now. Great movement there from the Russian, however, he's been grabbed by the Ukrainian fighter, takes some shots to the face and the side. You've got once again that Pollux, well, not quite sure where to attack, but he can't spend too much time choosing his opponent. I think he's slowed down quite a lot. However, he's seen that there's a lot of skirmishes against the list, so nearly to a takedown there.
As that Polearm user, he needs to get in there. He needs that, and he does. He chooses a target.
Great smacks there. However, he's taking a risk himself, very nearly taken down there.
Every single one of these fighters at their prime. Lots of repositioning here. We've got to make sure that no one is left unguarded. Some great kicks to the back of the leg.
Very athletic there.
The Ukrainians letting some of their fighters
that's a fighter down already for the Ukraine.
And a Russian with him.
That's one versus one there.
Still equal numbers here.
But both teams have lost one fighter.
We can see in this corner being very tough. One of the Ukrainians just stuck there. Big Ukrainian as well, though.
You can see the dust fly there.
You can definitely see it getting hot in here. The marshals making sure that the fighters get out of the way.
Big smash into the face of the Russian there. However, there's still a loose Ukrainian. I'm not sure he's being used very well. He seems to be very, very slow.
He's being hesitant. He needs to just start hammering down on.
But he's being, you can see he's being watched by the Russian on the right there.
Yeah, agreed. Maybe he needs to.
Big smashes there.
He needs to just keep him checked.
But he's gone. They're all hemmed into the corner, making it very difficult for the Ukrainians to break them away.
He needs to go crazy.
Great shots there, however.
There's been marshals have intervened. There seems to be some sort of issue with maybe armor, or maybe a leg of the Ukrainian.
So perhaps something has come loose, but the action has stopped, and it might be a Skinnerd.
Might be actually a Russian leg. And a big piece of armor has fallen off.
Okay, so it appears to be, therefore, the Ukrainian who's taken out. Very disappointing there. This now also a big advantage
to the Russians.
Yeah, who now have 4 fighters against 2.
Against 3. You still have that Polearm user. He's off the screen at the moment. He needs to start doing something very quickly. Trying to take down these fighters, or at least swinging.
Yeah.
He needs to possibly get himself against that list, but he might do better outside.
Yeah. Smart work there from the Russian.
Ukrainian taking it hard, but maybe that Ukrainian should be disengaging now. Leaving.
Smacks coming to the face.
He has. He's trying his best to take down a fighter. Very smart strikes.
The crowd really getting into this.
That spare runner is doing some heavy hits on the Russian, but he needs to readjust. Unfortunately, Ukrainian taken down.
Now big blows to the head of the Ukrainian there.
Now we have 4 versus 2.
Wearing him down. With the Russian behind him, careful not to strike too soon because there is movement. He doesn't want to hit his own fighter.
He's lost his weapon. Unfortunately, he cannot attack and he cannot do anything.
That's right.
He seems to be
that is given to the Russians. Big comeback there.
Big comeback indeed. A very successful win. Is going to leave them struggling in that 3rd round to really come back. Few of the Ukrainians seem a bit winded. We can see here that Polearm user coming through with some really hard hits, but he stood back a bit too much. Some brilliant shots to the back of the leg by the Russian, but met with another kick.
Quite uncharacteristically hesitant of the Ukrainians.
You can imagine when a lot is at stake, their attitude might change a little.
Yeah.
And that's the first Ukrainian that went down. This Ukrainian fighter then taking the opportunity to take that Russian down over the downed Ukrainian.
Yep.
And now having even the odds, turns to strike. And you can see in that corner, focusing there, the big, strong Ukrainian trying to wrestle, I think, the tallest Russian. Didn't really go anywhere for quite some time. To be honest, it could have been, honestly, anyone's game, and if anything, I think the Ukrainians may have had an advantage until that armor failure.
That's right, yeah. It was very unfortunate there, but these things can and do happen, as you've seen. So now we go into the 3rd and final round of Russia 3 versus Ukraine 2.
Some fast movements, but a bit of confusion in the center of the list. One Ukrainian
big smacks there coming down on the Russian there.
And the Ukrainian is already down off screen.
And you can see once again advantage for the Russians. They're going to need to work very hard. You can see Russian has lost his weapon. Ever's able to take him down. A double takedown happens there. Ukrainian and Russian losing fighters.
Russian getting back to the edge of the list and getting a spare weapon. Now another Russian and Ukrainian down. We now have a 3-2 fight here. One of the Ukrainians needs to do something quickly. I believe that it'll be the polearm user from Ukraine, the giant over in the other corner.
Yeah, and that's another Ukrainian taken down.
That's a 3 versus 1 round. It means that Russia
And that is
win.
over, so Russia advance. Well, big victory there. Having lost the first round, Ukrainians will be very disappointed with that. But that's a great victory for Russia.
I think Russia was surprised by Ukraine in the first round.
Yeah.
Was not ready for that, and it cost them, but luckily came out on top at the end there.
I don't think they quite had their game together. You can see the congratulations to the club Bearpaw from Club Bern. Being congratulated by their teammates of Club Bern from Partizan 1. And looks like we will see, you can see Igor Demidov celebrating the victory as he did when he celebrated the victory at Dynamo Cup of Bearpaw against Aina Bera.
You can see some fantastic support work there from the Ukrainian, but spare Russians now running in.
Yeah.
Those Russians were choosing to stand back and not engage for as long as they could to see what would happen. They made a very smart decision to get involved in the fray at that point in time.
Now we have USA 1 against Russia 1.
This is obviously the rivalry I think that we've been talking about.
Well, this is the old rivalry. This is the old battle that took place years ago and was always the hot fight of the tournament. And we see it once again with this very fast USA team. Extremely precise, but against this aggressive Russia 1. And they've got some work to do here. Great movement there, as you can see, under the Casellas, choosing his opponent carefully. Look at the speed of these American fighters. The Russians not quite sure what to do with themselves here.
They need to be
That's
careful.
very close to a takedown there. Great movement from the Russians. Great aggression. Slamming into the side of him, not quite engaging in the way he wants to, but he's going to have to make
one Russian down.
That's one Russian already
Second
down.
Russian down.
Oh, this is amazing work from USA.
I think that the movement has ended up tripping up.
Oh, that's another Russian down. Amazing fighting from USA here.
Fantastic kick to the legs from Colin Campbell.
And they're going to wear down these Russians. Very, very little they're able to do at this point. They're taking the blows. They cannot take much more of this. And that's a USA fighter who will be grounded for that. They're trying to get a grip on this big Russian. Wearing them down. He has been grounded by the marshal correctly because he did have a knee down on the opponent. He's been told to lie down.
Away from the fighters, I believe he
Punishment
tried to.
coming down on these Russian fighters who have very little hope at this point. What can they do?
Seeing
intervention there, the USA fighter being told not to grab his weapon. The polearm wielder that. This can be a stop due to a breakage, and I think that victory will go to the USA. Absolutely stunning work from this American team, and the crowd absolutely love it.
The motion that you've seen throughout the entire event has now obviously paid off. This is the type of tactics that I think they were working with the other teams. Russia taking the opportunity to chase them. I think USA was counting on that, and there wasn't too many times that actually they were caught off guard.
You saw them, I think he actually tripped over his own teammate there.
No, it was actually Colin that kicked out the leg.
Right, okay.
As he may have dropped a weapon and tried to change position, but Colin took that opportunity. Some fantastically hard shots coming in there, blocked by the Russian. Not happy with that, repositioning himself to try and defend the shots, but it didn't. Here you can see.
You could say all they're doing is absorbing these big hits from the USA team. But it's an amazing point and advantage for the USA now. Ladies and gentlemen, USA are back. And they are taking the game right to Russia 1, who find themselves a round down and in deep trouble.
Hopefully USA is able to pull this one out as solidly as they did with the last round. We'll see whether Russia chooses to change their tactics. The position on the field the same. We can see that USA has changed a few fighters, maybe a few stockier fighters on the field, but...
As have the Russians there. You can see the four of... I'm not sure if they took Gladkov off.
They've done a quick change.
Well, and the marshal gets out of there quickly. You can see skirmish going straight on The Russians very cautious about this, and there may be a takedown there, twisting through. Big kick down, that's a massive takedown!
We've got one American and one Russian down. And we now have another one.
Oh, that's another massive takedown! It's all happening in this fight now. You can see the grounded fighters, 2 Russians on either side of the list. This is turning out to be an amazing round.
We do have an advantage too.
It goes down Russia now, in control. But it is 3 versus 3. Things have evened out.
The marshal's getting involved. Something's going on here.
But there seems to be a block there, yeah. Not sure if armors come loose or anything, but everybody is packed into the corner. The Russians want to keep going.
Being told to disengage. One fighter maybe being told to take a knee, even though the fighting had stopped.
It looks like some armor has come broken or come loose. I'm not sure if it can just be adjusted or it's actually broken, therefore he might be grounded for that.
Looking, but I don't think they can
it
find it.
appears not.
Time to
but
lay
they get
on.
back into it there. Very
Russians
fast
ready to
work
go.
there from the United States, going straight in. Russian on the outside of things can't quite connect with these fighters, but you can see those massive blows coming down on the USA.
It's a very even
it's a
fight.
big
USA
kick
getting
there.
tucked in the corner there. He needs to make sure that he stands up, or he's going to be powered down.
Yeah.
One of the USA fighter gets clear, trying to help out his mates, but now he's got his back
Trying
caught.
to take down that big American there. But he can't quite in, but he's very, very close now. All they need to do is take out the legs. He's holding on to the list.
He's holding on for dear life. His USA team members need to try to fight back. He's really, really struggling there. One USA team member.
Oh, and he is down. Russia with a big advantage, 3 against 2 here. Oh, that's very close. He's actually hooked onto the other side of this, and that's a great takedown. Russia now have evened the score. This is absolutely amazing.
The focus of the Russians, you could see the second that the fight continued, they were back in there. Unfortunately, too much confusion going on there. It needs to, for the Americans to work, they need to have, I think, that chaos. Fantastic kick to the back of the, I think, lower torso there, took that member down, but there was a Russian already down on the other side. Yeah, a nice, wonderful throw from
Great shove there, yeah. The
Campbell.
Russian, who's usually got such great vision, wasn't expecting that shove to the back there and went down very quickly.
We can see now this fighter getting caught out off guard.
So we go to the 3rd and final round of Russia 1 versus USA 1.
So much at stake here.
Yeah.
Russia changed their play very quickly at the beginning of the last round. Let's see if they do the same thing here, letting the Americans expect something.
And here it is. We get going. Cautious start there.
By
USA.
USA.
These flying kicks from the Russians are so powerful and decisive, as we saw.
I think USA need to step up their game and go back to what they were doing. By standing around there waiting too long, we have some changes of position.
Big smacks there coming in from the USA fighter. Going for lunge, however, he's met with a kick.
We have one.
That's one Russian fighter already down.
This could actually mean that there's obviously an advantage.
Oh, never say never, because in the middle there of the list you can see.
Another USA fighter's gone down. We now have even numbers.
Wow, it's been even now. This is an incredible fight. Here in the corner, fighting. There's a locked weapon there. However, that USA fighter doesn't look to be in a good position. However, he's helped out now by his teammate. Charging in with a flying kick there. A maneuver preferred by this big Russia 1 team. And he's now trying to play him at his own game, but he's holding on.
Oh, just held on to that one. He nearly got thrown. Eyes are all around, trying to see if they can support each other. That Russian looks like he's out of the list. We have that
now the advantage to the USA. Smashing down on these Russians. Can the USA take down Russia 1?
Now the USA fighter has gone down. Now it seems to be an even match again.
What are we looking at? 2 versus 2 here?
No, 3 versus
3 versus 3, I beg your pardon, yep.
We have this American fighter trying to grapple him using his...
Oh, he's got to be careful not to grab the end of his own weapon.
He's trying to get onto the haft and get it around the head, but he's not, and around the lower body, but it's not happening. If he drops his polearm, he might be able to take it up behind the fighter, but he's keeping his head on a swivel, making sure that he's checking his surroundings. We have in the corner a bit of a hug going on between the Russians and the US fighter, almost twisting him out. There seems to be a martial breakup there to see what's going on. Maybe they've been too busy engaged, or there might be a Russian malfunction in armor. The Israeli marshal saying play on.
A number of them are being broken up here. So There's just one skirmish which is still active. The other two, they're still going there. Some good teamwork from the Russians, both grabbing on there.
It'll be interesting to see what they're able to do here. Every
It's
skirmish.
extremely tense now. All the weight putting down on that big Russian, but he doesn't want to slip.
He doesn't.
The sand now is very, very loose. Can he put all his weight on him? Amazing work from the USA. However, the Russians are now putting all the weight on the Americans.
I think they need to get a USA member off to the other side to help them.
Can he break him away?
He survived that somehow. Great support there from the USA member, hacking into the back of one of the Russians. It is very close to the ground. But
the American has gone down.
This now leads to a 3-2 fight. This could be...
the Russians in control now. They've been made to work for this. This is one of the closest fights we have ever seen in Battle of the Nations.
And unfortunately, one of the USA members is already in a headlock, and a Russian just waiting for the other ones to take down.
That's right, yeah. I think he's going to struggle through this. He's going to work away at those legs. However, some difficulty being had by the third Russian who is involved with the American at the back.
We can see the two-handed axeman looking for his spare weapon, which is
and he
behind
can't
him.
Quite reach it.
He can't, and this means he's looks like he's
He's
almost
holding a weapon.
weapon.
He needs to be very careful that he will be penalised.
His
However, he's come away. Big blows now from the American. The captain of the American team being told to move back.
This could be anyone's fight.
Oh, that's a big shove there. And he gets him back to the list, however.
He's doing his darndest, trying to help out his American teammate there, stuck in the corner. That poor American having all that weight rested on him. But
so you saw that. You see that very rapid run at there from Team USA. However, there is once again they're trying to hold back their teammate. Big work there from the Russians, and the USA one somehow stays up. That is incredible.
His legs are now being taken out.
Kiselius now kicking away those legs, and it's 3-1. Russia 1 have taken it against USA 1.
Such a hard-fought defeat there for the USA team. Small mistakes may have cost them, but in the end, I think that they did the best that they could, and Russia getting the small advantages.
I don't think we've ever seen a fight like that in Battle of the Nations. That was incredible.
I think USA forgot their strengths with their speed in the first round. We see some fantastic takedowns throughout the entire game. It could have been anyone's right up until the end.
Oh, that was very, very impressive, though, from both teams. I think Russia 1 were really expecting the USA to be so strong in the first round, and they were shaken quite a bit. However, they pulled it together very rapidly. You can see here it goes for the very smart work there from the American fighter.
Now repositioning himself, trying to chase down someone. You can see the speed of the Americans running from location to location, but unfortunately not enough. Especially in the second and third round, they started to become a lot more cautious, a lot more sedentary, which I think was what cost them.
So a short pause now as they go into the next round of the finals. And the Russians still in control of this when they were favourites. Now they're moving away from the list. The Ukrainians waiting. And now a big round of applause for these USA fighters. And Russia 1 speaking to Russia 2 there. About reigniting their game. You can see Russia 3 in the back. Vitaly Gryzlov just in the corner there. A pro fighter himself, in fact, #1 in the Pro Fight League. He is with Russia 2. And Bearpaw from Club Bern.
Obviously, great relationship between these two. It's fantastic to see a victory that was not down to arguments about technicalities, and instead just an organic victory.
Yep.
Toughest teams.
With the captains of USA 1, Ukraine 2, and Ukraine 1, please come to the center of the list. The captains of Ukraine 1,
So,
2, and USA
captain of Ukraine 1 and 2, I believe that's still the same person. And you can see the US captain there already in the list with Ivan Koryagin, the head of the tournament committee. And That's a man with a lot to do in this event. So I'm not sure why the US fighters are getting involved. This is purely for captains only, and I think Ivan Koryagin will ask.
Oh, they seem to be
that's a good passing.
Sometimes going through the list is the easiest route, especially when you're in armor. If
Well,
people
that's
are
it.
moving about. I can tell you, you can only see so much in that armor, and you want to mitigate any possible chance you're tripping over.
That's right, yeah.
Basically walking from A to B.
So what's interesting now is how it'll be settled between Russia 1 and Russia 2, because at the Dynamo Cup late last year, Bearpaw were to be in the final against Partizan 1, and they did not dispute the final. They simply shared first and second place. Aina Bera from Ukraine took third. But they in Club Bern, they have these politics whereby the teams do not fight each other.
I'm not sure if that's,
It doesn't make... It's not something great for the sport.
No.
People want to see the action. These are teams who get to that position of being in the final with each other, but for them not to fight, it leaves people wondering, why can't we see more?
And what would happen? I mean, if you've got fantastic fighters of that caliber, it would be nail-biting. It could be seconds, split seconds being the difference between who wins and who loses. And that's the sort of entertainment that we like to see in this sport.
That's right. And of course, in Russia they do have their own selection process, so it's not as if these two teams can't fight each other. So it has to be decided who is Russia 1, who is Russia 2, who is Russia 3.
Looks like the marshals are talking to one of the Russian fighters. It might be conversational, or it might actually be an issue.
And that is the captain of Russia 2, or Bearpaw.
As that meeting is going on with Ukraine and USA in the center of the list.
So useful communication from that marshal. As you can see, a lot more people have arrived as we expected in the afternoon. One side of the arena is not so well filled, as you can see there, but the other side is almost at capacity. And people just prefer to sit in the shade for this one. I'm very surprised. It's an absolutely glorious day here.
And I'm freezing.
And you're freezing. I didn't say anything about the wind. I merely said the sun.
It is a glorious day, but sitting in the shade like we are, I cannot imagine that they'd be very warm, as that wind is quite cold.
That's true, yeah.
But if they're locals, they're probably used to this.
A lot of deliberations there between Koryagin and the American captain and Ukrainian captains, which have come to a close now. So there will be an announcement, I believe, from Ivan Koryagin, the head of the tournament committee. I think it may be concerning the structure of the remaining fights. It's not often you see Russia 1 or Partizan 1 lose a round. But they were taken by surprise by those Americans and caught off guard. And they're shaking quite a bit. And that USA team, even with advantages in the second and third round, that was quite a spectacular fight. And the level of these fights is up in the stars.
There's so much to be said about what can or can't happen in these split seconds, but there's nothing like watching a fight change and seeing how dynamically it changes. There's some brilliantly fast movements from the American team there, but unable to collect on some of those blows. I noticed a few kicks to lower backs, kicks to legs, and the Russians just took them. And
that's right.
Unfortunately didn't go down, but I feel that USA.
It looks like we've got USA 1 versus Ukraine 2 for part of the semi. Excuse me, not semi. And of course, the great thing about this stage of the competition is that we are watching the best teams compete. So the action is white hot. So all the newcomers will be studying the tactics very carefully. And especially Russia won with a lot of these flying kicks that come in. It's a preferred move of theirs. Quite effective.
I don't think they did as many as they usually do, though, in this round. I think they learned from their loss last year against Ukraine and worked on their hip tosses.
Yeah. But you can see two very different styles there. The Russians content to hack away at the opponents, whereas the Ukrainians prefer to wrestle them to the ground, and very effectively so, I might add.
Incredibly fast, that's the key there. You can spend forever wrestling one another, but if you don't spend the time perfecting how to do it fast, then fatigue sets in and people get to learn what's happening. I remember one time I engaged a Ukrainian, struck him from behind, and since he was closer to the list, he immediately hooked his arm around me, placed the leg forward, and hip tossed me. One single fluid movement, and I was down before I even realized what was happening. That's the speed that needs to happen with every wrestle.
Right. Now we have Ukraine 2 facing USA 1, who have just come fresh from that epic fight against Russia 1. I think they're still going to need a bit of time to get themselves together. You can see there all three Russian teams in the shade. And with these marshals, some of them as trainee marshals can get their official accreditation at Battle of the Nations, depending on how they do. I mean, these people have all done the marshal test, which this year was online. Usually there is a marshal summit every year. But if you want to get involved in or find out how to become a marshal, visit the webpage. There are also publications on the Facebook page of Battle of the Nations. So we have Ukraine 2 moving to the other side of this there. It's still waiting for USA 1 to turn up. And still no sign of the USA team, however. I suspect we'll still have, when the Night Marshal seems ready, got the American captain there on his own, waiting for his team to come back. I still can't say enough about that USA team. They're absolutely phenomenal in that last fight. Incredible work. And they've really put themselves back on the map. Now, I'm not sure if during the selection process in the United States they did mix some of the teams, or there are some fighters who ordinarily fight for different teams but were put on the certain USA teams, in order to beef up the lineup.
They did make sure that their American fighters were involved with only the one profession. They weren't crisscrossing into multiple actions, meaning that they would be as well rested and as well specialized in each activity. The Ukrainians are altogether ready to go. The USA team clearly a bit probably worn out from their last round.
Understandable.
Definitely, they do need as much time as possible because Ukraine is an incredible team, but they are, of course, have the rest on their side.
And slowly the fighters come back to this. There might have been one or two repairs to the armor. You can see a check from, I believe that's the Israeli marshal. And the Americans now waiting for their final team. They appear to be within this bar 1, having the last check. So Ukraine 2 still waiting for the final USA fighter, who has to hurry up at this point.
They do have a substitute. Here we go, from friendly relations here to make sure that everything's good between them. The interesting thing here is going to be, obviously, Ukraine's speed and whether USA can pull out the sort of speed that they showed against Russia. An interesting world to think about, the alternative universe where USA beat Russia, and seeing how Ukraine too would have played against them.
Well, you saw them get the first round against Russia 1, so it's not as if it can't be done.
No, definitely not, and who knows, maybe next year.
Absolutely, or at certain events. However, we do get underway into the first round. Big kick there from the Russian. Slams right into
the
that.
Ukrainian.
The Ukraine, I beg your pardon.
They're meeting hard in the middle, but
A great shove there.
Not effective enough, unfortunately. We have two Ukrainians there trying to pick on that.
So that's a double tap. They've both gone down for that. Nice shove there to the Ukrainian. Big takedown there. Great movement now from the United States. However, taking big risks themselves. You can see the charge they're coming from the Ukrainian. Gets slammed into the list there, and they're moving further out. There's great wrestling tactics from the Ukrainian. But now we see Ukraine is holding on to the list.
There is an advantage
big
now.
charge there. Flying kick from the American. Another charge. Massive slam into the fighter. He's got his pole arm there, but not able to use it now. Completely incapacitated.
He's looking for his weapon when it's nearly falling out of his belt. He's not allowed to do anything.
Oh, I think the Americans are in control of this one now.
He's not allowed to do anything, unfortunately, until he can get that hand down. But as you can see, the falchion is falling out of his belt.
Yeah.
The American goes to actually kick it down.
I think it's the American fighter is trying to point something out here.
That he can't actually defend himself because the falchion is out of his belt. The American not allowing him to grab the weapon.
Yeah, I'm not sure why there was so much hesitation there. It's not clear.
Well,
however,
I think the American needed to make sure that weapon was gone.
Well, there's another rush there, and
it still could be anyone.
Very close. A great wrestling tax, and the American is down.
Unfortunately, no, these even the odds here.
Yep.
Now
so it is all square. There's a big rush. However, he's going to have to be very careful. No, he cannot get the shove there. However, and the USA fighter is taken out.
Nearly going
Ladies
down.
And losing weapons left, right, and center. Now these Ukrainians.
Now possibly have this. Chasing that opponent, probably not the smartest idea. You now have 3-2-2 against
and the American is down, and that is a big victory there for Ukraine.
It's very disappointing. I think the American team members are going to be very upset with themselves the fact that they lost a few members just by stepping down. I think the marshal here, Stephen from Australia, chatting to the night marshal about his weapon.
You can see how tired the Ukrainians are, however.
Some shots there that could have been more effective. Judges from both sides, they were able to really cross the entire field and generate some energy, but not following through to a takedown. You can see Avalok now in the background pointing out, the USA captain pointing out that the weapon is dangling from his belt and that he should be downed. It seemed that he was in that position for a while. Tried to move away, wasn't actively defending himself, so it is okay.
But I think there's an appeal there. You can see the American captain speaking to the marshals there. I think it is going to take that to appeal. It may be that we have another visit from the night marshals and the captains.
To be honest, I don't think this actually was Avalok's decision to appeal it, though he may be taking the situation. That falchion, that infamous falchion being put back into the belt of that Ukrainian there. It was actually one of the marshals that ran straight up to the night marshal at the end of the round to inform him of an issue with that falchion. It's going to be tough to see whether or not that Ukrainian actually spent the time defending himself or trying to get back to the baseline to get another weapon.
Well, you can see now that, just going back to what you said, that he mentioned that these disputes are tantamount to lawyering. However, he now finds himself in that situation, so it just goes to show that when anything can happen, anything can change, and despite what you may have against the whole idea of it, sometimes when you're on the back foot of it, you find you have to do it yourself.
It's one of these situations of you'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
Yeah. And Night Marshal addressing both the USA captain and Elias Vishutin, the Ukraine captain.
You can see the audience members pretty excited about what's going on, especially since this is a new sport. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these members don't actually know the rules and nothing has been explained to them. So it would be fantastic if we could obviously pass that on to them and let them know. But nonetheless, an exciting spectacle.
Yep. And lots of young people out there as well. It's great to see. Well, it's a good family day out in terms of entertainment, but it would be nice to see how these young people will be able to get involved. In fact, just outside the arena there is a soft kit display, and you can actually have a try with that. They've got the helms, the soft swords, and soft shields.
Looks like the captains have now parted. The marshals now discussing, again, some body language from Stephen, the Australian marshal, trying to clarify something. I don't know what. He looked like he was using his hands to show that both hands were placed on maybe a weapon. So it might have nothing to do with that falchion that we're talking about. The American, a very smart move, they're trying to kick it out of his belt to make sure that, out of the scabbard to make sure that he didn't have a secondary to grab. But I think when looking down, the Ukrainian then saw the opportunity to bend down and seize it, and the USA fighter couldn't do. Looks like the round's about to start off. There hasn't been any change in the ruling.
That is a call there from the Knight Marshal, and it brings the two teams together.
Looks like USA wasn't quite ready, but they're going to move fast.
Oh, very nearly gets a trip there. Some great stability shown by the Americans and Ukrainians. Skirmishes happening in the middle of the list. I think this is going to end up in a take. One Ukrainian already down, you're right.
Another Ukrainian and an American down. We now have an advantage to numbers of the USA.
Big charge here from the American, who hacks away at the Ukrainian Seiko. I think he's about to lose his poleaxe if he's not careful.
He's smart enough that USA fighter might actually hack into that arm to make sure that he doesn't have that weapon anymore. And that may be the case. We can't quite see here. You've got to be careful where that placement of that axe haft goes.
Yep.
Marshals are watching. They'll make sure that that's a legal grab.
Yep. Oh, it's pulling the Ukrainian around. He's got him fully lifted up.
It might mean that American actually comes down with him. So they need to be smart about this as to whether that's actually the best bet.
Well, they'll still have the numbers, however, even if they do.
Indeed, but they want every advantage they can get with a...
and that's a Ukrainian taken out there.
We now have 3 up and 1 Ukrainian, no, my mistake. Across the side of the list off the screen, we have another Ukrainian still up. It looks like they now have 2 against 4, hacking strongly. Oh, something complicated there.
I think there's a stoppage. I'm not sure if that was a break, because I can't quite see.
It looked like one of the American fighters actually grabbed a weapon.
An illegal move, okay. But no, I think that's been given to the United States.
Not quite sure why or how that's happened, but I couldn't see which weapon was grabbed. It looked like it might have actually even been an American grabbing another American's weapon to help him sort of create a lock-in. Gavin, do you know anything about whether you're allowed to grab your teammates' weapons while they're also holding it?
Well, this is a hotly debated point, and I don't know enough about that subject. You'd have to consult a marshal for that. The clarification.
We can see some slow-mo replay now. The fantastic wrestling there in the center of the list. Trying to throw him down. I think he might eventually get him down. Oh no, this is the one that ends up pushing to the side of the list, and that polearm user hooking on as hard as he can with a massive polearm. Swapping arms, you could see there to make sure that he had a free arm. Now it's into the 3rd and final round here. It's a decider. Whoever wins this is the one that moves forward.
So again, still waiting for all the USA fighters. You can see.
They seem a lot more coordinated this time.
Yeah. And it is brought to the start. Ukrainians quick to merge into US territory, but you see that big American there.
He has unfortunately lost a weapon. This is
Well,
going
very
to
early on, he's going to regret that. And that is already two USA fighters down.
This is not looking good for Team USA.
Big advantage now for the Ukrainians.
They need to start tossing fast.
A big kick there from the Ukrainian fighter, moving away the American. However, great stuff here from the USA. And another one down, however. Big trouble now for USA.
Touching for those two. So that Ukrainian fighter needs to go down.
And you can see just pressing away at an American.
That Ukrainian fighter should be down. I'm quite confused as to why the Ukrainian who was taken down.
Okay, it appears I think that's been brought to an end, meaning that Ukraine get the victory over the USA.
Fair fight for all of them involved. There was one Ukrainian who, in the corner after he took a member down, was pretty much brought down on top of his torso. The marshals didn't think so, but it is surprising.
Well, perhaps we didn't quite see it. Just a replay here. You can see the movement there. Already that USA fighter lost his weapon so early on. Goes for a shove there. Unfortunately, because the Ukrainian was moving back, And you see that slam to the ground.
A fantastic toss there, using their core strength to throw the fighter. This is the fighter down in the bottom left of your screen. I think he was the one who ended up fighting in the corner and taking them down. So very close for the USA team in every single fight.
Yeah.
You can tell they're really putting their all out on the field. Full support for the American and the Ukrainian teams.
Now just a few moments now before the next bout. I think we'll be seeing Ukraine 1 enter into the list. However, this means that one of the fit teams that have just fought has to go back into the list. So just a few moments to wait now, but don't go away.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a 15-minute break for the teams to recover from these last fights. And we will be back with USA 1 versus Ukraine 1 in 15 minutes. Señoras y señores, tenemos ahora una pausa de 15 minutos para que se pueda recuperar el equipo que acaba de luchar, Estados Unidos, que tiene el siguiente combate contra Ucrania 1. Estados Unidos 1 contra Ucrania 1 en unos 15 minutos.
There is nothing else like seeing history. The excitement and the anticipation of what happened and what will happen. A new sports event you could only dream of. Feel the spirit of competition in a European city. More than 750 participants will fight to define the strongest nation. Support your team from the beginning until victory. Real armor, authentic weapons, and full contact combat. Step into the Middle Ages. Explore the authenticity and passion. The greatest fight of the year. World Championship in historical medieval battle. sport you've never seen before. 29th of April to the 1st of May, Barcelona. Battle of the Nations 2017.
Yourself, please.
Yes, my name is Eddie Vidal, and I am the announcer here at this wonderful event.
How do you like the event? How is battles going?
It is so exciting. I had never had any contact with historic medieval battle, but I'm having a wonderful time watching these athletes just do amazing things. It's tough.
Do you want to join some team?
You know, I'm happy to support the teams from a distance, but you will never see me inside of one of those. Plus, it's hard to find an armor my size, even though I've seen a couple who are taller than I am.
You know, the armor is handmade, so we can make an armor for you and for your rest.
You could, but I might wear it around the house, but you'll never see me inside of one of those. Those are tough, and I'm getting too old for this.
Do you have any moments that you like most of all during this Battle of the Nations?
Well, I really enjoy the 5-on-5 that we're seeing right now. That's very, very exciting. And the 21 versus 21. But in general, everything is just fantastic to see all the how they're recreating all of the medieval world. People dressed in authentic costumes, and it's just really fun. It's a nice place to be and an exciting thing to watch.
Thank you very much for your time and that you're now so perfect our fight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad to be here, and I hope I can come back another year to present again.
Thank you.
So how was that?
Perfect.
Good. No, see, I told you. That's one more piece you have. What do we put here? Oh, put the interview with Eddie.
Jody O'Connor.
Sir Billy Hamilton.
So you introduce which team?
The United States of America.
We are USA 3, yes.
So you're civil, right? Yes. I saw you here for the previous day as well. So you support your team, yes? What exactly you can do to your team to support?
Just to make sure that they have water, that they have their helmets off if they need them, if they're feeling dizzy, just anything that they're needing at the time, whether they're hot, just to try and help them feel more comfortable when they come off the list.
Are you nervous for your teammates?
Oh, absolutely, but I'm excited.
You're an impressive fan?
Yes.
You're a fighter, yes, and you did fight yesterday, and as for me, you have some fight today as well. How do you feel about 21 versus 21 category today?
I love it. I live for this sport, so it's a lot of fun to get out there and fight.
Which category you like the most?
The 5-on-5s. We were USA 3 yesterday, and today we fight in the 21s.
5 versus 5 is one of the most famous category, actually. Don't you know why?
Because it's almost like 5-on-5 is easier to control than 21 versus 21. 21 is like a chaotic battle, and 5-on-5 is more refined. It's easier to know who your opponent is instead of this big mob of people. That's why we like it.
How many times did you participate in Battle of the Nation?
I was in Prague last year as my first year, and this is my second year, and I love it.
So gonna we see next year?
Yes, I will be here, absolutely. Nothing will keep me from this.
Are you enjoying staying in Barcelona?
Yes, very much so.
Will you leave today just after the finish of the championship, or you're gonna stay for a couple days?
No, actually, we're going out of the country. Well,
yeah, we're going.
Barcelona.
Yeah, tomorrow we are going up to Amsterdam and then Paris for a couple more days. Yes. So relax after the fighting.
Good choice. So I wish you good luck next year, today versus 21, and hope to see you next year.
Thank you very much. It's been an honor.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Welcome back there, you crazy kids. We now go for Ukraine 1 versus USA 1 after that break there.
Ukraine obviously ready in the field. We were just talking about how interesting the fight is going to be in partial sunlight. I don't know if you can get that camera angle just yet, but the list is, as you can see in the bottom right corner there, shady due to the walls of the arena, and yet also about 50% sunlight. How that affects the fighters as they're entering in and out will be interesting.
From a horizontal position there, it shouldn't be too bad. However, it might create some distraction in movement. Now the list gates closed as all of the USA fighters have entered.
We have a straight line from Ukraine, but USA seems to be moving around a little bit, still trying to figure it out. Some staggered groupings there. This will be intense, and the fight starts. The marshals clearing out of the way.
They go straight into each other.
Some near hip tosses, but it didn't happen.
You can see that big American in the middle there wrestling with that Ukrainian. Both of them fighting very, very hard. And I think the Ukraine has gone for a charge instead of fighting that big American who comes thundering into him.
We have one American and a Ukrainian down. Another American, another Ukrainian
at the same time there.
Seems like we have a
fight. It's pretty even.
A 3v3 with 3 separate skirmishes happening.
Yeah, quite.
And the marshals are stopping one group on the opposite side. Seems that there has been some sort of armor malfunction. That leaving the Ukrainian in the advantage of numbers.
Oh, really that's a big flying kick there.
Brought down, unfortunate there, meaning there's a 3-1 fight. And that is Ukraine winning that round.
So Ukraine with the first round advantage there.
Such a disappointment for that that fight you see in the center of your screen. It seemed like there was an armor malfunction. The spolder had come down. Come off. Looks like the buckle may have loosened.
I got big support from the Ukrainians now.
Indeed, all of their teammates on the edge of the field. Got to make sure that they are obviously spaced out. These marshals doing their best to keep spacings.
Yeah.
You can see some fantastic wrestling work there.
Yeah, that was great. And you can see how the Ukrainian decides to break away as he is the faster paced of the two.
Now we see this.
You slam into, however, the American right behind him, and you can see charges him against the list there.
And we see them setting up for the next round. Every fighter ready to go, obviously trying to make up the time that they lost. People choosing their weapons a bit differently this round. Shall be interesting to see how some of the fighters do with different weapons. Looks like there's a bit of a muck-up. There was a weapon dropped very early on in that first round, but it seems like none of the fighters went back to their baseline, meaning that they must have had a falchion or some sort of shorter weapon on their belt. And the marshal starts to clears the area as fast as possible.
And a faster breakaway there from the Ukrainian team. Going for a trip there, not connecting, however.
Everybody very stable on their feet, even though they're moving incredibly fast.
The big slamming actions from the USA fighter. And that's a Ukrainian who has gone down. USA now with an advantage.
That USA fighter just got slammed against the wall, coping well.
And takes down a USA fighter.
Another USA fighter down. Unfortunately, this means that I think Ukraine have it.
No, but in a very difficult position here, the USA. And that's a great throwdown. Ukraine with a big win there.
What an impressive fight from Ukraine in that second round. Unfortunate for the Americans, but they did use the bodies on the ground and use their momentum. As we mentioned before, Ukraine fantastic with their wrestling and doing it quickly. And I don't think USA was ready for it. There were some fantastic holds on there, as you can see. Some shoves, but not enough. This fighter managed to make its way to the edge of the list, but realizing no one was actually chasing him. Probably a waste of an effort.
Some new connections there from the Ukrainian team. But Ukraine won, very experienced, so I think he's got one USA fighter who has requested medical assistance.
There will be, I believe, some tears from the US team.
Well, they can't go home too disappointed, however. They came so close against Russia 1. They fought extremely well, and this marks a big return for USA.
It is an unfortunate situation, though, being so close to a medal against some of the most impressive teams here, being Russia and Ukraine.
That's right.
And the round being over so quickly. It's just when your adrenaline is high and when the fight is reaching its peak and then it's already over, it can sometimes kill the spirit.
That's right. But USA can say that they are the only nation, the only national team, USA 1, to take down Russia 1 for one entire round.
And impressively so. But as I said before, they didn't then play to their strengths. It worked the first time. I don't know why they didn't have the same maneuverability.
Well, it could be that I don't think they did anything wrong in the second round, but the Russians were taken quite by surprise. They did not expect the Americans to be so formidable, and they paid the price.
I will go out on a limb, and I think if anybody chooses to re-watch that fight, they'll find that USA decided to not be as fast in the second round as they did in the first round, and that's probably what cost them. You know, if you've got Russia being key adapters, people who can make sure that they are aware of every single angle that's coming at them, you need to be the one who can be faster than the Russian team, and USA is that. The speed that they had, the chaos that they brought into that first round meant that Russia's movements, unfortunately, they weren't able to adjust.
In just a few moments, we'll begin with the awards ceremony.
Looks like all fighters are taking a bit of a break now before the next round. We'll see whether Russia will actually end up fighting against Russia.
Well, I don't know if they will, I have to be honest, because the announcer has just said that there will be an award ceremony. So it could be that the Russians have already decided who takes gold, silver and bronze. Or gold and silver, excuse me.
It is a bit of a shame for the competition and for the spectators. Good news is we have the men's mass battles, the 21 versus 21 coming up.
Yeah.
Some of the Russians in the 5v5s might actually be in that 21 versus 21. They may be choosing.
That's right.
They may be choosing not to fight, simply to have an advantage and not be as tired as some of their competitors might be. The real question here is whether or not this should happen on every edition of Battle of the Nations.
Yeah, it's something which came up in conversation at the last Captains Summit, but it was left as pending.
It is an unfortunate technicality, meaning that one Russian team can simply just forfeit. There's nothing to say that against the rules, and you cannot force a team to fight.
Yeah, that's right.
So if they decide internally that one of the teams is to get silver and the other team to get gold, then they can simply just forfeit their round, and that'll be decided. And that's just playing the game. Again, not my favorite way of running the Battle of the Nations. The same with playing to time out, playing to use technicalities.
Yeah. And it's just a shame that, more than anything else, as part of the show, that we miss out on these incredible battles at the final.
Mm-hmm. We see the awards and the cups being delivered now. This is incredible, actually, to see them balancing them all. So good on them. Maybe they should get an award as well.
I think so. Yeah,
a little
definitely.
sticker.
Yeah, well, a new category. We've got time for it now.
Yeah, we do. Look, we were running behind schedule, so maybe not having the Russian fights will allow us to have extra time spent on some fantastic 21 versus 21.
Yep, and you can see some fighters already preparing themselves. You can see some members of the Italian team taking to their areas. All these will be held at the first list. So there will be the award ceremony and then go straight to the mass battles, which should be starting around 6 o'clock, so just under 30 minutes. So don't go away. We will be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for some more recognitions and awards. We are very pleased to present awards apart from the competition itself, other awards and recognitions. Señores y señores, ahora vamos a reconocer y dar algunos premios por distintos aspectos, no necesariamente relacionados con la batalla y el deporte en sí. Empezamos. Los primeros premios serán dados por la señorita Carola Sacchetti, que es responsable del departamento del Comité de Autenticidad. The first 4 awards will be given by Carola Sacchetti, who is responsible for the Authenticity Committee of the HMDIA. First of all, the best male authentic costume. El mejor disfraz auténtico de hombre is for Mr. Patrick Daw from the USA. Mr. Daw had the most votes on Facebook. El señor Daw tuvo la máximo número de votaciones en Facebook de todo el público y la señora Sacchetti ahora le hace entrega de esa copa. The best male authentic costume. Congratulations then to Patrick Shaw. Congratulations, Patrick Shaw. And now for the best female authentic costume, el mejor disfraz auténtico femenino. And that would be for Sara Trespidi from Italy. Sara Trespidi from Italy, the best authentic costume as voted on Facebook by the fans. Ms. Sacchetti gives her the award, Best Female Authentic Costume. Some photographs. Thank you very much, Sara. Congratulations. Thank you. And now, for the best individual authentic armor, la armadura auténtica más auténtica individual, Damian Lakomski from Poland. Damian Lakomski from Poland, the best individual authentic armor, mejor armadura individual auténtica. Le entrega el premio Carola Sacchetti. Congratulations, Damian. And the final award given by Carola Sacchetti from the Authenticity Committee, the best team authentic armor, mejor armadura auténtica de equipo. And the team is France. The team from France, the best authentic team armor. Congratulations to the French team. Next is Fair Play Award. And the Fair Play Award goes to the team Poland 2. Poland 2, Fair Play Award. Congratulations to these fighters who also are good people, showing fair play at all times. El premio al fair play para el equipo Polonia 2. Congratulations, Poland 2, for fair play. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Congratulations. A round of applause for the last member of Fair Play from Poland 2. El último componente que ha llegado tarde, un aplauso para él. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the next award is for the greatest will to win, the greatest desire to win, las ganas de ganar, el equipo con mayor ganas de ganar, and that team is England, ladies and gentlemen, the team with the greatest will to win, England. head of the tournament committee.
Очень красиво просто было. Такой оглядываешься, ой, блядь, нужно уебывать. Он на тебя прыгает и как раз хватает за волосы.
Ladies and gentlemen, we gave the Fair Play Award to the team from Poland too, and they have so much fair play that they have come and said that they feel that the trophy should go to Hungary. Please, a round of applause for both Poland 2 and for the Hungarian team. Hungary 1, which is not here. They already left to go back to their country. But as you can see, fair play is extremely important here. Señoras y señores, el equipo que ha recibido el premio de Fair Play ha pedido que se le entregue a Hungría 1, considerando que sus contrincantes de Hungría 1 han demostrado todavía mayor nivel de fair play que ellos. Un aplauso para los dos, para Hungary 1, que no están aquí, y también para Poland 2, Polonia 2. Thank you very much. That was an excellent gesture. Very well. And the last of these awards, the team that has had the best fighting progress. El equipo que ha progresado más en la batalla, en su habilidad de batalla, es Italy. Italia, el equipo de mayor progresión en batalla. The country with the best progression in their fighting skills. Congratulations. Congratulations. A round of applause, please. Un aplauso para el equipo italiano, los que han demostrado la mejor progresión en su capacidad luchadora en esta competición de la batalla de las naciones año tras año. Congratulations, gentlemen. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Very well. We have completed those recognitions and awards, and now it is time for the awards from the 5-on-5 competition, men's group battle 5-on-5. As you know, Russia is one of the most powerful teams, if not the most powerful team in this competition, and we would like to call now the third place team in 5-on-5, Russia 3. Russia 3 is the third place team in the 5-on-5 competition. If the Russian 3 team could come here, please, to receive their medals. Okay, and the second team, the silver team in 5-on-5 is Russia 2. Congratulations to Russia 2. And the first place champion team in 5-on-5 is Russia 1. So please, if all of the Russian teams can come out here now, please, to receive your medals. Ladies and gentlemen, the champions of the 5-on-5 side, the silver medalist of the 5-on-5 and the bronze medalist in the 5-on-5, Russia 1, 2, and 3. Señoras y señores, en la competición de 5 contra 5, los terceros, el equipo 3 de Rusia, los segundos, el equipo 2 de Rusia y los campeones, el equipo 1 de Rusia. Aquí están todos ellos. Russia 3, if you can come forward. Russia 3 to get your medal. Russia 3. Russia 3 receiving their medals. El equipo de Rusia 3. Okay, the third place, Russia 3. Congratulations, gentlemen. And now the silver medals for Russia 2. Well, let's wait for the photo. Wait. Let's wait for the photo of Russia 3. Thank you. Photograph of Russia 3. Okay, now Russia 2. Silver medal for Russia 2. These awards are being given from the organizers of the Battle of the Nations, members of the organization. Los plata, el equipo Rusia 2 recibiendo medallas de los organizadores de la Batalla de las Naciones 2017. Now photograph of Russia 2. Okay, and finally the champions, Russia 1. Ladies and gentlemen, the champions of the 5-on-5, Russia 1. Congratulations to the best 5-on-5 team in the world here at the Battle of the Nations 2017. Now we'll take some photographs of the champions and the trophy of champions to the captain. Congratulations to the Russian team, and now a group picture of the Russians. But meanwhile, we would like to thank everyone. We would like to thank everyone involved in this award ceremony. Thanks for everyone's help. And ladies and gentlemen, we will begin with 21 versus 21 right here at List 1. At 6 o'clock. A las 6 en punto empezaremos con los encuentros, con las batallas, los combates de 21 contra 21. Aquí mismo en la lista número 1. No se lo pierdan. Espectáculo puro y duro.
There is nothing else like seeing history. The excitement and the anticipation of what happened and what will happen. A new sports event you could only dream of. Feel the spirit of competition in a European city. More than 750 participants will fight to define the strongest nation. Support your team from the beginning until victory. Real armor, authentic weapons, and full contact combat. Step into the Middle Ages. Explore the authenticity and passion. The greatest fight of the year. World Championship in historical medieval battle. Sport you've never seen before. 29th of April to the 1st of May, Barcelona. Battle of the Nations 2017.
Los equipos se van preparando para esta categoría muy espectacular, pero también muy violenta, del 21 contra 21.
you join us now for the start of the 21 versus 21 finals. We have a number of teams involved. You can see all the fighters gathered from the different nations involved in this. Ukraine, the first team to go into the list. And at this moment, I can't see who they'll be facing. You've got Russians around the other side, but it won't be them because they're not fully kitted up yet. So perhaps the captain, Ilias Fischutin, is taking the opportunity to brief the fighters. It does take more time to get into the list because of these last second checks. Can only be done 2 at a time. The advantage of this slightly wider list is the fact that there is more room for the 21 versus 21, which last year and the year before in Prague with a smaller list, restricted movement quite a lot, and it added just a massive chaos, which is part of the attraction, some might argue, but it's also nice to add that room to run around, get some running takedowns. And yes, you see the USA are now gearing up to face Ukraine. Both teams with a lot of experience in 21 versus 21. So it's going to take a few more moments there. Ukraine ready there. They've still got their flag bearer to leave the list as he has. And checks will be going 2 by 2. Checks will be done 2 by 2.
The Ukrainians gathering around their team captain, having a bit of a huddle, seemingly something they do every round. Maybe why they work so well together. There's a bit of queue forming up at the side of the list while the marshals check every single member of the armor. Some intense conversations, I think, happening there. Ukrainians are getting up and ready. We can see a lot of members of all the teams, France, Italy, Russia, and even Switzerland on the side of the field. This will be quite a spectacle for the spectators who have turned up. And a bit of a, let's say, upscaled version of one of the fights we just recently saw, which was Ukraine versus USA. So it'll be interesting to see whether USA can pull a win out here. Gavin, has USA ever won a mass battle 21 versus 21?
A medal in it, I'm not sure, to tell you the truth.
I think this is the first time that they've been able to form a team that's almost entirely the 21 versus 21.
Well, they have taken part in 21 versus 21 mass battles on a number of occasions, certainly not new to them, but the big difference is that they rely on their speed and strength in the 5 versus 5 where they're more suited to. However, because of the restricted movement in 21 versus 21, they're not quite as strong. So I would say that the Ukraine are perhaps the favourites in this fight. However, I would not for a second take anything away from the Americans, who have been really, really good in this event. You saw the USA 1 team win 1 round against Russia 1, the overall winners, something that no other team did.
Incredible, yeah, but as you said, done through speed, and maybe not a possible solution to this fight. Ukrainians, of course, very fast, but at the same time, this again maybe not to their advantage, even for the Ukrainians. So if they're both playing to a disadvantage, this shall be interesting. Two very clear lines of shielded fighters and halberdiers, or polearm users for the Ukrainians.
Big cheer there for Ukrainians and the USA. Big fan favourites here.
Looks like the marshal getting it underway, making sure that both teams are ready. And it begins.
And the marshal gets out of the way there. Big rush coming through there, slamming into each other.
An incredible push through the centre. Might not be
nice.
the best, the US had left that centre wide open.
Oh, that's a great takedown there. And they've got two Ukrainian fighters already on the ground.
This might actually work.
Also,
they're using their speed, really catching Ukrainians off guard. You can see left, right, and centre. The US fighters just running around, shoving the Ukrainians.
Very nice tactics.
One Ukrainian who's lost his weapon heads back to the baseline with the weapon waiting for him. He gets back into the fight. Middle of the list, there's two fighters. They just pass on to one another. Runners now getting a little caught up on the sides of the list, hopefully able to free themselves. And some Ukrainians trying to find spare fighters. And it seems that at least a few USA fighters have been pushed onto their own teammates.
A lot of the skirmishes now have been taken to the list. There's not much room for running. There are a number of fighters grounded now. So the big danger is that if they do go for a run across to the other side, they risk falling over. Lots of fighters on the sides, as you can see, both Ukraine and US fighters. Another one goes down there, so Ukraine with the advantage here.
Definitely.
Advancing forward to...
It seems about 7 or 8 versus about 4 US fighters. So it'll be a real challenge to see how many of the US fighters can take down to increase their points.
Oh, this is very close. Nice takedown there. So I believe there are just a couple of US fighters there, but they're going to have to prize them from the list. And that is called. Victory there for Ukraine.
It is an incredible show. The US fighters definitely working their advantage with speed. We look like we have one down a US fighter that needs medical attention. On his front, nobody quite sure if they want to be moving him just yet. We can see this replay. The US fighters really using their speed, but unfortunately they kept getting caught out on the bodies about halfway through the match. You'll see a charge now from one of the US fighters straight into a large Ukrainian, slamming him into the list, but didn't eventuate to anything. Here we see some US fighters nearly knocking someone over with a two-handed blow to the head.
Yeah, that's some nice skill there. Good movement from the US. There is one US fighter down requiring medical assistance there. You did see a couple of scarves from different countries, including Israel, so they do have some mercenaries fighting for them. There was one French also.
Might be because the 5 versus 5 team would be pretty darn exhausted.
I should think so, yeah. Still, we can see a few of them as Ukraine enter the list and prepare for the next round.
With the marshals still checking their armor and their straps to make sure that the helmets are on. I've always found the checking of the chin straps quite a interesting thing that the marshals have to do, because I don't believe there's a single fighter who would willingly choose to not have their chin strap on.
Exactly. Well, they've just got to make sure it's secure. I mean,
it is nice, but I would think not so much as a rules aspect or not trusting the fighter, but just thinking that the fighter may have forgotten.
Yeah. And Poland there, who have got some mercenary fighters for them also to build up the 21 versus 21 team. But they're still very unexperienced, and the Italians able to field an entire 21 mass battle team.
That stretcher now coming onto the field. Hopefully this this American will be okay. You can see a few Americans taking a knee, concerned for the fighter.
Oh, and I'm not sure if that might be Brad Shivey there.
Unfortunately not able to clarify just yet. But they didn't seem to have him turned over for a little bit,
yeah,
which may have been a safe thing to do, especially, but depending on the injury or depending on the situation, may have actually exacerbated it. Most of US team, though, ready and waiting. And some of the US fighters standing by, trying to make sure they're okay, not willing to reposition away from their downed comrade.
Yeah, just looking closely on the larger monitor, which you can't see. And
he has managed to stand up, and as the crowd cheers him on for showing such composition.
Yeah, well, here he'll receive some. It's very good that he didn't have to get stretchered off.
But he definitely wants to get rid of this armor and the tabard. Maybe not happy with himself, but at the same time, I think every fighter did their absolute best.
Sure.
Would be interesting to see any replay as to what happened to him that made him require medical attention.
So USA now pretty much ready, just with the captain organising the last fighter to enter into the list. Ukraine already.
It was an incredible tactic. I don't know if you noticed that they were doing at the beginning of that fight. They completely emptied the middle and sent 2 packs down the sides, which left the Ukrainians, to be honest, a little bit confused, which may have worked to their advantage, maybe not again. The runners then deciding to engage the sides, and the Americans then falling out from those packs and engaging their runners to cross the field. And they were doing fantastically in the first half, knocking down fighters left, right, and center. Ukraine confused to what was going on. But then, unfortunately, even in the skirmishes, even in the wrestling matches, including the runners, USA was dropping to all of the fighters on the ground. This just meant that they, unfortunately, were getting caught out and not aware of their surroundings sometimes.
Absolutely. And the US captain still check on his fighters there. Marshals don't seem to be happy about something. Well, it looks like the US captain is still inside the list. I'm not sure why. And just before we start this, my co-commentator here has thrown tea everywhere.
I did not throw it. As much as annoyed as I might be at certain losses throughout this competition, it was just...
well, you've soaked the program. I hope you're going to pay for that.
the A4 piece of paper, sure.
Concentrate, for goodness sake.
Gavin,
yeah,
I think the fight is about to start.
Right, okay. Well, you're good for something then.
Tense moments here. Both sides ready to go. Just a little bit of confusion there with the US team.
It's still taking a long time there. You're absolutely right.
Ukraine very happy to continue their fight. And they are well poised and clearly have their 2 lines. I think a bunch, at least 4 or 5 more halberdiers forming a secondary line. This is interesting, meaning that their shield wall will be weakened.
Yep.
But in that instance, but the shield wall didn't really work in the last fight, and maybe expecting the Americans to do the same tactic.
And it starts an early rush there. Brad Schreiber going straight down the middle, being met by all these Ukrainians.
The smart runners getting through.
Down yet. There's some Ukrainians and US fighters falling over each other in the middle, in a very dangerous position for the rest of the fighters.
I think, unfortunately, the Ukrainians having the upper hand here with a few numbers, and it seems to be heading their way with the Americans being taken down. This still could go anywhere.
That's right. There's a lot more Ukraine fighters now hammering down on these Americans, and I think that'll be called, and that's it.
A massive win to Ukraine.
Yep, big win there. You're trying to be very happy with that.
They tried a different tactic now, running into a straight line, and unfortunately that did not end well. There's a bit of confusion here with the Night Marshals in the center of the list.
Yeah, they have to count the grounded fighters.
And I think everyone got up too quickly.
Yeah, and this is often the case. It's a big problem during the group phase of this, when all the points have to count. Now it's at the knockout stage, so it doesn't make such a difference.
No, when they have
As you can see there, those bodies falling over each other. But it's very, very dangerous right in the middle. You can see an American fighter trying to avoid that pile.
I do think the American fighters were getting caught off guard, not realizing how exposed their backs were. Now you cut here to the Czech cameraman or the Czech technician trying to work his drone here. A bit late for him to be bringing in, even though these fights are epic. There's so much other footage he could have been getting.
No, true, but better late than never, I suppose.
I agree. The Americans leaving the field, a few of them dancing, actually. Clearly happy that they got the opportunity to be here. Respect from Avalok, the team captain, to the Ukrainians who did have an impressive fight there.
Well, a very organized group, very professional, years of experience. You saw how well they fought in the 1 versus 1 dual categories in particular.
I do feel the key, you are right, is that organization. For that most recent fight we just saw, the Americans sort of, as we did before, that chaos, trying to rain that chaos down onto the Ukrainians, but getting a bit lost in the fray. You can see the flat engagement there with a few Americans pushing through, but unfortunately not enough to make a big difference. Some strong halberds coming down from the Ukrainians, but the Americans going down in the center and pulling down, the Ukrainians going down, pulling down some Americans with them.
Yeah. So good use of space, and now one which I'm very much looking forward to seeing, France versus Italy.
I think this is going to be an intense fight. Italy getting their, what was it, the most improved.
That's right, yeah. A well-deserved award for the biggest progress. All 3 of the teams passed the qualifying stages. All 3 of them went to the quarterfinals. Italy 3 went to the semi-finals, defeated only by Russia 2. In the women's division, sword and shield, bronze medal.
I think the runners-up for that award, the most progress, would probably be Finland, then followed by maybe Australia.
Perhaps, yeah, quite true. In sword and buckler, also a bronze medal. They got the biggest progress also in the historical costume competition. A good friend of mine, actually, a member of my old company in Castellarquarto, got the trophy for the best authentic costume.
You mentioned she makes her own outfits.
That's right, yeah. You can check her Facebook page out. Sambi Creazioni.
Both teams now seem to have entered the list fully. Just a few last checks of armor while the teams get themselves together.
The French, however, do have a very fast team. I think they'll try a rush start there, but remember, you saw how fast the Italian fighters were in the latter stages of the 5 versus 5. I can see them going charging into these French.
We did see the USA team fighting just as fast, and that did not work to their advantage. So regardless of speed, I think they need to have their wits about them.
Oh, that's true, but remember, both teams are very fast. I think that you can see that France, in fact, are the bigger team. You've got the runners in front for both teams there.
I do think, though, that the France with the experience here, and this is a category that is very hard to get training in if you don't have the numbers or the list size. So France might have the upper hand here, but that may mean that Italy can surprise them, especially in the first round, and that could be all it needs to win a match. Looks like the marshal's ready to start. Checks both sides, and the fight starts.
And that is the start. The marshal gets out, and he even quite cautious charge in there. You can see great fighting skill there from the Italians and French. The halberdiers coming from behind.
Some cautious shot by the French
fighters. Yet there is one French fighter who's gone on the back. They need to get rid of that fighter as quickly as possible. Far too much time being spent in the corner there with that loose French fighter.
And it means that they've weakened the what you can see on the right of the screen, that side of the line.
Very tenable. I think actually France have got the stronger line there, has to be said.
Only partially. I think there's an amazing job here by the Italians, but it seems mainly halberdiers holding the line.
Yeah, it's the halberdiers holding the line there, but as soon as they get through, as soon as they engage with the halberdiers, it could be very difficult for them. This is an extremely close fight.
It is, I don't think
You can
it's
see that
one Italian
Stefano
down.
Canella smashing down into the Frenchman with his shield there.
There's one down from each side. I don't
Right,
think
yeah,
anybody
that's
else.
it.
This is
So first, this
surviving
is
a
very
long
close.
time.
Again, you've got two down there. Again, one from each side.
Yeah, a Frenchman without a weapon trying to draw it from his belt.
Yeah.
Finally getting it out.
You can see there Stefano smashing into the Frenchman now. Again, these big Italians chasing down the Frenchman.
But nothing really happening by the people behind the lines. I see actually
Very
in the
tense.
center of the list, quite a few Frenchmen have gone down. But it is going to be interesting to see what happens with
I
this.
think now the French are trying to break that group of Italians there. Great physical movement, kicking there. And you can see one of the Frenchmen tried to get behind the lines. However, there's an Italian taken down in French territory. Now trying to prize the Frenchman away from the list.
Some of these
close there,
Frenchmen
and so taking quite a knock there, the Italian. I think the French now have an advantage. You've got one Italian standing in the middle.
Another
and
Italian
he's-
has been taken down. The French are definitely gaining the advantage now. I think they have an Israeli mercenary with them.
That's right, yeah, they do. And it is all France now. Perhaps it might just be an Israeli shield. We've seen a few of them. You can see there.
We're seeing with the scarf on it, I do believe the French have this. There's only about 2 Italians left.
Yeah, it is all France now. The experience has paid off.
Unfortunately, that is it. There's only 2 Italian fighters left in the marshals. We'll
And yet-
call it now.
Well, that is a big victory there for France in a long round. That is a hard lesson learned for the Italian team.
I'll tell you, though, they definitely didn't give it up. I think the big change happened when one of the French fighters charged, only about maybe 10, 15 seconds into the round, straight through the center of the Italian fight. You can see them meeting here quite effectively.
That's it, yeah.
The halberdiers doing a fantastic job of holding that line while the shield fighters are getting pushed to the outside.
Yeah.
1 or 2 French fighters getting through. This halberd line in the center held very well until one of the French fighters pushed through. Then unfortunately a few of those Italian halberdiers decided to swap their action and move to engage that Frenchman, leaving the line.
You can
and
see that solid line that they kept there. So French now with a good advantage. I think it's going to be very difficult for the Italians to come back from this. That was a very long round, so both teams will be tired. But, that said, ironically, with more downed fighters, it gives them the chance to get their energy back. So, they could be evened out here.
I will say, though, once you have been down, landing on the ground with all that armor is quite an intense experience.
Yes, of course.
So it can sometimes knock the wind out of you.
So, as you can see that, first round to France. The Italians will be looking to top off their incredible campaign at Battle of the Nations 2017.
You know, I still don't put it past them winning this. They definitely had that really strong line through the entirety, and then there was a point where they had a slight advantage, the French fighters getting taken out. I think it was only when once that Frenchman pushed into the line of pole armors that they were able to break that halberd line.
You can hear that the Italian team certainly have the crowd support here. Big cheers for them. I spoke to a couple of them earlier and they've completely lost their voices. I don't know where they're getting the energy from.
I think in the end, the good news is our voice boxes are not connected to our arms and leg muscles. You can be completely silent and still able to punch someone in the face. Now seeing the replay here, fantastic use of the halberds. Even the Frenchmen trying to, but a bunch of the Frenchmen not really connecting, not knowing what to do, even though...
Well, it was very tense from both, very cautious from both teams there.
I think primarily more from the Frenchmen, maybe not experiencing such a strong halberd line in the center. The shield fighters, you can see, sort of getting pushed up against the edge of the list on the top and the bottom. So interesting to see that they had a strong line of only halberdiers in the center. I don't think I've ever seen that tactic
I think they'll be looking to get their runners free because they weren't able to, the Italians weren't able to make full use of those fast fighters from Italy 2 and Italy 1.
But this may not be the best type of combat to be doing that in. I mean, I've never seen a line hold on both sides for as long as that did.
Yeah.
So there's clearly a
See the
formation.
size of the Frenchman on the left-hand side of the screen there.
Yeah. This is...
my goodness.
I would hate to be... it's funny, though. Even though I say I'd hate to be the one going up against him, I usually am the one volunteering because because I at least know that I can hold on to him
Yes.
long enough, and he won't be able to take me down. I won't be able to do anything, but he won't be able to take me down. But things obviously change up when it becomes a 21 versus 21 fight.
I can see. I think there's going to be a rapid start from the French here. They go straight for the Italians.
Similar
Marshall
pace
just
to
getting out
Italians.
a big kick there.
Some heavy hits coming down from those halberdiers.
Yeah,
Now
and
making,
the Italians still in the middle there, not able to get through. They really need to penetrate that line, which is being held solidly by the French fighters.
Some fantastic shots coming from the Italians to the big Frenchman that is...
Great tactics there from the French, and they take down one of the Italians.
We're seeing people
Very
drop
smooth
left,
fighter,
right,
yeah.
and centre.
But there are more Italians going down now than French fighters. I mean, it's fairly even, but there goes another Italian fighter.
The French are falling in the centre of the scrum as well.
Yeah.
It seems to be still fairly even. The line reforming by the French as well as the Italians.
See a nice chase down there from the Italian. However, it's going to be difficult for them now. Italians taking some punishment there.
I think the French have a very, very slight numerical advantage.
No, I think they do, yeah, and it is France with the advantage now. Can see a good charge from an Italian, but he's going to get thrust himself.
It looks like people are going down in pairs. It still could be Italy's game, only having about 2 French fighters. They're now down, and I think it is now firmly in French grasp.
Yeah, it is. We're moments away from seeing another solid French victory. You can see the Italian captain holding onto the list there, but he's got 4 fighters around him. You can see those big and fast Frenchmen taking down that one lone Italian who is very big himself. And that is a French victory. 2-0, France, Italy.
Fantastic job to the French team.
Yeah, the Italians will be disappointed to finish their campaign like this. However, you've got to hand it to the experience and the solid line of the French.
I think most importantly, the reforming of the French.
Yeah.
Once that chaos had reigned, the French seemed to regain, whereas Italy was split into one mass blob down at the bottom end.
I think they stood back too much. They're going to France are going to find very different tactics if they go up against Russia or Ukraine, who will just go charging into them. The Italians stood there for some time in the middle, waiting for it, but the French would not lose that line.
It seems to be that quite a few of these new teams, they win their first round due to a very intelligent tactic, and then they seem to not be able to do it the second round. They're maybe choosing not to, or maybe not even thinking it's possible.
So just a few moments now as the teams change over, but we do have Poland taking to the list already, not wasting any time.
I think there might be a few Danish fighters in there. There seems to be a Danish flag on the sleeves of a few of these poles.
Well, there is a club which uses that as their symbol. So it might be that, although it may be that they're using a couple of mercenaries.
They
I'm
are.
not exactly sure.
Are incredibly tall fighters, so
Yeah.
likely that it could be the Danes.
Great experience also in 21 versus 21.
But it will be interesting to see, first of all, who they're up against. Yet to see them take it. Oh, it's Great Britain.
And against Great Britain,
Poland.
great tournament they've had as well.
Very interesting, as there are quite a few Polish fighters in the Great Britain team.
Oh, this is true, actually. In fact, we're looking at one right now. Pavel Kurzak of White Company. So you've got 3 different teams here. You've got White Company, Battle Heritage, and UK Federation. So all of them for the first time. White Company, the newest team in the UK.
But with such a small country like, I would say UK, but I think most of these groups are in mainly England.
That's right, yeah. There are fighters from Wales and Scotland.
But they probably train, I don't think Bristol.
Yeah, there is, of course, Battle Heritage West. They've got their team
I think
there.
just north of Bristol, there's a castle. I can't remember the name of, that they do regular events of. But meaning that they actually are quite close to one another. Only a few hours travel to be training with one another, doing regular events. So hopefully they're very, very well cohesive.
Well, we shall see. The difficulty is when you've got 3 different teams in the same group, and this is much the same as all of the 21 versus 21, but how well do they fight together as mass? How well will UK be able to keep that line, and how effective will it be? The Polish there split up a little bit more, whereas the UK fighters, apart from one or two, are keeping quite close. And it gets started closer down one end, but the UK smashing into the Poles. Great hits there coming from already a weapon has been lost. You can see some halberdiers of the Polish lines waiting for a breakthrough. You can see that one UK fighter has got round the back. How effective will that be used? Unfortunately, now that fighter is being hunted down by the Polish.
Hopefully he can hold on to that list. In the center, we have a few Great Britain fighters not really engaging. One Great Britain fighter down, I think, over the top of another Great Britain fighter. So the advantage in numbers now goes to the Poles. But this is not, by any stretch of the imagination, over. The engagement is still a bit tentative in the center.
Still, you can see Poland holding that line. No hit rushes or skirmishes from the UK. There is a loose fighter, however. But you can see a great takedown there in the center of the list by the Polish. And that's the advantage they have.
A few Great Britain fighters trying to move to the other end of the list. The stragglers, unfortunately, are not coping well against these Poles.
Yeah.
But they're still a good solid line in the center.
That's right, yeah. I mean, I think numerically, yes, the Polish do have quite a considerable advantage here. However, now they're getting to some very solid UK fighters. Big shots coming down there from the halberdiers who are getting involved. And
oh, fantastic kick, sweeping out his leg underneath them. Some charges from behind. He's going to have to hold on. The Polish fighter in black hammering down on another fighter from the UK. It seems like the numbers are in the Poles' favor, but a few Poles tripping over their own fighters.
You can see there's a great takedown there with the Polacks from the UK.
Another fantastic charge at the top of the screen where the Pole jumped on the back of a UK fighter and he couldn't take the weight.
I think now it is coming down to the last few fighters. There is an advantage for Poland. However, the UK are taking the fight right to them.
And they're definitely not giving up, trying to take down as many people as possible.
Poles taking down another UK fighter, sacrificing one of their own teammates, but they do have the advantage there, so it won't make a difference. Poles charging in, and it's a big takedown there for Poland.
Just off screen at the south of the list there for you.
And it is all Poland now against the United Kingdom.
United Kingdom holding on hard, not really able to do much.
Yeah, they're forced back against the list. So they've got one fighter putting weight on them and another fighter, at least one other fighter, hacking down them with their weapons.
It is an unfortunate situation for UK, downing one of the Polish fighters. So they've at least gained a number there.
You can see there, Paweł Kurzak with 3 Polish fighters attacking him.
Holding on hard, not going down. Wonder if it's an aim to try and tie them out or whether he thinks he might be able to free them out.
And that is called, I think. That appears to be it. So I guess a victory there for Poland. And a great start there for them.
UK doing fantastically, but again, the reformation of the line, I think that's the key there. Poland was able to get back their line, and a few Polish fighters choosing to sacrifice themselves and charge at the sides, running at the flank of an unaware Great Britain fighter. But that being said, they actually were able to keep themselves standing, which is really the point of a charge, is being able to take someone down and keep yourself standing. But you have to be willing to make that decision that might take you out, just to screw up a line, to mess with their heads.
There is, of course, quite a psychological game involved here. So a couple of substitutes for the UK. The Poland seemed relatively collected after that. You see how difficult it is to follow all of the action so close up when their fighters are in such large numbers. And that looks to be the Pole who won the award for, just on the left there, for the best armor.
Did he have some feathers on his hat?
Oh, well, he won the award now, so he can take them out.
No, yeah, true. We were having a discussion before that it seems to be the biggest feather competition with that armor. And that fair one to himself. He does have some beautifully prepared armor. There are some more, I think, unique sets out there, especially in the eastern or Russo area.
Yep. So,
looks like United Kingdom is already ready. The gate not closed on the Polish side. Marshall's double checking
numbers. Marshall's speaking to one of the UK fighters, but doesn't seem to be any problem where the line marshals are about to leave the list. Mike Marshall needs space to get out of the list, which he'll want to do as quickly as possible. There's still another 2 line marshals in there.
Counting the numbers from the Polish, I think they may have had one.
I think they may have one too many. Yeah. Oh no.
wind picking up in Barcelona here in Spain. We can see a UK fighter actually dropping out of the arena and swapping for someone else as Gavin cracks another beverage to enjoy this spectacular fight. Marshall about to call it and then bolt his way out of the arena.
Right, it is called out. I have to put my beer down because the fight starts.
Bit of a slower fight from these two. Looking like UK again keeping some members further back.
I think those UK fighters, one changing his weapon now, but they're looking to break through those lines. However, they can't quite do it. They're now forcing the Poles marginally back.
In the centre, the Poles seeming to take a bash, but not actually getting anywhere. There was a surprising success of penetration and retreat by a UK fighter. And yet to see a single fighter go down yet. Oh, no,
that's right. And there's a Polish fighter taken down now. A big advantage. And one of the UK fighters goes for breaking through the lines. However, he's now taken out by right to the list by 3 Polish fighters at the back. Now you can see still that line in the middle. As UK fighters going for a trip there. And I think both of them will go out, and they do.
Unfortunately, UK losing their footing here.
Yeah.
And getting into a bit of chaos, which might mean a few fighters go down, but they're regaining that
yeah.
line. Poland looking a bit in a bit of a schmozzle.
It's very difficult for the marshals to get involved there. They can't get too close to them to make a call if they deem that one fighter is actually out. Some great movement now from the UK. I think they do have the advantage now.
Ever so slightly, yeah, down towards the Polish end, you do have a few Poles still standing.
Oh, this is very close. We've got 3 against 1 now. I think the UK fighters are using their engine the wrong way, but they have taken down that Pole. Now, capitalising on the advantage with numbers. The UK slamming down on these Polish fighters.
I got to believe that that two-handed axe is coming down heavy on that Black Knight.
Yeah, well, they're
he's not dropping.
That's right. You've got. That's the thing. I don't need to have 4 fights again. Him and that is called down. So I believe that will be the end of the fight.
And
the round goes to the UK. What a comeback! Well, much more collected there. The Poles still showing that level of aggression in the fighting.
Indeed, but the few British fighters that broke through were actually quite few. That's, as I said, few. I mean, literally 1, 2, maybe 3. So the rest kept their line. Eventually, the halberdiers from the back got engaged, but not enough, obviously, to hold that line. The Polish started to get a bit messy, as you can see in the replay here. 1 or 2 pushing through the line, but not being able to keep a consistent line up and down the field. And Great Britain taking that advantage and actually either reforming, but at the same time having those runners do a very effective job. This is anyone's fight. This is absolutely anyone's fight between these two.
That's right, yep. First one to go to the 3rd and deciding round. Just words from the tournament captain, Lucas Koval, who is not fighting in the 21 versus 21. He's a duelist himself.
Marshall telling the Great Britain team to take a step back because they were starting a bit forward. Obviously are allowed to start up to a certain distance, but there are advantages and disadvantages to that.
And they've actually got a couple of mercenaries there, one from Moldova, who was that very aggressive duelist we saw earlier.
And hopefully this will be his speciality.
Oh, I think so. I think he'll be right at home here.
Was the Moldovan which side, Polish or?
He'll be with the UK team. You just saw the scarf there.
Oh, I do.
Okay, you can see it in the screen now. Yeah, just to the right.
Let's see if he can really let his colours shine here.
Yep.
The UK still trying to sort out maybe some team members, maybe some weapons.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's in fact maybe they had too few fighters. In fact.
Eager, good on them for willing to go in with too few fighters, but not advisable. We have a few of these runners in the Eastern outfit standing back, maybe not wanting to put all their shield fighters on the front line.
That was in fact the tactic last time, and you can see that Nikolai Malac is once again staying back. A bit more aggression from the start by the Polish team going into the UK. There's one who has broken through the line, but the UK fighters will want to take care of them as quickly as possible and get back through. Starting to penetrate the Polish lines themselves. One UK fighter taken down there. Now moving back slightly towards the sides of the list, but deep into the Polish territory of the list.
We've got a Polish member down on the north side of the field, doing a bit of a Viking tactic here, dividing and
2 of them
like
taken
the
down, going for some sweep tactics, some big smashes coming down on the UK fighters.
Unfortunately,
Both of them going down.
A lot of these pairs going down together.
That's right, yeah, this is too close to call at the moment.
Very even numbers. There's definitely a pole that's getting hammered behind into the enemy lines of the
Yeah, you can see that. And you've got the loose fighter there who needs to be very careful for runners. I think he's going into a grapple there, as you
I
can
now
see.
think the numbers are in the advantage of the British team.
Well, that's a great takedown there, however, from Poland right at the back there. Very, very impressive, very athletic. However, he doesn't have a weapon, and he will not be able to retire. He's just got an axe now. However, UK do have the numbers. Will they be able to come back from the Polish? Smashing down on the fighters who are holding on to the list. One goes down, one left in the corner there, and you can see that Morris isn't, and it is called. UK, UK, UK!
Fantastic display by UK here, coming back from that first round that was a loss against them.
Stunning victory there from the UK. Looked a little nervous in the first round there, the Polish punishing them for that. Coming back in the second round and a very, very close third round. That's an amazing result for them.
There's I can see a few disappointments, some celebrations there from the English support team. When we cut to the audience, a few audience members, maybe some Polish people, a bit upset, and but at the same time, no doubt in their minds that the UK team earned this. You can see this replay here, UK team holding that line really strong. Right. They were able to take a few poles that were maybe stepping out of the line and grabbing them and actually dragging them out, meaning that they were doing very similar to Viking tactics.
Yeah, that's right. Just on the other side of the list, there's still one UK fighter discussing with the marshals as the Russians enter the list. The Russians still the champions of this fight, and they will go into battle against France. France, who took out Italy earlier.
It'll be interesting to see if they can deal with the Russian, I don't know what else to call it, but a steamroller or a tank. Yeah. Their approach of coming in solidly. You see how tightly their group is?
Yeah, look at that. Very, very tight.
Doesn't mean that they'll stay in that tactic, though. They usually like to split up their forces, but depends on how strong they'll keep their center and whether or not the French team will take advantage of either a weak center or weak sides. Russia being brilliant in these fights, adapting. Personally, coming against them, realizing that they are always keeping their head on a swivel and always aware of the surroundings. I once had a Russian fighter I was trying to push over 3 downed bodies, and
wow.
he jumped over all of them.
Oh.
One after another, a small polearm fighter. So by the time I turned around, I had the rest of the Russian team coming towards me.
And you can see them preparing now. There's still just a moment to prepare the remaining French fighters.
I think the Russians are really focused. The French fighters maybe a bit too relaxed. The fear may be setting in, but I think some of them might be poised.
You can see them rearing to go there. I think there's going to be an early charge here from the Russian fighters, and why not? So you can see them with the shields there from Club Bern in their collars.
Hopefully the French will be able to notice this and adjust. It seems like there's a few tactics coming from that fighter in the middle. The fight
and it
begins.
is called to start, and the Russians made the early advance down the side, charging into the French. Already one French fighter down. There's a big advancement. How French were needing to change his weapon. There goes for another axe. And the Russians are now making short work of these French fighters. This is incredible from Russia.
I do believe that, an incredibly strong kick.
Oh, that's a big smackdown that.
This looks like it's over before it began.
Well, this is business as usual for Russia. They're going to the last fight, and it has been called. That is it. It is over.
I think that would have to be the fastest 21 versus 21 I've ever seen.
No, I'm not sure. But the French, I think they relied too much on the same tactics they had against Italy, which worked that time. But they weren't ready for the Russians to go charging into them. You can see how they penetrated the lines in the center.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we saw that charge coming. I don't think the French did,
no.
Even though it is very iconic of the Russians. A lot of the Frenchmen in the center should have just let the Russians charge, channeling their energy to the side. Russians fantastically known for their footing, but unfortunately not gonna have an advantage from the French fighters.
See, they're not that much running necessary for the Russian fighter. They're able to concentrate their energies in those small skirmishes. So, the semi-final here is now advantage Russia. And again, the favourites to win it. However, the next semi-final will be very, very interesting. United Kingdom versus Ukraine. So, once again, a few moments to down at the French now. I believe all the numbers are there, and it's just a minor armour adjustment to one of the fighters.
Shall be interesting to see how the French team adapts to Russia's tactics now, and whether Russia will go with the same thing. They don't seem to be on their front foot as much as they were before.
Well, that's it. Still, if whatever the tactic was, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You see now, two of the halberdiers staying back. The rest of the Russian line is very compact, as it was before, which indicates they might go for a rush from the centre, as they do. However, the French meets that.
Unfortunately, the Russian just powering straight through.
I can see that central mob there, breaking straight through the lines. That is a great strategy from Russia there.
Keeping their support. Unfortunately, not a single Russian going down for the French.
Oh, this is big work now from Russia.
I can't see.
Great smacks, and you can see thrown to the ground there, the Frenchman. And the Russian does go down, so a small consolation there for France. Very impressive work, and that is why Russia are the favourites to win the 21 versus 21 mass battles.
We see the replay now. Russia meeting their strength. France not able to actually withhold them. Very intelligently, the Russians are actually pushing their own fighters through on their back, and as long as the Russians can keep their footing, it's fine. A kick coming in there, doing nothing to that Frenchman, though. Frenchman choosing to engage in the mob first. That strong kick, sending that French halberdier down to the ground. Yeah, you can see that, and that left the French at a disadvantage, falling over, almost falling over his own fighter there, but he was put at a disadvantage and made to pay for it. I think the Russians honestly leave everything out there. They understand that the first attack is the most important attack. Yeah, taking that initiative away, and most importantly, actually, in the individual bouts, coming with all their energy, even if it's a one shove, one kick, nothing left but their energy on the field. I suspect there'll be a short pause here because of the speed of the Russians. It means that the United Kingdom will not have had a lot of time to get their energy back, and they're facing an energized Ukraine. Well, this will be, I think Ukraine might be favourites to win this. However, go on. So the speed, it's the speed of the Ukraine, obviously not working in their favour in some fights, but UK, very strong fighters, very good with their line, but their speed not being their best asset this year. So it'll be interesting to see if Ukraine break through some runners, but some of the UK fighters, especially the runners, are doing a brilliant job. See the spectators here rugged up. It is unfortunately a little bit of a cold day in the shade. Seems like we have a bit of a broken axe head from a Russian fighter. I did see a few pieces flying off in the Poland-United Kingdom match. It is a situation, especially in this 21 versus 21, you cannot wait to go back and get something. Yeah, that's right. You really just need to draw your falchion from your scabbard. Ukraine support there, making sure that... on a fishing rod there. That's practical. If it works, it works. Well, that's it, yeah. UK getting ready there to enter the list. I know the feeling when you have a little piece of your hair stuck in front of your eyes, it can become unbelievably irritating. Yeah. It only lasts till the first headshot, and then you forget about it. Yes, of course. But there's something about psyche. You know, every fighter has their mojo, their little something that makes them feel lucky or makes them feel set and ready for the fight. And the check's now done to made on both teams, because the Moldovan once again fighting for the United Kingdom as a mercenary. I think a smart decision to get him in the 21 versus 21. If they didn't already have him, they definitely would have picked him up after those 1v1 duels. Well, in fact, the Spanish last year were the mercenaries for the United Kingdom,
and they just kept their Spanish tabards on because the UK were wearing the red surcoats they had, excuse me. But they're all in the St. George Cross surcoats, so final words from the UK captain before they enter the list there. And you can see just in that one part of the stadium, there's a good turnout of fans. On the other, however, quite empty.
Surprising, because that's where the sun is, but obviously too far away from the action, so we know what the priority of these spectators is.
That's right, yeah. I mean, it's natural that people want to be as close to the action as possible. Also, we do have the VIP seats in that area. Just there you can see the closest seats to the list.
A nice solid line,
Yeah.
very dense from the UK team there. Wonder how
Yep.
their plan. Looks like they have maybe some more halberdiers entering the field. Sorry, the polearm users. But the Ukrainians getting a bit of a talking to from their captain. Wonder if there's any Ukrainians on the Great Britain team that might be able to translate that for some inside information of their tactics.
Final words of encouragement from the 21 versus 21 mass battle specialist of the Ukraine there.
Not quite sure if it's encouragement or actually more having a go at them with some of the hand gestures. But intimidation can be a good motivator.
Well, he's a great motivator. He charges them up. And the Night Marshal now calls the start of the United Kingdom versus Ukraine. Ukraine with a fast start there, going through the middle, much the same as the Russians did. However, you do have loose Ukrainian fighters in the middle there. No takedowns just yet. Two of them go down in the middle.
Gone down, and
another two British fall down. This is an advantage for the Ukraine now. Taking down more UK fighters. The push he lunged for could not quite connect. In fact, the Ukrainian took him down as well.
There's heavy hits being flown left, right, and center. I do believe this is Ukraine's fight. They were able to take down far too many fighters very early in it. Now it's just a matter of the UK fighters holding on. Again, those solid hip tosses from UK, and that is the win to Ukraine.
Well, that's very precise work from Ukraine. And I think that fatigue really showing in the UK now.
Definitely, and I think, unfortunately so, their speed or their tactics is not working here. The Ukrainians far too willing to get
Well, good
it
use
in.
of space, great wrestling tactics. So there's big kicks coming through, which the UK don't use so much, or at least not as much as Russia and Ukraine.
I think you're one key factor for Ukraine here is they're not afraid to get in a bit of a tussle. They keep their head on a swivel. Nice shove there, but unfortunately went down, that UK fighter. Maybe
Well, the UK are faced with a difficult task now, and if they do lose this, it means they go into the fight for bronze against France, but that will be before the final. So again, they will not have a chance to get much energy back. So it puts UK at a serious disadvantage now. What can they gain against Ukraine here?
It's incredibly hard to somehow manage the tiredness of these athletes, as there's only so much that we can wait for. Ukraine looking to get, I think, quite a few substitutes in, having armor checked again.
Yeah.
They took everybody out and put everybody in. Maybe a psychological tactic to make it look like everybody has been swapped. Team UK ready to go. I'm not sure if they have the energy. A few of their fighters resting on the list.
Now you can see France eagerly watching. They'll be looking to see the tactics of their opponents for the bronze medal.
Bit of a talk between a Ukrainian fighter and the marshals on the side of the list. Gates are now being closed.
Yeah, looks to be on both sides there. The UK gate already closed.
Sun shining here in Barcelona. It's going to build up on these fighters as it starts heating up the metal that's encasing their bodies.
Well, it's a good time of year to be here, a bit unfortunate with the rain yesterday, and it is a little bit cool. However, when you're fighting, you do appreciate this cool weather.
Definitely.
Where you're from, you know, it gets up to 40 degrees with no problems. And fighting in those conditions, or rather you than me.
Yeah, well, that's, I think, the key. Whenever it gets warm, we have a bit of a chuckle and hope that we come out on top. But these fighters, some of them will do training in saunas, some of them wear oxygen deprivation masks, just to make sure that they're ready for every single possible scenario.
Of course, the oxygen deprivation marks will be a smart idea because breathing with a lot of these helms is very limited. You can see quite an open one in the center there, however, some of them are quite closed.
The engagement starts, Ukraine putting up, but UK meeting them in the center.
Yeah, nice rush there. You can see a few skirmishes, UK fighters down already, 2 of them in the center, and that's going to be costly for the UK. Ukraine with a mild advantage now. More UK fighters going down. The Ukraine charging through these UK fighters. Skirmishes breaking out everywhere. Siding to the list now. Heavily outnumbered, the UK fighters. Ukraine now.
I think the Ukraine runners are doing the hard. Oh, look, it's already over for the UK fighters. Losing a weapon there, and the fight is called.
Big win there for Ukraine. They go to the final.
Unfortunately, I don't think it worked in UK's favour, being so tired. There were a few Ukrainians that went down and weren't happy with themselves. You can see them punching the ground with disappointment. If you go to the replay here, we can see UK actually met them very strong in the centre.
That's right. They took the fight right to them. I think that was a smart idea.
And unfortunately, they broke on the side on one of their flanks, and Ukraine was able to get through. A fantastic dodge there by that UK fighter on top.
Yeah,
of
that
the
was
screen.
nice.
But unfortunately not enough to take that fighter down. Some strong halberd shots coming in while the UK fighter started to get outnumbered. I don't think there was a single Ukrainian that doubted for a second where his place was to be next.
Yeah. So this means that the UK will go up next again, facing France for the bronze medal. But they're going to need a few moments to get their energy back.
It's really quite unfortunate for the UK team.
Yeah.
If only there was a way to maybe make the French team have to do a lap of the arena to tie them out.
That's right.
So that they're a bit even. This is where some of the tactics become a matter of how many substitutes do you have.
Friendly Buhut for all those fighters that want to participate. So don't take off your armor if you want to stay and fight some more.
That's an announcement there for the friendly Buhuts after the 21 versus 21 mass battles. We will not be commentating for that, but
I wouldn't mind giving it a go.
You should help yourself.
To be honest, I like these because you get to see how certain different members from teams work independently, especially if they don't have any team plan.
Sure.
I would be interested to see if any of the Australians have decided to go, because they can't. I believe I heard a few of them saying that they'd either be winning or they'd be drinking. And seeing as that they did not make it through, they've probably already been hitting the grog.
Well, I should think so, and that's I'm one step ahead with my beers here.
You're celebrating already.
Oh, no, you've been looking at me in a very disapproving manner of this.
No. Gavin, at least you can hold your liquor. That can't be said for everyone. In the end here, we're lucky to have front row seats with fantastic vision like you watching on your live streams from home. But at the same time, we feel your pain in not being able to be present right next to the fights, or standing even right next to the list as an ex-fighter myself, being in the fights. It's a very different experience.
Yeah, as I said earlier today, this is yet another edition of Battle of the Nations where I sit behind a monitor, haven't seen a single fight. And of course, the difference is night and day. And when you can see this stunning arena as well, it really builds so much to the event. However, there's not a lot I can do about it.
Well, hopefully next year we'll be placed somewhere close enough. Maybe not.
Yeah, I'll be lucky.
Maybe not too close to receive a stray weapon.
Not too close to you, hopefully.
I pray that I'll be healthy next time. As the viewers may have been hearing throughout this entire event, the coughs in the distance, that is me slowly dying. I'm doing my best to keep you guys entertained and informed. You see on your screen now the Italian fighters.
Yeah, that'll be Luca Painetti and Lupus, Michele Maggio, talking to Carlo Sacchetti, who is the Authenticity Committee head. And she checks all the armor and all of the sockets and all designs, even on the shields.
Very interesting story from her. She obviously is not a fighter.
Yeah.
But she decided that she was so interested in this organization that she actually went ahead and learned English.
Yep, that's right. Before she was in it, she didn't speak a word of English.
And I think I can't remember how long. It was something like 2 months. Went from not being able to speak anything to actually being able to have quite fluent language.
Well, she made an investment with the lessons there, which is a smart idea. Well, the reality to these events is that not that many people speak English. It can sometimes be an issue with the marshals who do have difficulty communicating. Now, there are a number of really highly skilled marshals in Russia. However, they do not have any language skills, which puts them at a great disadvantage. And it's unfortunate when you get somebody who has such a good eye for that job, they're held back by a linguistic disadvantage.
But as you did mention, there is developments to make communication non-verbal so that rules can be clarified with hand gestures.
That's right, yeah. And well, the idea was last year to promote more work with hand gestures. In fact, I was present at the Marshals Summit in Riga, in Latvia, for that. And it was more just a developmental idea, and it was a trial idea. It wasn't so effective, I have to be completely honest. But you've already seen today some gestures and non-verbal communication among the marshals.
I think it has worked. At least it's sped things up. They don't need to all come to the center to have a communication if they can just signal as to how many points have happened. One of the most impressive things here is how some of these fighters and their support teams, the sunburns, especially from the English crew here, that poor lady seems to have sunburns on her shoulder. Gavin, I believe you were in the same situation.
Yeah, somebody thought it would be clever to do as an HMB official, I was helping out the volunteers with the arrival of all the teams, standing outside for hours in the same position. And guess what? Like the classic Scotsman that I am, what colour am I?
Red, like a
yeah,
lobster.
that's right.
It's
so
funny.
Forehead and nose and ears and neck.
To me, this is this even though it's not a single cloud in the sky, still I wouldn't get a sunburn if I was lying for hours on the beach here.
What, do you want, a biscuit?
Yeah, give me a medal. Us Australians go through a lot worse.
Well, this is the thing. I grew up in Australia as well. I never really had that problem, although that was some 20 years ago, more than 20 years ago.
I think you were probably very intelligent, knowing your Scottish blood and choosing to wear a lot of clothes and stay out of the sun. These British fighters getting ready for their fight with the support crew, looking after their helmets, making sure that the straps are all down.
Yeah, they've had a few moments to regain a bit of energy there. However, France have had even longer. And we saw the aggressive approach from France, taking down Italy. So this is for the bronze medal. And this is going to be close.
I can imagine. I have, just noticed everyone doing their best to dress in historically accurate outfits there from all the support crew as well.
Yeah.
And then I noticed someone with nail polish. And the question is, how far do they go? And some support teams, some will dress in completely normal clothes. I know plenty of Aussies will have shorts and a T-shirt underneath their jupon.
Well, I did see one of the Ukrainian fighters, we want to speak about authenticity here, with a plush platypus in the belt of his armour, but the platypus was wearing a hat.
Oh, good.
Oh,
good.
As you do. I mean,
he needs that protection from
it does
the
need
sun.
the protection. Yeah, true.
He might get a little burnt.
Well, that's it. Wouldn't want that to happen.
No, would we, Gavin? We wouldn't.
No, we wouldn't.
Hopefully you'll scrub up fine, and it won't be as painful as some of the sunburns you can collect in some stronger places.
Well, let's just hope you don't get any better.
Friendly banter here in the commentary box. Obviously, I do think I was saying earlier that it would be a warmer affair if we were in Czech Republic, but speaking to another Czech person here, it's about 4 degrees and snowing in Czech Republic, so I'm happy to be here.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, also we're on my neck of the woods in Lithuania. Well, just 2 weeks ago it snowed. It was incredible. About a month ago it was a nice 24 degrees outside one Sunday afternoon.
Incredible. It should be getting hotter in Europe. That is a surprising thing. Unfortunately, I need to go back home to winter. Not happy about that. Now, obviously, working for these fighters' favour, the sun has moved so that most of the arena is in shade, meaning that Ukraine, UK, are getting some nice, probably cool breezes and no sun on their shoulders. You were mentioning before there are the two runners in these in this Middle Eastern armor that we can see one on our screen right now.
Yeah, that was a smart tactic because they didn't start that way in the first fight. And in fact, I believe it was Nikolai Malnach who held back, and he was used to break through. Certainly worked against Poland. That was an impressive tactic. Now, he did go all the way through and too far away from his own fighters. However, this meant that 3 Polish fighters were trying to take him down. He did make it to the list, and that went through some time.
If you can engage enough fighters, especially 3 or 4 of them, it can weaken a line, and it could be the point that changes the fight. That being said, it also means that you're taken out of the fight, and if you're a fantastic fighter like some of the runners in the UK team, maybe not best use of your skills. We saw just before some of the Americans standing to the side, obviously loving the front row seats, going over some moves. Never-ending interest in this hobby or sport.
So it looks like both teams are just getting set up there. See Max Yun and his teammate Konstantin to the left there, both of whom have done training sessions and seminars in Italy, one in Milan, the other in Quinto Vercellese more recently. So they still have a little bit to go before their fight with Ukraine, who are looking very relaxed. However, there's an air of confidence about these Russians against Ukraine, but they do know that it will not be easy by any stretch of the imagination. France now heading towards their end of the list. So the UK appear to be ready as well as the French fighters march towards their end.
Such a classic rivalry, this.
Yeah.
It's going to be incredible to see, obviously knowing that nowadays in an almost borderless Europe, this great relationship that they'll have. They probably have met up quite a few times to train or at least compete against one another in the French tournaments.
Yeah.
And maybe even the UK tournaments.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Hi, please introduce yourself.
I'm Sami Lappeteläinen, the president of Medieval Combat Sport Finland.
Are you a member of a national team of Finland from 2014? You're from the beginning of the national team, like you was in 2014?
The organization was found half a year before I joined, so I have been there for a long time and almost from the beginning, but I'm not a founding member.
Yesterday we watched a fascinating fight with your team, and what was the most exciting fight?
It definitely was against the Poland one. It was the toughest opponent I've ever seen, and it was very exciting to see such a great team.
Do you know what you want change to the next Battle of the Nations?
We will. I wouldn't call it changing, but we will definitely continue focusing on the strategy, on the tactics. We found very good tactics this time, and they seem to work. So a lot of collaboration.
Okay, thank you very much for your time. I wish you good luck, and see you next Battle of the Nations 2017.
Definitely, thank you.
So it looks now as if we're going for the start of this fight between France big support there for the UK.
France starting further back than UK.
Yeah, that's right. They're just being countered, but they're a little bit indisciplined in as much as they're moving around, which isn't going to make it easy. So I think they're looking for, well, they are making it a little bit more compact at the back there. UK fighters not moving at all and ready. You can see, I think there's going to be a charge from the French here coming in through the side. Neither team going for that vulnerable middle section there. However, it's a nice thrust forward and turning into a triangle formation from the...
One of the UK fighters obviously lost his weapon, ran back, got it, entering into the fray again. I think he's already gone down, his energy taken to the ground. So we have one UK fighter down, otherwise everyone else still standing. One French fighter being dragged out into the center of the list, meaning that he's
It looks like there's a trip there. So the French are still in the middle of the list there. The UK trying to break through the lines here. Now that's an interesting move. The UK have broken through. The UK fighter holding on to the list there. So there is a line, but a UK fighter goes down, as does a French fighter. Very close this. I think it's pretty equal at the moment. Maybe more UK fighters on the ground.
I do believe the French have that line in the center, so they're keeping it strong.
They are, yeah. The UK fighters instead piling into the Frenchmen on the side.
Clearly badly hit. Maybe Medic will need to get to him. He needs to hold on to himself. I think the French and UK fighter near him.
He does look pretty badly injured there. It has to be said. We can't quite see, but he's rolling around in some agony there.
It's UK fighter choosing to stand up to try to get the attention of the marshals. UK fighter is looking after him.
Yeah, I think that a marshal is actually trying to... So yeah, medical attention has been called for immediately.
It is a very unfortunate situation when a fighter is injured to the point where the whole fight needs to stop. Hopefully all fighters stay grounded or in their positions.
Henrikas, the assistant there to the UK team, has gone straight to his aid, but the medics really need to get in. He needs to understand what the problem is, because of course they need to loosen his armor. That is why Henrikas needs to be there.
There's a few movers on the field. They need to make sure that they get back to their position if they choose to restart, or they may have to restart from, looks like they've
They
lost
would be
control.
from that point. It's very important. Now, this is the problem, that some fighters try and get a bit sneaky about it and get up in these moments.
Where they've lost it now, all fighters are now moving around the field. The replay we see here shows that the French had a very strong line, UK doing their best, that fighter losing his weapon, having to get back to the baseline and grab another one. These strong hits coming down from the halberds on both sides, but not enough to break a line. One Frenchman dragged through. Very smart tactics from UK, again trying to pull through some fighters and take them out one by one, but it doesn't end in their favor, it looks like.
Yeah, that's true. And you can see going for that middle position that the French were quite compact there. So it looks like, yeah, this UK fighter will be stretchered off.
It is unfortunate for him. The fight will continue. It'll be interesting to see how they fare in this second round.
Yeah, two French fighters down at the bottom part of the list. And actually getting up. They need to be very careful of that. There looks to be some discomfort there. And I'm not sure, in fact, if that is Pasha.
I do believe that is Pasha.
Yeah, that looks like Pasha Trulov, who is in Bristol, in the Southwest team, and he's a real character in the sport.
He is. I've had the pleasure and the annoyance of meeting him many times.
Yes, but he's a very skilled fighter.
Yeah, hopefully he's not injured too badly.
Yeah.
The issue here now is whether all the fighters were down. There seems to be an incredible amount of French fighters that are actually still standing, and I think maybe there may have been one or two that got up that shouldn't have. A lot
That's
of fighters.
possible, yeah. There's one Frenchman in the corner there just shuffling out of the list. And I think, yeah, they're clearing out now. So
It'd be interesting to see if they go for an entire new round or whether they start with the amount of down fighters.
they'll start with the down fighters. I believe they're being asked to leave the list.
Yeah, any down fighters are leaving the list. Not
Yeah.
all of them, though. There are quite clearly a couple of Brits on your screen and a Frenchman who's actually an Israeli not being asked to leave
And
the
they're
list
being
just yet.
told to leave now. There's another Frenchman
And
again.
then
He's
we
been
have
told to
Night
leave.
Marshal choosing to get them out of the field so they can start with a fresh fight with the numbers they have. I do believe it's very similar, but I do think the French might have an advantage in numbers.
Okay, there seems to be some discussion there, some difficulty with the UK. You can't see it on your screen now, but there is an issue. The team captain, Lucas, and the head there, Henrikas, are having a word with the marshals. That seems to be about a point of armor. But the French really want to get back into this. It does give them a moment to regain their energy.
I would tell you very strongly that there is no reason that Pasha would have been on the ground flailing if there wasn't something seriously wrong.
Yeah.
When we mention he's a character, he's incredibly positive.
Yeah.
And it goes through a lot of hardship in his life, but trains incredibly hard
Yep.
to make sure that he's here. It's like one of his only true loves is fighting.
Yeah, that's right. And smoking. He smokes far too much, you know. We're
Yeah,
speaking about his how physical. I mean, I can't talk. I've
You
got a
got
beer in front of me. That's
2
true.
beers,
I'll
but
give you
okay.
that. 2 beers. Yeah, well, one's finished. So.
Looks like the fight might be about to begin.
Yep.
Both teams getting ready. I'm not quite sure if there's any number
UK
advantage there.
UK quite far forward there, but I think they are outnumbered slightly by the French team.
I don't know. To be honest, we're getting this. We've got an overview on a monitor here, and it'd be hard
Yep.
to count them all. But honestly, I think that they have. We're trying to do a count here.
13 French fighters already.
It's pretty much even. I think maybe actually 14 British fighters.
Right,
Pretty
okay, so
darn
they
even
maybe
there.
have the advantage there.
Bit of a conversation again with the captain of the UK team and the night marshal.
Yeah.
The
Not sure
French,
what that and that's about, but you got one fighter who seems to want to get involved who's got nothing to do with it, but that's purely a waste of time.
We see the French flag, the fleur de lis, the flag of the, I believe, the Royalists back
Yep.
in the day. Interesting, obviously, France being a republic now, and I don't think any of these French members are actually Royalists in the team, but choosing to be a bit more historically accurate
Absolutely.
with their armor, as we have seen with Germany. There's
Yep,
another
Germany
team.
using those Frisian colours there.
Yeah, I mean, clearly even with the St. John
Yep.
from England.
St. George.
St. George. Forgive me, I'm not English.
Doesn't matter. You have to be English to see that that's the St. George cross.
I think you should be impressed that I even know that there is a St. George cross. Us Australians try to distance ourselves as much as possible from the from our UK heritage.
With a name like Tarek, that's quite evident.
It seems that the fight is about to go underway.
And the
Night
Night Marshal calls it. They get started. A fast rush there for the
French a bit tentative in
French.
the centre. UK looking to hold himself. A UK runner getting caught.
Well, that's a nice barge, though. It's taken 3 Frenchmen away from the fray there, but the UK fighters really need to capitalise on the fact that they will be occupied there.
A bit weak in that centre, not really choosing to do much. I think the UK fighters need to work on one side or the other. We
there's
see a
not
bit
much
of a
going on. There
bundle
appears to
building up
be
in
a
this corner
gauntlet.
here.
Appears to be a gauntlet in the middle of the list there.
It'll be interesting to see whose that was and whether or not they have been taken out.
Well, this is it, yeah.
I don't think there's been a single fighter going down except for one UK fighter,
Yeah,
which
that's
they had
right.
to spare. It's a fantastic showing here. Everybody being very cautious. Runners not
Yeah.
really doing their job. They need to be really engaging people when they least expect it.
Yeah,
That
it
one
is.
UK fighter still in the corner off to the left of your screen.
Yeah, it is quite as slow, this. I think that UK fighter has to be very careful. Lucky to grip onto the list there.
We're seeing now, I think, a UK fighter holding up another UK
You
fighter.
can see that, yeah, that's incredible. Really trying to lift up his own teammate. Great shove there. However, it comes to nothing, goes straight into the list.
Give him a bit of a win.
Oh, there's some big takedowns going on here now.
We're seeing
Frenchmen are starting to fall. You can see they're starting to tie it in the middle of the runners. Now mildly ineffectual, and there's a Frenchman which has been downed by
another
the
English fighter going down. I do believe this is now in French territory.
Oh, yeah, I think
But
it
the English
was.
are not giving up.
That's
Striking
true. However,
hard.
it's all France now, much stronger in terms of numbers. And even in the far corner, there is a 1 versus 1 skirmish, which I don't think anybody has noticed.
No.
Now you have another Frenchman to his help, and that's another English fighter down.
We see Pavel in the centre there doing his best to hold himself up against 2 or 3 fighters up. Has been taken down now with the leg
Yeah, the
being
French
swept out from
now
underneath them.
dominating this round. Only 4 more UK fighters still standing compared to a good 10, I think it will be for
Now only 3
9.
UK fighters left.
Yeah, that's it. Another one is down. I think they're going to call that. That's it. Round there to France. Big win there for the French. I'll be very happy with that.
Y el asalto es para Francia en esta batalla de 21 contra 21.
It'll be interesting to see how they come back from this.
Well, if you remember, they were 1 round down against Poland, and they came back in the second and took the third. So never say never.
Never say never, indeed. These UK fighters, I think, being some of the most intelligent fighters at the entire Battle of the Nations, changing their tactics nearly every single round.
Yeah, very tactical fighters.
And yet still being able to pull it off. I don't know if they have a playbook or whether or not they simply work very well as a team and know their roles.
That's a good question. We do have some medical assistants just outside the list. I'm not quite sure what has happened.
Towards a French fighter,
Yeah,
I believe.
that's right. So the UK team have made their substitutions and are now closing the list gate, whereas the French still appear to be going through them of who should enter into it next. Marshall lining the fighters up for the official count.
Some solid lines there from the UK fighters, even though the marshals are double checking everything, making sure they've got the numbers right. French fighters taking the time to relax on the edge of the list. Even your arms covered in that armor can become quite heavy and wearing on you.
That's right.
UK fighters, I think, willing to go, want to obviously change things up and take a win, just like they did with the Polish fighters.
Well, can they do it? They'll be very worn down now. However, they don't really have the French have the skill and experience to take this. We saw them fight very well against the Italians.
But then so did the Poles, and UK was able to defeat them.
Yeah, this is true. And I think with that experience is going to bode well for them. But the will to win, which was the award that went to the UK.
Definitely in
I
their
think
favour.
they'll put it to the
Good
test
use.
now.
Yeah, the interesting thing will be if UK actually chooses to charge as much as they should. They were getting a bit soft in the centre there when they should have been taking the opportunity to take people. The runners breaking through, but they're being just caught in the back and unable to do anything.
That's right, yeah.
So other fighters need to capitalise once those runners go through. They need to engage and try to knock them off their feet.
So the Marshal Valentin Kalin finishes his count there. Night Marshal calls for the start of the fight.
Strong centre charge by Britain.
Yep.
Not the Halberdiers not getting as involved as maybe they should. No runners yet coming through. One.
They do have one UK fighter who's pushing back the Frenchman there, trying to take down at the edge there. You can see what a block there from the
we'll see another
UK
runner
fighters.
come through. A lot of power. We see one Frenchman down, another UK fighter down.
Well, there's at least two UK fighters down there. They're starting to pile up. There's a big pile of fighters on the right side of the screen there. Now to the left, you can see.
Unfortunately, some fighters going down while backing up.
This is the problem when you get piles. That's why they need
brilliant charge
to move out.
screen from an English fighter, taking two Frenchmen to the edge of the list.
Oh, that's a great takedown there for the UK. There's one down on his knee there. So still, I think the French with the numbers here. However, great charges from the United Kingdom.
He did a fantastic job. The only reason he went down was because of his gauntlet that came off.
Right.
This could still be anyone's fight. French having a slight numerical advantage.
Yeah, I think they've got the advantage here, and they're going to capitalise on this. However, you do have
a few English fighters.
Oh, that's a big takedown there from the Frenchman. Now France with the advantage over the United Kingdom. Can they come back for this? UK taking some punishment there on the side of the list. France going for a very bold takedown. Doesn't quite manage it.
You can see now the Marshals getting involved, making sure that the fighters are not standing on this UK fighter.
Yeah, he's actually standing on the UK fighter. He's got to be stopped there.
UK fighter clearly hitting at the leg. One of the Marshals telling the other Marshal not to get involved. The fight continues on the other side.
Yeah.
One UK fighter looking like he's willingly dropping there. Frenchman nearly tumbling over his own compatriot up there.
Yeah, you can see, however, that the French do have the advantage now. These two French fighters, tired as they may be, they are still hammering down on that UK fighter in the corner. I think as things have broken off a little bit, but the French now smashing into the UK fighters.
We
3 against Pavel Kurzak there.
Another French fighter goes down just off the side of our screen.
Right.
Over one of his friendly team members.
That's a nice turn. Even the score slightly there. However, we still have all these blue shirts here, and France very, very close. It is only about 5-3 at the moment.
This is very unfortunate. We see another tussle there, nearly taking that French fighter down.
Got impressive work from the UK fighter. However, he might have his legs swept from under him. That's going to make it very difficult to continue. So the marshals actually calling it, I believe. And that is it. And France go out with a victory.
Fantastically done. It was a little concerning to watch just off screen. An English fighter taking down one member of a French team and them choosing to move to the side and reposition himself. A marshal telling him to leave the arena, meaning that that English fighter then loses the opportunity to push the French fighter, to push the French fighter over one of his downed team members. Interesting decisions from the marshals to try to clear out the fight. Fantastic toss there in the replay by taking at the legs of that French fighter. There were some brilliant displays, like then a solid shot from the Frenchman, nearly knocking over his own Israeli mercenary. Some fantastic two-handed work there from the Englishman. And a strong English charge there off the corner of your screen, but unfortunately he followed him down to the ground. I believe that was a brilliant, this is the replay again. Sorry that we had to cut that. That was the moment the English fighter with the very decorative shield tripped the Ukrainian fighter and took him to the ground. We do see the Russians taking the list now. Obviously pretty fresh. Let's see if the Ukrainians are just as fresh to bring the fight. Some UK fighters not even de-kidding, maybe excited to be involved in the friendly all versus all or 5 versus 5 Berherts. France very proud with their actions there, but at the same time, I think very, very worn out from the UK fighters. The will to win, clearly a very smart award given to the UK team as they did their absolute best. Oh, you can see some incredible dents there to that knee of that fighter there. Be interesting to see if that's still usable. There's a choice of armor for every single fighter, and depending on the materials that you choose are going to depend on whether you can repair something or whether it needs to be thrown in the trash or maybe smelt it again. Each nation are doing their absolute best to build up an industry in their area.
El combate por primer y segundo lugar. Campeón y subcampeón saldrán de esta lucha entre Rusia y Ucrania.
You can see the Russian substitutes sitting there eager, watching on. Ukraine being an incredibly fast team, as we've mentioned before, but Russia powerhousing through nearly every single competition. It will be interesting to see whether or not Ukraine can use their maneuverability to their strength, or whether Russia's power will simply take out Ukraine. You can see the Ukrainian captain, or maybe just a very vigorous speaker, riling up the Ukrainian team. Russians jumping about, eager to get involved. Final counts are coming through from the team members, double-checking armor. You can see the marshals doing a very focused job there. You can hear chants from, I think, every single team, and even not members of the team to these fighters. All the support dividing the stadium.
And the Ukrainians looking for some aggression there in the ranks, whereas the Russians are a lot more calm.
And maybe we're getting a bit worried here, seeing the confidence and the strength from the Ukrainians and the fact that they've come so far. This is a bit of a replay of last year when it was Ukraine versus Russia, with Ukraine heading away with the gold.
Russia to the gold.
I meant to the bonus.
Right.
5 versus 5.
No, 3 versus 3.
Sorry,
Ukraine got the gold. So it was indeed Russia versus Ukraine in the final last year of Battle of the Nations. Once again this year. Now, if you remember, Ukraine took the first round against the Russians. The Russians came back in the second and then won the third round to take gold.
Some very vigorous Ukrainian support there.
Yeah, big support from Ukrainians, you can see.
Maybe making the Russians a little bit nervous. They seem to be poised though, ready to strike. A few fighters on their front foot. I see a charge coming straight down the center. Actually, they look to be bunching like it might be some charges off to the sides. The fight is about to begin, and it is.
Oh, that's a quick, very aggressive start there from the Ukrainians. They're smashing into the Russians. It's going to start, and the Ukrainians very sharp there to move back and cross his line.
Incredible fighting here, fast from Ukraine.
Oh, this is very aggressive from both teams.
One
You've
Russian
got one
and
Ukrainian who is stuck
on
on the lines. Two have gone down, as you can see.
Another Ukrainian.
There's another Ukrainian very frustrated with being down there.
Russians resetting the match. Unfortunately, some Ukrainians finding themselves outnumbered.
Yeah,
the numbers now heading towards the Russian side.
You can see you've got one runner in the center there who's going to go for a takedown. That's a great takedown there from the Ukrainian. You can see more Russians now dropping the Ukrainians. So this is very impressive work here. However, the Russians have taken down. There's a huge kick there from the Russian going in too.
In the center of the field here, I think you can see a mace being dropped there. The Ukrainian fighting hard. He's been able to take two people out so far. I think doing the best.
Now going for and just hanging on. Actually, his knees have touched the ground. Therefore, Russia have the numbers against Ukraine.
Only just. It seems that Ukraine are still able to pull out a few fights here.
Alexei Nadarov smashing down with the pole axe there.
These Ukrainians need to pull something out. They're getting themselves caught out.
Well, I think they're going to get caught out here. There's a big jump taking out the Russian, and that is big.
Unfortunately, the Ukrainians now being outnumbered strongly. The individual bouts not going in the favor of the Ukrainians. A small runners being caught off. They have the advantage with those runners.
Russians trying to take down these two Ukrainians who are surrounded by grounded fighters. Lots of Russians everywhere now. This is going to be very difficult to come back for, and that is called victory in the first round for Russia.
Full credit to these two Ukrainians with the black helms. There's one Ukrainian celebrating, hugging his opponent. Obviously very happy with their performance, but at the same time, I think he'd be happy with his own performance, taking a bashing and yet still being able to stand up to it.
That's right.
Some of the Ukrainians doing some fantastic running moves. You'll be able to see here the engagement starts on the sides. The Russians not actually that eager. A few fantastic charges into the center there by the Ukrainians who had to think twice after they caught a boot from a Russian. That fighter off to the right of your screen, you can see standing back. He was able to take down a few Russians by running into the back of them.
You can see how the Ukrainian advances there and tries to get back in his ranks. You see he's sort of displaced there, but very intelligent fighting from the Ukrainian.
It was unfortunate to see at one point a Russian hooking his polearm around the throat piece, around the throat of a Ukrainian and pulling him backwards. That might be under discussion by the marshals.
Yeah, unfortunately there. Well, that's probably what's happening now. I believe you've got the Russian captain there who is not fighting in the 21 versus 21. However, you've got that fighter there who had the pole axe, and he may in fact be excluded from the next round. So big support you can hear from the Ukrainian supporters.
Incredible to see this support. Usually the Russians being the favorites, but some amazing numbers here of Ukrainian supporters in Spain, Barcelona. You know, this could have actually been anyone's fight. The runners from the Ukrainian team were doing a fantastic job taking out Russians. I think it all changed though the second those runners were stuck up against the list, either not able to disengage or not choosing to disengage.
Sure. We've got a number of Russian fans as well. And it does make you wonder if in fact there has been a mail shot to the Russian embassy or the Ukrainian embassy to try to entice some of the nationals to this event. Of course, the Russian embassy will all be tomorrow morning. And Russia already set up to go. There seems to be some small problem in the corner of the list. However, as
some armor, it looks like one of the Russian fighters. Ukraine pretty much calm and ready to go. We'll see if they're able to pick up their morale from that defeat there. and come out on top.
This should be interesting. Russians, perhaps the favourites in this next round. However, you've seen Ukraine do it before. Right moments here. And, Ukrainian 21 versus 21 captain gathering his fighters.
I think these are substitutions, maybe? It seems to be that he's talking to people off the field.
Yeah, that's right. So
Marshall's now double-checking numbers. The Russians very eager to see their team win.
Yep.
Almost another 21 versus 21 team standing off, ready to go if this does go to a third round. This is becoming a battle of the voices, not just a battle of the nations.
Yeah, you've got the chance of Russia and Ukraine.
You can see spectators clearly trying to capture this moment, regardless of it being captured live and saved on YouTube for eternity.
But seeing it live, as we discussed, is something completely different.
Yeah, I agree, so put down the cameras and enjoy the show. Ukraine already making sure they have the right amount of numbers. The Night Marshal running around double-checking numbers, maybe informing them to make sure that they're clean. It would be hard if we see some same moves from the Russians. It might have been a bit questionable, but as you mentioned before, so hard for Marshals to be involved in this sort of fight. Do you know if there's any way that they section off the arena? Oh, it looks like the head marshal is starting the fight.
He's calling the start of it, and the Russians in a V formation go charging into the Ukrainians, who come fighting out with some vicious blows there. You can see the Russian finding himself quite as a big kick coming in there. You can see these running kicks that the Russians are so famous for and have absolutely perfected.
There's some great work by the Ukrainians to try to drag the Russians through their lines. It seems that not a single Russian
that's first blood too. We've got two Russians down there, very close. Big throw there from the Ukraine. However, he went down himself.
Seems like they're going down in pairs. No one really
that's
having
right.
the advantage yet.
Not yet, although there are bodies in the middle of the list, which is going to make life very difficult. Big takedown there from the Russians.
Actually, quite a few Russians gone down. It might actually be the Ukrainians have the numbers.
Oh,
right
that's a big takedown. And the Ukrainian has a big takedown. That's straight in the middle there. Nice defensive work there from these Ukrainians. I can see that. There's another Ukrainian down. And it's very even here.
No, I do believe it is in the numbers in favour of the Ukrainians.
The Ukrainians really need to get right back into. It's another Russian taken down. Ukraine in control of this 21 versus 21 mass battle.
As I mentioned before, using those runners key, not letting them get caught up. They've been able to catch the Russians off guard. Now it's a matter of wrestling them down. I don't see...
It's a big hit, so that's another Ukrainian fighter gone down who is in need of a weapon. However, he is being grappled by a Ukrainian. One Ukrainian also running back to get another weapon, who is now ready to get back into the action. You can see Alexei Naidorov being attacked by the Ukrainian halberdier.
We do have about a 7 versus 8 here with the slight advantage to the Ukrainian numbers. There's some individual skirmishes happening here.
Yeah, very close here.
A nice reposition by the Russian members on that line there, 2 versus 1. That bulge user not able to do much.
You can see here that the Russian is holding on, and he's gone down. The Ukrainian can actually stand up, and the Russian has gone down another one. That's an amazing victory there for Ukraine.
It's looking like the Marshals are allowing it to continue. No, but it seems it is all over. The Russians standing up. There was only 2 Russians left, about 5 Ukrainians. And the Marshal wasn't actually calling it.
Yeah, Marseille actually instructed them to keep fighting that.
And I actually believe it was the Russian fighters that stood up, maybe believing that the fight was already done.
Well, I'm not sure how the other Marshals are going to feel about that. You can see the Russian captain has charged over to the Night Marshal to speak about it. He's not happy.
To be honest, as fantastic as that show was with the Russians holding up, I don't for a second think that they would have won it. There was plenty of Ukrainians against them.
That's a source of speculation. The difficulty is that the Russians will not just lie back and take that. They will want to know why it was stopped. It was about, you said 5 against 2, more or less, you said.
Yes, you see, what happened was, I think, as one of the fighters went down, the head marshal pointed his stick towards him to say, I believe, that he is out. And by putting that stick towards 2 fighters, it seemed that he was breaking up that fight. He then turned around to instruct all of them to continue fighting.
That's right.
By using his hands to push together in a motion like clapping. But unfortunately, some Russians had already stood up. Ukrainians obviously standing up almost immediately after them. So I do believe it was a bit of a confusion. In the end, numbers still in Ukraine's favor. If it is to, I don't think blame can be put on either team or even the head marshal.
Well, he had a tough job there, but this is going to be, there's going to be appeal for that. The Russian captain right there with the marshal to understand what is going on.
I do welcome them actually to come on. Says I'd love to see the footage myself to see what happened in that moment. I do believe it was the Russians to be the first ones who stood up, and they were at that disadvantage. So if it comes down to numbers, it's a Ukrainian fight. If it comes down to who stood up, I believe it would be a Ukrainian win. And if it comes down to whether or not the head marshal did the right job, I believe he did. I believe he simply pointed to one member. The other marshals were not putting in their sticks to say that the fight was over. He very quickly, after dropping that stick to say one fighter was out, turned around and used his hands to gesture to continue fighting. But by then, fighters had already started standing up. This is why it's very important that all fighters stay down until they're given instructions to stand, regardless of whether the fight is over.
Absolutely
as you mentioned
right.
before, because they still need to count
Yep.
how many fighters they have standing up.
Nonetheless, hear a lot of support for the Ukrainian team. You saw the Mexicans and Italians all cheering for. There's an incredible noise here.
Gavin wallowing in it, taking off the headset to enjoy this noise.
It's going to make such a difference.
It does, it does. Unfortunately, as we mentioned before, we're missing out, but the crowd is not. Seeing a fantastic show here from the Ukrainians, doing pretty much as I predicted. If they utilized those runners and didn't get caught up, it seems that the Russians are caught completely off guard, left, right, and center. The Ukrainians not going to win in power and not going to win in the individual bouts, so just needing to catch these Russians off guard. The first 30 seconds or so was an incredible fight, though I don't think there was anyone with a clear advantage until the Ukrainians started taking out the Russians. Not sure if I'm happy with the discussions happening here, because Ukraine clearly in the lead, both in numbers and I think in energy at that point in time.
Well, I think it might be restarted as the 5 against 2. The thing is, the teams will now have the opportunity to decide which the 2 are and which the 5 are. So they could go for their strongest fighters.
Really?
Well, they might do that.
I don't believe that either would or should be allowed, because it would.
Well, it's happened before.
Okay, well, usually that would only happen if there is some sort of injury, not allowing one of the fighters to continue on. If it does, it may be very disappointing. Not to say that at any time a 2 can beat a 5, but then again, with Russian fighters being put into a corner, they were at a distinct disadvantage there with these Russian fighters. If they meet again in the middle with a 5 versus 2, the Russian fighters might be at an advantage to use their strength against these Ukrainians if they're not light on their feet. If it ends up being Ukrainians 5, Russians 2, and having that match again, I think that would be the most fair outcome
Absolutely.
Of it. But nonetheless, still don't think the head marshal had made a difference. They're conferring together to see whether or not the fight will continue.
Well, it looks like...
looks like they're continuing on.
Yeah, well, that's they'll go for the next round, and this will take us to the 3rd and final round.
Sometimes I really wish we had some mics there within the marshals. Not that I can speak a lick of Russian.
Well, you've got a mix there. You've got Australian, there's the Serbian, the Polish Night Marshal there, you can see Marseille.
The 21-21 captain from Ukraine getting everybody ready to go. The Russians know what's on the line here. This could be gold to Ukraine, changing things up from last year. But Russia definitely not going to let that happen easily. Ukraine hopefully learning from the last fight and making sure that they have their speed.
And here we go now. The Ukrainians holding their line. The crowd going absolutely crazy for this final 21 versus 21, deciding round one Ukrainian fighter. A Russian fighter is already down. This is some big charges coming in, and that is another Russian fighter down. Ukraine with a mild advantage now.
It seems that they need to capitalize on this. And
yeah, they need to move very, very quickly, and they need to take down those Russians who are loose in the Ukrainian half. Some big takedowns coming out, smashing into the side there.
Unfortunately, not enough Ukrainians going down to even the score.
No, that's right. Okay, but you've got charting into the list. You can see some good Ukrainian running now. And I think that Ukraine have the numerical advantage here.
A very distinct numerical advantage, it looks like.
It certainly seems so. You've got some runners in the middle there who are quite loose. And there's that skirmish which is going off right in the corner of the list. However, some assistance is being given there from the Ukrainians. This is big work here.
In the individual fights, it's not going well, obviously, for the Ukrainians, but they're not going down, just kind of holding them.
That's right, and I think they've taken down another Russian fighter there. And it looks like Ukraine are in control of this 21 versus 21 final.
This is intense. We have a Russian runner coming across the field.
Oh, big kick there! Stunning work from the Russians. Now the Ukrainians slamming, almost flying over the list. The Ukrainians smashing into these Russians now. Things are getting quite even here. I'm not sure how this one will go, to be honest. It's too close to call.
I do believe we do have at least almost 2 to 3 fighters against every single Russian.
Oh, one Russian doing very well to stay on his feet there against 2 of the Ukrainians.
In this corner, not much happening. Just simply taking some hits to the head. Ukrainians obviously wanting to get these fighters down as soon as possible. But I don't see a victory for Russia, but we never know. That's another Russian down.
Oh, that's another Russian down. So, yes, outnumbered now.
We have one Russian loose in the center of the field, seeing if he can, using the dead bodies to rotate around him.
This is going to go to the wire. However, I'm worried that issue with the Night Marshal's decision to... Oh, it's another Russian down! Ukraine now with the advantage!
Russia doing fantastically there, but unfortunately he just was outmanned. 5 people chasing him down.
Oh, some great smashes there and charges from the Ukrainian team. This is absolutely tense.
Center of your screen, you can see that the Ukrainian coming in. Left, right with these straight punches.
And you can see now the Russians being worn down. The crowd going absolutely wild for Ukraine here. Lumbered in the corner there, these Ukrainian fighters are grinding down at the Russian fighters.
The only hope I can see for these Russian fighters is trying to find bodies, maybe disengaging and trying to get the Ukrainian fighters falling over their teammates.
We're taking a big risk, and there are 4 to 5 Ukrainians per Russian here.
Doing incredibly well, holding on. I don't see it changing. They need to try to think differently, otherwise they're just getting injured.
Well, this is true, although some fast work there and getting away from the corner of the Russians. It's pretty impressive, the Ukrainians. All of them starting to tie. That is 1 Russian and 1 Ukrainian going down now. Still with the advantage.
Numbers still clearly in Ukrainians' favour. Some of them are so much as leisurely walking back to get
Yeah,
a
that's
two-handed
right.
weapon.
Well, I think they'll be quite tired at this point, but going for these helmets.
The Russian has disengaged. He does not have his weapon, so he kind of has to hold his place on the side of the list and wait for the opportunity maybe to disengage.
Oh, the Night Marshal's very careful. And there's another Russian down. And is it coming to the end there? Do we have a new champion?
I believe
it's been called! Ukraine! Ukraine! Ukraine!
Celebrations throughout the list and throughout the stadium. That you can clearly see the support from the spectators. Ukraine piling onto one another. A fantastic win for them, changing up.
We have a new 21 versus 21 mass battle champion. Ukraine have defeated Russia for the first time in the final. Goal to Ukraine!
Well earned, playing to their strengths there, using their speed. I don't think there's going to be a happier moment for these Ukrainians. This is a game changer for Battle of the Nations 2017, and you're seeing it here live.
And this crowd are going absolutely crazy. It is electric here at the Arena Monumental as the fans are seeing a new champion in 21 versus 21. Ukraine with a stunning win there.
I see some Dutch supporters very, very happy. I think everyone has a slight soft spot for the underdogs, even though Ukraine are incredible athletes still coming from the not favourite to win and taking the steal.
You can see some bitter frustration there on the Russians who are leaving the list.
The Australians are quite happy spreading the news probably back home as people are starting to wake up. To anybody watching live from Australia, even China, making sure that obviously they're watching every second of it. You have seen one of the most incredible fights in Battle of the Nations history.
Oh, this is something quite incredible. The UK walking behind the Ukrainians now, posing for a photo there. You can see Vishutin, the captain,
Every
in the
single
white
Ukrainian
top.
piling in. It doesn't
Look
even
at
matter
this.
if they are if they're fighters.
What an emotional moment here in Barcelona.
This has got to be one of the most incredible moments that I've ever seen. Ukrainians standing up on the side of the list here, celebrating, obviously wanting to be in that shot in the distance. Ukrainians should be very proud of their performance, playing to their strengths, as I mentioned before. Keeping their momentum up. The Russians, I don't even think they knew what hit them. The chaos was finally taken from the Russians and given back to them in a brutal form by these Ukrainians.
What an amazing way to come back from one round down. The Russians look pretty much in control of the fight right from that first round. They got the first round victory. There was that debatable decision by the Night Marshals. However, as you said, quite right, they were 5-2 down. I think at least 5-2 down, and the fight was called there. The third round, Ukraine, they came, they saw, they conquered.
In the end, it's you can see the strength of the Ukrainians here, chasing down every Russian that broke through the lines, 2 at a time, kicking at their legs. The Russians just not ready for such a tactic. Now that contended remark, I think, from the other marshals, or like from Russia to the marshals, if it was maybe an issue between the teams, but when they're questioning a marshal, it's unless he's done some incredibly obvious miscall, which he definitely did not, from my point of view, then there's nothing they can choose to argue about. It would be interesting if Russia has the gall to try to challenge this now, after they've celebrated so hard.
Well, yeah, quite possibly. You can see some Russians there speaking to the Night Marshals. Having just spoken to the Ukraine captain.
Ilya, the Ukrainian, coming through saying it is over, not choosing to have this further, but actually,
I'm not sure what's happening here. I believe that's just an opportunity for a photograph. The Russians marching.
Australians there supporting their Ukrainian brothers in arms. Russians joining the list, maybe for congratulations.
I think so. There's a big rivalry between these two nations. However, they are great comrades.
And they couldn't hope for a better team to be fighting against. I will be very, very surprised, and I think it is very, very important to note that this is probably one of the first times the Russians have made a considerate effort to congratulate and thank their opponents as an entire team.
Well, I feel that they couldn't do it any other way. I mean, having taken them off the throne in 21 versus 21.
And so effectively. It wasn't, apart from that martial call, there wasn't a single issue with even maybe one of the Russians, unfortunately, grabbing Ukrainian fighter by the neck. Otherwise, has successfully won.
Words of congratulations there from the Ukrainians to the Russians and vice versa. So I think now they will join, and some of the Russians leaving, or wanting to at least. But there's good scenes there, and that's what you can see the president of HMBA, Anton Trubnikov, going to hug the captain of Ukraine. And this is the scene that people want to see.
You can see some injured fighters trying to leave the list, and probably just because it's very painful to be up on their injuries. But I don't think a single fighter has missed out from sharing an embrace with one
Absolutely.
another.
And you can see the disappointment on the Russians' faces, having dominated that first round so much. Is bitter for them
But
to face that.
I do not think that they're disappointed with at least the competitors.
That's right.
Some celebration there, probably from friends.
Yeah. Well, that takes us to the end of the fights for Battle of the Nations 2017
And
from
what a
Barcelona.
Journey it has been.
Yeah, absolutely. Some amazing medals won by teams for the first time. For me, the biggest team have been, of course, Russia having won the most gold medals. But and not because I'm partial at all, but Italy.
No, agreed. Taking out some impressive medals there. I would like to also say one that I'm partial with, but just by happenstance that it was the Australian women's team that took bronze, their first Australian medal in the
what a
history
win
of
that
the
was.
Nations.
Yeah, that was an extremely good result. Canada, also good result. Spain, the home nation, taking silver in the men's polearm category.
But clearly, I think the winners of the entire event would have to be Russia.
No, absolutely. Well, they've won the medal tally, dominating the men's triathlon, as you saw. Gold, silver, and bronze.
I think a lot of the times we get collected in this 21 versus 21, as it is one of the most impressive fights. And we need to remind people that it is, every battle matters, but at the same time, the medal tally in the end does show which nation would have been the winners overall.
Absolutely. You see a number of nations waiting around for the friendly Bohorts, which I will not be staying around for.
You're going to go and relax and have a bit of a party, I feel.
Well, I think that's going to happen. I might pay the Ukrainians a visit back at the campsite.
I don't think you can miss out on the opportunity to congratulate them.
Wouldn't dare.
I just want to see firsthand the smiles on their faces when you say congratulations. They know that they've earned it.
The list to make teams and fight together with new colleagues.
So it looks like they're going to mix some teams there. But in any case, that is all from me for this edition of Battle of the Nations. Tarek, if you wish to continue, please do so.
Gavin, it's been a great honour being able to commentate next to you and feel the energy that you bring to this role. I hope to see you next year, whether or not as a fighter or as a commentator. We'll find out.
Oh, you know, I'm too old for that. I've got to concentrate my efforts on my genius page, The Sweaty Gambison, on Facebook.
That is an incredibly funny page. I think that most fighters realise needed to exist.
Yep.
Check it out on Facebook. It is incredibly hilarious.
Oh, it's genius. I am a genius, after all, as we know. Thank you to all people who have followed the streaming for these 3 days. We do apologise for some of the technical errors that we've had, but certainly on the last day things have been a lot better. So a big thank you to everyone. Please keep following the sport. Follow the Battle of the Nations Facebook page. Please follow the Instagram page, the website, and keep up with the latest news.
And I think most importantly yourself, if you choose to get involved, find your national team, give it a go. It'll be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Absolutely. Thank you once again to all of you, and it is good night from me.
We see that the USA team wants some more action. Who else wants to fight in the friendly Bohort?
Hello live streamers, this is Tarek Van, continuing on commentating just to give you a bit of...
Hello, yes. Let us congratulate you with such an amazing fight. It was just brilliant. It's first gold medal in 25 versus 25 for Ukraine in 7 years. 8 years. Oh, how do you feel about it?
It's awesome. It's awesome. I don't know. We're waiting 8 years, and now this gold is ours. It's very awesome. I don't have words. My guys is pretty good. I like them. It's perfect. I don't know what to say. Thank you.
So I guess for next year our team will have an inspire to be better.
You see, yes, absolutely. Because I think Russians want to go back their gold, so we must to be more stronger than this year.
Great, thank you so much. You should join your team to celebrate it. So see you soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
We see a lot of Italian and US fighters getting in the list. Gonna give a go at the friendly bout here. Ukrainians just behind the camera, getting in a position for congratulations photo.
And then we will finish with the friendly Bohort.
Fighters already ready for that friendly Bohort before realizing that there is actually an award ceremony to be done.
You can start getting your armor ready as we do the award ceremony for the first, second, and third place.
Thank you to Eddie, the announcer there, doing a fantastic job throughout this event. Always on his feet, never getting much of a chance to sit down. But at the same time, you saw an interview earlier. This is his first Battle of the Nations, and an incredible chance to see this fighting up close, better than any other spectator's position.
Okay, the teams from France, from Russia and Ukraine, please prepare for the awards ceremony. Empezaremos con la ceremonia de premios para los tres primeros.
You can see some, what looks to be Arabic, and I might be wrong, but it looks like Arabic writing on the helmet of that fighter from Team America.
Equipos mezclados, amistoso, que se celebrará en unos momentos.
These fighters, I think, choosing to exit the list till the award ceremony is over. I'll leave you now with the some further ads, but also a bit of a pause before we come back to do the award ceremony, and I'll rejoin you after the friendly Berhut has begun.
Please, the team from France, come to your flag to receive your medals. French team, please. French team, go to your flag. Ladies and gentlemen, the third place team in the Battle of the Nations, 21 versus 21, France. And now the president of the HMBIA, Mr. Anton Trubnikov, will be now, please, the Russian second place team, please go to your flags. The Russian team, to your flag, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the second place team in 21 versus 21 category of the Battle of the Nations 2017, Russia. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the champions of 21 versus 21 of the Battle of the Nations 2017, Ukraine! And now, ladies and gentlemen, in this category, the royal category, 21 versus 21 in the Battle of Nations, one of the most important activities, the president of the HMBIA, Mr. Anton Trubnikov, will present the medals to the third place team, France. The bronze medals for France. And now, for second place, Mr. Trubnikov will give the silver medals to Russia. And finally, the winners of this, the royal category, 21 versus 21, in the Battle of the Nations 2017, for the first time ever, Ukraine! The team captain accepts the award and the medals to be distributed to all of the team, all of the fighters. Congratulations to Ukraine for first place, to Russia for second place, and to France for their third place. Congratulations to all of our fighters. And now the hymn of Ukraine. Congratulations to our 3 teams. Now we'll be taking some photographs of the teams, and after that, we'll begin with the friendly Buhurt.
A tear-jerking show of passion there from the Ukrainian team. Clearly achieving so much at this event. They do so brilliantly at every event, but especially now winning the 21 versus 21 against Russia.
De los campeones, subcampeones y tercer clasificados. So in about 15 minutes, we will expect all of the fighters that are wanting to participate in this friendly Buhurt to be in the list.
A fantastic job done by Eddie, the announcer of this Battle of the Nations 2017. The unfortunate situation for the fighters ready for the friendly Buhurt is that celebrations and photos will come first. You can see how happy these Ukrainians are. It will be interesting to see how they choose to celebrate their gold medal, and how long the celebrations will last back home before they start to train again to be ready for Battle of the Nations 2018. If you want to be kept up to date on all the information of HMB, Historical Medieval Battles, and the Battle of the Nations developments, feel free to find the Facebook pages of HMB, of Battle of the Nations, and of every individual nation's team. We see there Michael Mogulis from Israel in the French team, as he was helping Mercenary for them in the 21 versus 21. I think very, very proud to be in the bronze winning team. And a Moldovan with his flag there as well. All the mercenaries carrying their flag to make sure that they are representing their country and knowing that they contributed to the French win. A testament to French's usual multiculturalism. But at the same time, we know that every nationality has either mercenaries or patriots, people who actually live in these countries that have come from somewhere else in Europe, showing that battling and friendly competition between athletes really unites everyone. A bit of a lull for what seems to be the Americans, USA, and Italians taking the list against a bunch of Russians, seemingly who might want to take part in the friendly Buhurt. It will be interesting if there's not that much of an opposing team. They may have to either kick out members of Italy or USA, or simply make it a 3-team last man standing. We now see France leaving their position from the award ceremony. Ukraine still handing out medal after medal to every single one of their participants. The Italians and the USA team here relaxing, getting ready for the friendly Buhurt that you'll see eventually.
Again.
Hello, Mr. Trubnikov. You are the president of Historical Medieval International Battle Association.
HMBA, actually, yeah, thank you. Hello. Hello, everyone. You know, it's very, very, it's very excited day, and I'm happy that there's a lot of country was participating, fighting in this Battle of the Nations, and I'm very, very surprised of level of quality fighting national team of USA. USA won. It's amazing. It's amazing battles. France national team, third place. Oh, it's of course very, very big surprise. And of course, new gold medalist on king category, national team of Ukraine. It's very good, interesting. That is, I think, is good way for develop of sports, where competitions and in sports it's all time it's very good. So thank you for all viewers, thank you for all people who watch us on YouTube, and of course for viewers who will be on this tribune, and thank you very much for all fighters, for all our support teams. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time, and my congratulations and congratulations of all viewers and visitors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I think it's Battle of the Nations 2017 is complete. So 3 days, it was hot days, it was really busy days, nervous days, but I hope it was happy days for a lot of people, for a lot of our viewers on internet. Thank you, and I hope see you next Battle of the Nations. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое за интервью.
President of Battle of the Nations, obviously making a strong comment there to all the viewers, to thank them for their commitment to seeing out this incredible tournament, but a thank you to the President for organising and putting on such a fantastic event for all the viewers and all the people involved in its running. I think there's something to be said for the volunteers who come here to help build this sport. A lot of fighters, I think from nearly every single country, come here of their own volition, at their own cost, to try to prove their worth, and hoping that certain countries around the world will end up supporting their fighters like some of the nations do to bring them in. We now see in that list in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, we have a group of Russians, a few Frenchmen filling out the lines of the Russians to fight the Italians and the USA team. As I was right, most of the Australian team already celebrating the fantastic competition and their work so far. Unfortunately, I don't believe there'll be enough fighters on the Russian side. Let me do a quick count and figure out what the teams are at. The fight now starts regardless of numbers. We have the Russians charging in, taking some heavy hits from some Americans, but it doesn't seem to be going in the favor of the Americans just yet. Some fantastic work by the Russians charging into the Americans, pushing them back to the edge of the list. We can now see some very ripping over a fighter and taking down another enemy beforehand. Some strong moves by the Russians. The French fighter being quite confusing for these Americans, I think, sharing colours. And it now leads to a very strong victory from Russia, I believe, coming from the bottom. Marshall's still doing their job brilliantly. Very good job to all. I think that French fighter was an incredible asset, but maybe I'm just noticing him because he's wearing colours that make him stand out. Luckily, the blue is quite different to the American blue, but with a helmet on, might not be noticeable. We have one fighter at the bottom of the list, just off to the left of the screen, from Italy, looking a bit dazed and struggling to get up. It might be okay to keep fighting. I'll try and do a count for numbers now. It seems to be 14 even on both sides in terms of participants, but we'll yet to see if anybody pans out. We apologize for that camera angle there. Seems to be a cameraman not doing his job. We see them lining up now, the marshals double checking in. See one Australian, Eric Cortez, over on the Russian side. An amazing endurance fighter, but of a shorter stature, so we'll see how he stands up to these giant Americans and the very fast Italians. And it looks like the round is about to begin. Night marshals having one final conversation. And they're clearing the field. The fight has now started. Americans charging into the center, but may find themselves outnumbered. The Australian Eric Cortez choosing some fighters, but getting caught off guard in the back. The French fighters coming in well, helping out Eric Cortez. I think Eric is fighting against one of the Frenchmen, not realizing it was his own teammate. That's another fantastic win for the Russians. In these friendly bouts, because you get to work with people who you may never get a chance to work with in the history of your career. We see another Australian choosing to jump on the field. I think a few of them saw the opportunity and decided to dress up to join. We now have, I believe, 4 Frenchmen on the field, 2 Australians, and friendly bout. A few Poles, a few Frenchmen, a few Australians, and the rest being, I think, Ukrainians. Apologize for the noise there. There is a lot of stuff being... you may see in the middle of the field there is a Russian fighter aggressively playing tic-tac-toe against an American. We'll see who wins this one. Oh, and the marshals come in and destroy the destroyed the game of tic-tac-toe that was happening in the middle of the field. Marshall obviously not happy, making sure that they're focusing on their game. It seems the Australians have now swapped. The numbers were not in their favor anymore. Now with 4 Frenchmen and a bunch of Russians punching up very tightly there. Wonder what their plan's going to be. Might choose to just be there for the count, or they might be there to do a center charge. Eric Cortez there. We can see there the other team getting ready to fight, formulating a line. I think we're probably close to the same 14 versus 14 in this instance. In the end, if every fighter got involved, it would still mean that we would have as many fighters as we could have on each side. The fight is off. Eric Cortez jumping straight into the center there. Now backing off, realizing that he took a few heavy hits from the Russians. We see some very fast charges from the Americans through the center, hoping to catch a Frenchman off guard and takes him down. No, not quite, as Frenchman's still standing up high. We see a lovely charge from an American that, and a Frenchman that obviously went down with him. And a UK fighter there, I think, that was with the French going down. It seems like it is still a Russian victory here. One Australian, Eric Cortez, taking one hell of a bashing. He goes down, and the fight, I believe, is called in favor of the Russians. Like I mentioned before, there is quite nothing like having a bunch of Russians bashing the expletive out of you. Eric Cortez walking away from that, doesn't look too phased. Be interesting to see how strong his helmet is. I do remember fighting him, he used to have a very heavy shield that almost was like a slab of marble being punched into your face. You see some Australian support members coming in there to help their their team members. Some Americans may be choosing to drop out. Some Italians choosing to drop out. We see there is a UK fighter who has been put now on the team of USA and Italy, with a few Italians jumping out of the list there. Obviously deciding not to carry on. The USA and Australia still choosing to continue on, and one Great Britain fighter, obviously a bit crazy. They might be needing the French fighters to actually move over to the USA side here, but this that would only happen because the Russian fighters definitely do not ever fight against one another. Hence why the 5 versus 5 bout was given to Russia 1, 2, and 3 without any fights happening between them, simply because they do not want to engage each other in combat. We see 2 Russians have now left the list, leaving Frenchmen's in the positions, maybe either doing something fair for some fighters who didn't get as many opportunities to be engaged, though the French were in even the 21 versus 21, but also at the same time might just be choosing to sit out as they are more tired. Trying to make sure that the numbers are now even. We seem to have seven fighters on one side with what seems to be about 8 or 9 on the USA side, so the Frenchmen have never been allowed to rejoin. Doing one final number count. I think the Russians and French being a little easier to count as they are bolted up together. I apologise for this taking so long. It is just part and parcel of the friendly Bohurts. Knight Marshall calling this, even though they are incredibly close. These Russians and French really should be moving back. Ooh. A call done by Italian to one of the Russians, worried about his armor. Swapping out, it seems that there seems to be some sort of damage. Marshall's still doing their job. This may not be an official competition, but they need to make sure that every fighter is safe. And the fight is on. Russians moving strong against them. The Australian trying to make his way through the center as a bit of a runner. Hitting hard, but not really able to achieve much against that Russian, being pushed to the edge of the list, trying to hook on. We'll see whether his legs are taken from underneath him. The Russians not having anybody down yet. One American down, the Frenchman helping the Russian, the Australian down. And now the Russians firmly in grasp of this competition, of this bout. The Frenchman heading strongly towards the American off screen. We see Eric Cortez doing his famous hold for dear life that he does, but the fight has been broken up. As last man standing, seemingly resisting the Russian, but again, not accomplishing much. It is hard against such a formidable team. Usually holding off a fighter or two will allow your runners to do some good work. But if you are you're a runner yourself, or the team is losing members left, right, and center, then it's just a matter of patience. We have still one Great Britain fighter, obviously eager to fight. I think he missed out on a few of the first ones. But he was someone who was on the Russian side to begin with, I believe, and has now swapped sides to make sure that he can even the numbers. It would be interesting, obviously, starting with not attacking your fighters. Sorry, not attacking the Russians and now choosing to attack them. You've got to make sure that you're adaptable to do that. But it's all for fun and games, this. No real loss. But the Russians, I do not believe, strike any softer than in their full competitions. we now have three USA fighters, one Great Britain and an Australian, choosing to stay in the list, up against currently quite a few Frenchmen, 3 Frenchmen, and about 7 or 8 Russians. So we have an Italian stepping back into the field, waiting for the marshal to check his armor. But it seems that that's all that they can get for that side, being 6 members. So a lot of the Russians or Frenchmen will have to step out. You can see some supporting Italian and USA team members back there. It looks like the Australian Eric has been put on the Russian side, while the French have been moved to the USA side. This can change things up, not only in tactics and speed, but at the same time sorting out a bit of those numbers there. It'll be interesting to see if some of the Russians are asked to get off. The Russians starting about midway, and the USA and French fighters back at the corner. The round starts. The Great Britain fighter standing in front, willing to fend off against a few Russians, deciding to back up pretty quickly. French fighter moving through now. We have one Italian down already. No Russians down. No, Russian goes down with a French fighter. Some very strong moves there from the Russians, trying to catch people off guard. An American runner taking down a Russian off screen. Eric Cortez doing his best against that Russian. French fighter needing a spare weapon off screen. Now we have this American being very flighty. It seems that we have an even fight. Oh no, one extra Russian. They're up 1 point. The English fighter doing his best. We see the American now caught off guard with a Russian team member coming in, going to try and take out his legs. Very strong work here by the USA fighter, but unfortunately it means that they have won, I think about 6 or 5, maybe more like 5-2. Sorry about that technical difficulty. Looks like the fighters are now choosing to leave the list. Eric Cortez still standing there, willing to have another go. Jake supporting him on his way out. I think everyone's done a fantastic job. The UK fighter on the ground there, either looking for something or just having a moment to relax before he leaves. You see the Australians all supporting Eric, including that American, saying good job. In that Crusader helmet, which does not give the best peripheral vision or breathing space, but is one incredibly strong sugarloaf, I believe they call it, or maybe the sugarloaf has a rounded top. Nearly tripping over some headgear on the ground there. Jake still limping on that broken toe. Fantastic performance from him. We see Italy, USA, Australia all supporting each other. The Frenchmen as well doing a fantastic job. Now we look over to the Russians, still in gear, like they're waiting for something more, but I do think that the fight will be over. Maybe they'll head back to their change rooms in gear without de-kitting. We have 2 Frenchmen, one with a wonderful feather crossing the screen, obviously happy with their work being done. It does look like the friendly bouts is completely over. So ladies and gentlemen, this does bring to a close even the unofficial live stream of Battle of the Nations. Looks like we might actually have Eric Cortez kneeling in the middle of the list, maybe looking for a pro fight of some sort against a fighter. The Great Britain fighter choosing to put on his helmet again, maybe going to be taking him one-on-one. This shall be interesting and quite a spectacle. So stay tuned if you wish to see an individual bout. Yeah, it does look like the UK fighter is kitting up. So it might be him against Eric. But that being said, he seems to only have a two-handed weapon, and Eric is using a shield and mace. But he is also severely outsized, I would believe would be the best description.